into pretty tightly. Don't know what die actually comes in. I know to qualify was a few at 46, I believe. 4 at 46 were we chasing?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Because Wendy was in the same boat as well, so...
Alrighty, I think we are finally going out live to the masses on the webcast. So, good morning and welcome to everybody that is joining us on our webcast for the 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles in Australia. If you happen to be from some other places around the world, we are getting underway straight away. We've got our first skier coming on the water, Di Elliott.
She was starting at 40 Ks, 18 metres.
So for anyone who's watching us internationally or anywhere around even Australia, we are at Stoney Park, which is in Port Macquarie in New South Wales of Australia. And this is our national titles. So it's kind of our biggest amateur event of the season. And generally speaking, all of our skiers get to ski 2 rounds over the course of the event. Anyway, we've got Di Elliott out on the water. First skier for the 2025 Malibu Nationals is Di Elliott. I can guarantee her heart will be pumping out of her chest there. Let's see how she goes. Out wide for the entrance gates. Nicely through the gate. Turn 1 ball looking pretty good. 40k, relatively slowish speed. She broke at the waist a little bit there getting through the wakes, but she's powered through to get back on track, and I think she is back on track at 4 ball. She's just going to need to turn 5 to get herself home for 6, and I think...
Nice and early.
Yeah, I think we've got a nice little routine for the first pass of this event.
Well, hopefully that sets the, that very first pass, making sure that we, don't blow an opener. Hopefully that now goes for everybody.
That's right. That bodes well for the event, hopefully.
Oh, I'll be pumped about that.
So for anybody else who's watching us from around the globe or around Australia, the Nationals this year has been broken up a little bit. Normally we would run all the overs and the unders together. This year we've sort of got 2 separate little events. This particular weekend we're focusing on the overs. So the older skiers starting at over 35 through to over 70 skiers is what we're going to see for the next couple of days. And then the juniors or the under skiers are going to get a few days of familials. And next week over Easter, we're going to be running the open skiers and the juniors there. So at this stage of the game, we're looking at anywhere over 35 to over 70 skiers we're going to see in the next couple of days. We are over 45 women at the moment is who we've got skiing. And we've got Di Elliott on the water coming from Queensland, coming back for her second pass.
Coming in at 43, bumped it up. Not sure what her actual PB is there.
Yeah, I'll have a look for you.
So good, nice and early for 1 ball. Nice and wide, around 2. Staying nice and relaxed. Good, not sort of getting too carried away. Looks like she's like a veteran of these nationals.
I think this pass, I'll let her get around 6 ball there, but I think this pass was actually a little nicer than the first one because she probably got a chance to swallow at the end of the lake there and catch herself. So she'll be happy skiing 2 passes. Alrighty. Yeah, we don't really have any PB for Di, but she probably hasn't done that much tournament skiing, I think, is what's going on, because this is her first, definitely her first nationals. We have some skier bios for some of our skiers, which is nice. Hometown Gympie, and her home club site is Ski at Coolum. 3 at 49 is PB, just heard from the crowd. 3 at 49 is Di's PB, so she's going to be coming back at 46 on this one, isn't she? So she's still got 1 more pass up her sleeve before she's into PB territory. What have we got for a ski? She's riding a 2025 Radar Senate Graphite 67 with a reflex boot. So she's got the latest and greatest of gear, 2025. favourite food. We went into all sorts of things with these bios, and people filled some out and didn't fill other stuff out. But she is a lamb cutlet lover. Who wouldn't be? I love some lamb cutlets myself. A little bit of gravy, mashed potato. Anyway, here we go. We've got Di coming back. This is going to be 46k. She's going to want this one as well. Out wide for her gates, through those entrance gates nicely. Round one ball. Not sure she got all of one ball, but she's not bad at two, or she's got pulled up out of two. It straightened her out, but she's still got to three. She's going to be late for four. She's going to need a big four. I don't know whether it's big enough. She's heading to five. Yeah, not quite big enough, I don't think so. We have got a score of 4 at 46k, 18-metre line for Di Elliott, and I think she'll be relatively happy with that as her opening round. And just as a bit of a by the way we work with the 2 rounds here, certainly in for the whole of the overs division, is those 2 scores are added together, so it is an aggregate of your 2 scores over the weekend is going to be the person who's going to win the event, or the best one. So it's nice just to get a reasonable score, you know, something reasonable up there in the first round to give yourself a chance in the second round to bring it home. If you have a really poor first round, it makes it kind of hard. So we're willing everybody through that first pass, so they've got a shot at the podium in the second round.
We possibly could see our first tunnel, maybe. Georgie Cooper should be organising that.
Yeah, I think it will.
Junior team captain.
Queensland is pretty notorious.
Mark Quinn down there, get amongst it. Oh, she's going to ski down the other end and totally buggy her up. Okay, next skier on the dock we have Wendy Lee. Wendy, as Coop said, is a member of the Ski North Ski Club in Babinda, in just south of Cairns. This is Wendy's second nationals, I believe. First went over to WA, and as Coop said, she hasn't been in the sport that long, but definitely has progressed very rapidly. Skied with Wendy a few weeks ago and was, you know, blown away with how much she attacks through the wash now, where she was a little timid before. So I know she's feeling the nerves a bit as well, as all competitors do first round. I think just...
Alrighty, we've got a start speed for Wendy, 43k, 18-metre line. I know that's pretty well her ballpark, and I'm not 100% sure of her PB, but I think she would like to get through 49. I know she gets through 49 occasionally, so she will be looking to try and run 3 passes here. I don't want to get ahead of the game here. I'm sure right off the cuff here she just wants to get through this first pass at 43k. I know she had a familiar ride yesterday. Didn't ask her how she did, but I know she had a chance to taste the water, so hopefully she's feeling comfortable. We've got her around one ball looking pretty good, so waiting for 2. So at this stage of the game, not looking too bad. Out of 2, pretty good as well. Looking on time, kind of early-ish for 4. Little bobble there, but no problem, I don't think. And she is heading as a lefty over to 6 ball, and I can't see her missing that. So she did make a bit of a meal of it at the end, but definitely got through it, and she'll be able to take a breath now down in the water and regather her nerves and have a go at this second pass.
Yeah, I know Wendy would definitely be taking a big sigh of relief because she's had the first pass jitters for a while now, so gets the monkey off the back. Now she can ski.
Nice. Yeah, so we're going out this year. We have got the first one where I've been involved in a bit of a webcast. We've got Gus Mitchell's been the man behind the webcast this year, and I'm pretty sure he's lifting the bar. We don't have a monitor to be able to see what's going on at this stage, but we are going to get a monitor. I'm half thinking Gus is going to be playing some replays in there for people. I'd like to see some replays as well. And once we get ourselves organised, we should be able to do that. But we're a smidge worried about the rain that's around right at the minute, and I know we had some pretty solid rain last night. I heard it on the roof, and Gus said that it did create a little turmoil. We lost some power and so on, and that's the way it's going to go for the next few days, I think. Hopefully it stays a little bit thin, and we can be all right. But we got Wendy coming back, Craig. This will be 46K.
46, yep. We've got currently Di out at 4 at 46. So, beautiful. One ball. No skiing a little bit with Wendy. She definitely enjoys the faster speed of the boat. So, probably getting a little more comfortable for her, hopefully. Looking good. Little down course, but she shouldn't have an issue getting over to 6. And very good.
All right, she'll be happy with that. 2 passes under the belt for Wendy Lee from Queensland. They've got those lovely maroon bibs. Queenslanders, that is their the colour of the state. The maroon bib. New South Wales is blue.
Okay, we have Wendy coming in at 49.
49. This is the monkey pass for Wendy. She's going to want this pass for sure.
Nice and high up on the boat.
And if she can get this one, she's going to put a little bit of pressure on the pack as well, hopefully. What do we got? Nice one ball. Oh, she broke forward into 2. I think that's going to cost her a bit, and she sat back out of 2. And that is all she wrote. That's going to be 2 at 49 for Wendy Lee from Queensland. However, puts her into the lead at this stage of the game. Sorry? Got to update our status. It's busy up here, George. In there. Now he's doing what he's doing. You can tell him that, I can bring the monitor out. Just say, Coop says, what has he got to do?
Okay, next skier on the dock, we have Antonia Hartley from Western Australia. So now looking through her previous scores on the IWWF website, a few at Bonnie, Westdale, 2 events. Bonnie's, Max Kerwin Lakes, she's made a trip up last year's Nationals. And looking at some scores, 4 at 52, 4 at 52, 4 at 52, 4 at 52. Pretty consistent. And then can see she's actually 4 at 52, 16. So
fair enough. 52k or 32 miles an hour for any of our international viewers is the maximum speed for over 45 women in Australia. I think internationally, I think it is actually. these days. So she is teetering on the edge of short line skiing for sure. All right, here we go for Anthea from Western Australia. Nice one ball to start off with, looking pretty good. Nice around 2 ball. Yellow bibs for Western Australia. Looking good, so we can identify them early as you like for 4 ball. I don't see there being any problems. Obviously a lefty heading out of 5 over to 6. That is going to be a lovely opening pass for her.
Is that in your way there? Yes, it is, yeah.
What about some sort of milk crate thing or something?
Milk crate, yeah.
Puts us up halfway or something. I could get us a small one.
I'll go. What about another little table plate on the side?
Yeah, I reckon another table's go for sure. Anthea Hartley, isn't it? Alrighty, we got Anthea Hartley from Western Australia coming in for her second pass. I believe it's going to be 46k. We've got a few little things to iron out first thing in the morning, Saturday morning of the first day at Nationals. It's a fairly long old stint this year. I think it's 8 or 9 or even 10 days of national titles we're going to have going. So we need to start fairly steady. Anthea doesn't need to start steady though for Western Australia. She needs to hit it hard, and she is looking pretty good. Or just a little bobble on the wakes there, but that's fine. And she's over to 6 ball, and out the gate she goes. Lovely second pass. So all of our first 3 skiers over 45 women, they're ready for action because all of them to this stage of the game have got into their third pass. Generally speaking, your third pass is one that you kind of really want, but not necessarily expecting to get through. That's generally the routine. Yeah, the pros seem to do a little bit better than that. They're after 4 or 5 passes, but us mere mortals here are usually happy if we run our first 2, and then that third pass is the one we kind of really want, where we might be excited about it. And generally the 4th one is a bit of a bonus, where every extra ball you get is a little extra bonus. Alrighty, so we are 3 skiers deep into the over 45 women in the 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles in Australia. This is our top amateur waterski event in Australia, and it's held at Stoney Park in Port Macquarie, New South Wales this year. Lovely site, lovely beaches around here. I need to have a little bit of a plug for Port Macquarie because the Port Macquarie and Hastings Council has been a supporter of this event, which is sensational. We love people to come and support us. And that's a lovely little area. And I'm sure probably some of the locals don't say too much about it because they love their little quiet spot here. Beautiful beaches, not too busy. Port Macquarie situated not halfway, not exactly halfway, but it's definitely between Sydney and Brisbane, or Sydney and Gold Coast. All right, we've got Anthea on for a third pass here. Around 2 ball, pretty good. She's definitely running a little later, but she's still in it. I think she's in it actually a little bit early for 4 ball, so she's not bad at all. Heading over to 5. As a lefty, she's going to be a little late for 6, but she does squeak around and then she's through. So she's going to be happy about that. That is 3 full passes for Anthea Hartley from Western Australia. Alrighty, so that was a full pass at her top speed, 52k or 32 miles an hour. And this is the first little bit of short line action we're going to see for this event. I'm sure it's not going to be the last. But the first time the rope is going to be shortened up to the 16-metre line for Anthea. just looking through this start list for over 45 women, it's fairly heavily stacked towards the end there. There's going to be definitely a little bit of short line skiing as we go down the line here. So hopefully Anthea might even give this a nudge. I mean, generally speaking, the difference between 18 to 16 is a little bit negligible. So some people definitely, when people get into more short line skiing, they'll prefer 16 than 18. So I'm not sure where the die's exactly there at that stage of the game yet. But anyway, we're about to see, because she's coming back in 52k 16 metre line. What do we got? Oh, no, she just turned a little bit too tight at one ball. Hands went up in the air. She was disappointed. I think she knew, or she had a shot at that. Anyway, I'm still pretty sure that she'll be happy with that. That was her 4th pass she was onto, so she's probably pretty good. Official score from the tower was half at 16 metres for Anthea.
Okay, next skier on the water, Kelly Atkinson from Victoria. Had the pleasure of having Kelly up around the Cairns region over the last few weeks. She's up visiting her daughter, getting a little bit of skiing in at Ski North. So Kelly is coming in at top speed, 52, 18 metres. Looking through some of her scores here, it's definitely, you know, getting into the 14 metre line, even into the 13 metre on a couple of occasions. Cowra Station and Lake Mudamere comps. Righto, coming in nice and wide. Nice and strong through the wash. Nice and relaxed. Now, we don't want to put any commentators' curses out there early in the weekend, but there's another over 45 woman through the openers. So 4 from 4, very good. So it gives Kelly 6 at 18, so she'll be shortening straight up, returning at 16. Current leader with Antonia Hartley with half at 16. Having a look at the clouds down the bottom end of the lake, I suppose the south end of the lake, definitely looking a little darker and heavy. So we can keep the rain away. Ladies are killing it. Everyone's skiing so well. Yeah, that's right. Get on with it, will you? Okay, have Kelly coming in from the far end, 16 metre line. Right, dropping in. Nice and slow through the gates. Good, beautiful hook up out of 1. Over to 2. Just waiting a little bit for 3, but doesn't seem to be phased too much at all. Oh, it's got to go now for a little bit. And around 6. Just a little safety turn around 5, but realised that she had the nice pull over to 6. Well, now we've got the replays up here on in the commentator booth. We can really be pro level. So just looking at some bios, trying to find Kelly's. I think the rule is if the skiers don't fill in a bio, then we get to make stuff up about them. Is
I
that
like
right?
that. I love making stuff up about people. It's definitely the way to go. Yeah, it's nice to be able to see a monitor now, so we can have a little bit of a look at some replays. That are excellent.
All right, so Kelly coming in at now on 14 metres, Coops. So
14. This is the one she wants. So having skied just a little bit with Kelly, she had been running 14 relatively consistently. I don't want to put the monkey on her back here, but we may as well call a spade a spade. This is what she's chasing, this particular pass here. Oh, it's nice to see the footage from the boat so we can see what's going on out there.
yeah, lovely, nice and clear. Gus has done a great job getting all these organised.
Rope length 14.25 metres. What do we got for Kelly?
Lovely, little broken across to 2, but back into it, strong over to 3. Just
A
needs
little
to
late for
turn
4,
it. She's
but
going to have to go. And
she's turned
she
5.
does.
Oh, she's going to be in trouble to 6. Can she get
got
around
it.
it? I think she has.
yes.
All right. Nice 14-metre pass for Kelly. Is going to put a little bit of pressure on the girls up the line a little bit. So we're going to see a score of 13 metres from the over 45 women in the first round.
Just looking back through some of her previous results on our IWWF, looking, there's not too many there. I can see a 0 at 13. Oh, a 1 at 13.
I'm
when
pretty
was
sure
that?
she said she's relatively happy when she gets to 13 if she can just get to 2 ball.
Yeah.
I think she's a 1-2. That'll do at 13.
Just looking, we've only got the 2024 results for some reason on our little.
Here we go.
phone
We need
here.
to look over at the replay. Yeah, just squeaking around 6 ball there. Nice.
I can hear the Malibu firing up. It's a pretty tight little turn up around that island.
Yeah, when
Ski
you're not used to
yesterday.
skiing around turnaround islands, we don't have any sites up our way where there's turnaround islands. Loads of them around the world, and it gives you a little bit of time to gather your thoughts as you're heading towards the course. Let's see what we've got. Kelly heading towards the course right now, 13 metres. She needs a good 1 ball. Not too bad. I think she's going to get to 2. She's going to squeeze around it. Oh, squeezed around it, but just had to stretch out there, then broke forward at the waist, and the line got ripped out of her hand. Unofficially, I would call that a 1.5. Excuse me. 1.5 at 13 metres.
Yeah, she's nice and slow over to 1. Just pulled a little long to 2 as. Righto, so we can confirm that, I suppose, with a 1.5 at 13.
Oh, you're the man. Thank you very much, mate. Because that wasn't my head.
Righto, so that puts Kelly
All right,
out
Craig,
in the lead.
we got a nice little shot down at the start dock there to see what's going on, to see people how they're getting prepared. We've got Nikki Coburn getting ready to go. Chris Coburn there throwing that rope off, who's obviously dock marshal at the moment. I think it is. Is it, Chris?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just want with some of that. Oh, yesterday, yeah, having a chat with Shane last night about we were talking about turning the islands, and they're pretty tight here. And, you know, the local knowledge is to stay on the inside of the wash on the driver's side instead of we all go out to the passenger side and try and get the whip. He said that's actually, you know, a little harder because you get the roost off the prop or sit just directly behind the boat. So that was their word on the street, how to get around. Because I nearly tripped over.
That's what skiers like us think about. We think about how hard it is to get around the turnaround islands, not about how we're going to ski in the slalom course. Oh, boy.
I was just happy to get my deep water start.
Anyway, we are at the 2025 Malibu National Water Ski Titles in Australia. This is our nationals, and this is our first event over 45 women, and we have Nikki Coburn from New South Wales on the course right at the moment. On her opening pass, looking at that line length there, looks to be 16 metres.
Yeah.
So that'll be 16.52, pretty sure. And she's got to 5 ball, no problems. Going to be early for 6. Happy days for Nikki. I know this is basically her home site. They've got a little caravan here, and they live a little bit south towards Sydney. I'm not 100% sure exactly where they live, but they're somewhere in New South Wales, Newcastle sort of way. Yeah, Newcastle. And that's probably, maybe a 2-hour trip for them to come up here, maybe less, not sure. And I think they have a caravan here and a boat that hangs out up here, and they come and ski here. So she'll be pretty comfortable on this site for sure. Alrighty, just looking through the over 45 women's start list. And the scores have been increasing for every skier, so let's see if Nikki Coburn can play the same game. Currently the lead score 1.5 at 13 metres in this round 1 here. Nikki Coburn from New South Wales coming back in 14 metre line, so she's going to need to run this one if she is going to push this score further up for the over 45 women. Lovely 1 ball, waiting for hours at 2 ball there. So she's looking pretty comfortable, waiting at 3 as well. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, but at this stage of the game, looking kind of nice. A little bit of 5 ball itis at 5 ball, but she was so far ahead that that wasn't going to affect her running that pass. So that is a completed pass, 14 metres, 52k for Nikki Coburn from New South Wales.
Yeah, just looking through some of Nikki's results from last year. Okay, so a bit of skiing at Stoney Park. She went to the over 35 Worlds last year as well in Waterski.
Nice.
And looking pretty consistent scores. 4 at 14, 1.5 at 13, 3 at 14, 2 at 13, 2 at 13. So...
Was there one in there at 12? Did I miss that? Was there a 12 score?
Can't see a 12.
Fair enough. So she doesn't regularly get through the 13 metre pass by the sounds of it. Current score on the board is 1.5 at 13 from Kelly Atkinson. Currently leading for about another 30 seconds, I reckon.
At 1.25.
Good on you.
Oh, they
1.25. Oh, fair enough.
Quarter.
We need to get official here.
Oh.
We don't want to start any rumours, that's for sure.
Righto, so Kelly with 1.25 coming back confirmed.
All right, we've got Nikki Coburn coming in for her 13 metre pass. What are we thinking here, Craig?
Well, thinking be nice, just happy obviously to get into 13. That was be the first tick, and now it's just trying to go in nice and relaxed, not generate too much speed over to 1. At 52 Ks, it'd be probably, we might just have to wait for the line a little bit, but she's going to pick up 2 there.
I think she's going to do a 1-2, that'll do.
Play
that
consistent.
Certainly pushes her into the lead. And like I was saying before, because it is an aggregate of 2 rounds, just a reasonable score close to your PB is what you want in that first round, and then you can throw caution to the wind in the second round. So pretty sure Nikki will be happy about that. Pretty sure Nikki might be an overall skier too. I know she tricks. I'm not 100% sure whether she jumps or not.
I was just looking at, unless she's 2024, she wasn't doing too much jumping, so...
But I definitely know she's a tricker. So we're going to see her out on the water later on today as well in the over 45 women's tricks, I believe.
Okay, we've already got our last skier coming up for our over 45 women. Lisa Kavanagh from Western Australia. Lisa's put some pretty solid scores.
Yeah,
very consistent.
She's potentially ranked the highest in this over 45 women, and I believe she regularly does get into 12 metres if you can hunt some scores there.
I've only got the 2024 scores, but definitely very consistent mid-13s.
Yep.
Got a 5 at 13 there at Mulwala. Must have been last year's Nationals, 5 at 13. So, and then that will round up our over 45 women. Next to head off the dock will be our over 65 women, Sue Crisp, and then our over 70 men with over 70. Crazy.
Over 70. Just give him a medal right now, will you? What do we got? I think it's Fred, is it?
Fred.
Yep, we've got Fred Douglas, Queenslander. And he's got a lot of energy, Fred. He's got more energy than me. At over 70, I'm not sure how old he is. He's over 70, obviously, but he's got more energy than I have. All right, we've got Lisa Kavanagh on the water in that yellow bib from Western Australia, representing Western Australia. Thanks very much to all those Western Australian skiers who've travelled all the way over here. They do sort of get the short end of the stick of having to travel to the East Coast half the time to come to Nationals. This is definitely a big old trip. I'm pretty sure she will be starting out at the 16th metre line. Looking pretty good at 2-ball. Looking pretty comfortable. Not super early, but I'm sure she is just, well, look pretty early at 4-ball. She's pretty comfortable there for sure. Lefty over to 6-ball. Easy peasy and out the gates. Nice opening pass for Lisa.
Yeah, and I think saw Lisa last ski up at the Rusty Edge tournament in Darwin, and definitely getting into some 12s there.
Yeah, the Western Australian people get up to see Craig McGlue up in Darwin, one of our sites up Northern Territory. Really lovely site up there. 2-lake arrangement, and a big shout out to Craig McGlue. He's probably, no, he'd be still snoring up there now, isn't it? Was it 2 hours? What is it, an hour and a half later, or an hour, half an hour? I don't even know.
We're in New South Wales, don't forget now.
I don't know what the time difference is, but I wonder whether Craig McGlue is watching us now to see what's going on. I think he would be.
He'd be up.
Shout out to you if you are. You've got a lovely, I think potentially the best site in Australia up there for skiing. If anyone's got an opportunity to go and visit Craig McGlue up in the Northern Territory, up at Berry Springs, do yourself a favour and head up there. The pub adjacent to that lake's pretty nice too. Lovely steaks. Could be the steak capital of the world, Northern Territory. Plenty of big stations with plenty of cattle.
So Lisa coming back in at 14 metres. A little bit of pressure on now. It's a couple of good scores set for the,
yeah,
for the
so
girls.
we have got 2 at 13 as the lead score at this stage of the game. So that's what Lisa has to contend with here from Western Australia. This is going to be 14 metres, so she needs to get through this pass for sure to put any pressure on. Had a nice 1-ball. Waiting for 2, pretty good. Nice at 3-ball as well. Really nice looking pass. I think it might even be a little nicer than her opener. Drifted down course just a tiny bit towards the end of that, but I think she didn't do any more than she had to do. That was never in doubt, that pass.
Yeah, looked good. Looked good. Well, that's, a fantastic start for the 2025 Nationals with all our over 45 women. You know, every single skier into their 3rd pass. Belinda's probably not too happy with the time frame. Putting
that's right.
Putting things back a bit.
People that ski well are a nightmare for tournament directors.
So,
but we started on schedule this morning, so, and I think it's the rain is going to be potentially our enemy more than anything. But at this stage of the game, it's still hovering around. It doesn't really look like it's coming in on us yet. So while it's staying away, we are going to continue to keep running flat out on this lake.
So just looking at where, obviously we've got 2 skiers after to Lisa finishes, and then we've got a full crew change again. So we'll have a driver, our judges. For our adaptive skiers, we have 6 adaptive skiers in that round. And they're set to be 7:53, so I think we're going to be pretty bang on time.
All right, looks good. All right, here we go. Lisa Kavanagh coming in. This is the bogey pass here with regards. The lead score currently is 2 at 13 metres at this pass. And if Lisa can get a piece of 3 ball, she is going to be catapulted into the lead of this event so far. What do we got? She is around to, dearie me. She didn't want to be a clear leader. She turned pretty tight at 2 ball. It grabbed her. She broke just a little bit.
This is what
I thought she was going to get through that, but then it ripped the handle out of her hand.
We could watch the replay.
Yes, it's a very good point. I got the other score wrong. I'm not 100% sure it will be a full 2. She got to the wakes, but did that handle pop before she got through the wakes in control? I am not sure.
Just hearing on the radio that the judges have given it 2. Let's have a look at the replay here. Now we've got our live webcast up and running. So she was beautiful at 1, like lovely out of 1. Continued into 2. Just drops it a little bit. And
she's heading towards the wakes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right on the.
Right on it.
Anyway, we'll leave that with them.
Judges are there. Well gone. Good. And
It's not going to make a whole lot of difference anyway, because actually it's going to make it very exciting, because you can throw a blanket over those those top 3 competitors, which is going to make the finals very exciting. No one has got a real clear lead there out of those first 3. We've got 1 1/4, 2 and 2. So whoever performs the best in that final round is liable to come to the top.
exciting. I'm not sure when the second round for the over 45 women, if they are tomorrow or they have to wait till Monday. Without looking at our run sheet, let's actually have a look at our run sheet. So yeah, just yep, so just having a look through, so the girls haven't got too much of a wait to their final round, which will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So 9:52 over 45 women's round
the
two.
finals are exciting. We're going to have to keep a hold of these scores so we can do our rough calculations in that second round and call the winners home. I am pretty sure I know who's going to be the winner of the over 65 women's slalom, because Sue Crisp, it looks like, is the only competitor. And I heard over the radio there that she is coming in at 49k 18 metre line. Not 100% sure what top speed.
I believe it is 49.
Might be 49,
Sue's just returned from New Zealand from the Oceania titles. And I know she was shortening a speed or 2 below Katie Pickford. So
fair enough. So, well, Katie's 55. I know her top speed 55. We're about to see in a minute anyway, because she has just run that past lovely. 49k 18 metre line for Sue Crisp at an over 65-year-old age. I think that's spectacular just in itself. Just being able to get down there at that speed.
So, okay, so just had confirmation. So 49 is Sue's top speed. She is returning at 16. She
all right, so already chopping the lineup.
Pretty consistent a few weeks ago.
She might go pretty deep. How do you got any scores for her at all hanging around?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if we can find a bio on her. There was bios issued, and some people filled them out and other people didn't. Not sure what Sue's got up to. No, I don't think Sue's got a bio.
Righto, so just up onto the website looking. Oh, yeah, Sue's into 13 quite regularly.
Fair enough.
So
All right, so we've got 16 metres to start out with here at 49k. We've got Sue Crisp on the water, representing Victoria, I believe.
Victoria, yes. I believe they've just picked up a new boat too, having a bit of a chat to Richard. And when they were in New Zealand, they'd purchased the boat, but he was a little worried that they weren't going to get any time behind it. So he was a little worried. So a Nautique.
Ski Nautique, one of those fancy ski Nautiques.
I think it was the 200, I believe.
Fair enough.
And Richard was quite excited.
All right, so we've got Sue through her second pass 16-metre line.
Yeah, I'm seeing some 4 at 13s here, so not sure what a PB is, but we'll...
So a half open, she's going to get through this next pass at 14 metres and have a crack at the green monster, the 13-metre line.
Interesting to know what the Australian record is, because it'd be nice to have a few Australian records broken over the next 2 weeks. I know everything's been put in place to make sure that is quite possible, with homologations and boats and ropes. Just giving a bit of a reminder, we got one more skier after Sue, and then we're doing a full crew change. So if those people can be ready for our adaptive skiers, I'll just pull up some names.
Alrighty, we've got Sue Crisp coming back. This is going to be a 14-metre line, 49k, over 65 women's event. Interesting to watch on the screen that all the webcast viewers are watching on. Pretty nice one ball. She's turned 2, not too bad as well. Pulled forward just a little bit there. Better out of 3 ball, I think. A little late out of 4 and pulled forward a little bit, yeah. That is all she wrote, so couldn't quite. Just that handle was getting away from her a little bit out of 2 and 4, so she's losing her angle into 3 and 5 and just caught up with her by 4 ball, but that is still a sensational score. Deep 14 metres. Score of 4 coming through from the judges at 14 metres, 49k for Sue Crisp from Victoria.
So just taking a look through, you know, with our officials, we're just having a driver change for the adaptive. So I believe Daryl's going to jump out and let Shane drive. And our judges are staying in place by the look of it. So still have Jamie Mitchell in the boat, Ken Ito and Peter Smith over in the tower. Mel on gates with Mark Lauder, and then just a swap with the scorer.
Oh, what's up with it?
Can see a little bit of sitting here, Coops, under the marquee, the Ski North marquee, and there's a little bit of rain happening out there now.
Yeah, it's a good point. I can see it cooling up there. Can you push that cooling water over there, George?
You're lucky to get out of bed at 70.
I know.
52k, 18 metres.
I think he's
probably 52 has to be top speed at 70.
He's a machine. Alrighty, we can see that maroon bib from Fred Douglas
Oh,
there.
lovely one ball.
Nice one ball. And I think he's got those marquee.
Oh, I love the colour combination.
Yeah, I know. Those
going on
shorts
here.
really stand out.
Shorts and the gloves. And the gloves.
Is he 70 going on?
Oh.
Oh, I think he might have just drifted down course and we've put the mocker on him. I was about to say 70 going on 25. So he's going to hang in behind there. That's a bit of a shame for Fred that he didn't quite get through that opening. It looked good early on in the piece. Let's see what happened here looking at that replay. That one ball looks spectacular, really. Like he's waiting for two. Maybe he's a smidge narrow. Good out of two as well. And in pretty good shape through the wakes there. Where did it come unstuck? Maybe he's a little narrow and late. He's turning a little down course, but this is 18 metres. He actually looks fine there. Going through there.
Yeah,
he's
there's a little bit of rain.
Starting to get a little late at 4, and then just a little back on his ski, and just the handle got away from him a little bit there, and that made him late for 5. And then he just, I don't know, he just didn't get enough oomph out of 5 to get over to 6.
It's definitely got heavy now. Heavy, not Queensland, not far north standards, not heavy. Like this is not even. This is like sunny.
So we have got a little bit of rain, and I'll be interested to hear the chatter as to whether they might hold for a minute or not, or what's going to happen, or we're just going to keep on skiing.
I think we're going to, by the look of it, with a bit of a crew change, bring up our mini course boys. And maybe if we've got any of our adaptive ski families want to come up to the commentary and have a bit of a chat about some of the...
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know a whole lot about it apart from... And there's definitely different rules with regards... Some skiers ski to the full course. Some skiers ski the mini course, or what I used to call the mini course here. And it just depends on their particular level.
Just a short little break in our skiing, just changing the course over for our adaptive skiers.
a heater top. I brought a heater top with me because I thought, might get chilly down there because I'm from far north where it gets pretty soupy up our way. And I thought I might be chilly, and the sun was out, it was nice and warm, and I jumped in the water and went, wow, the water temperature is beautiful. So we're lucky that we've just got beautiful middle of the road skiing here.
Yeah, agree. Be interesting to hear some stories around the paddock on, what extreme lengths have you been to ski? I know a lot of people do a lot of driving in this sport.
Yeah,
a lot of driving.
That's a good point too. I'm spoilt now because we've got a lake close to us, but in the old days we certainly had to drive, and some people drive for hours for a couple of sets and then hours again the other way.
I'm not sure, we're just having some feedback on the broadcast. I'm not sure if there's any live comments on YouTube that we don't get to read. But
I'd be interested to see too. It'd be nice if
who's out there.
If we could have a bit of interaction with the people at home that are watching us, and maybe they've got some questions for us. It'd be interesting to see if there's people viewing from. I'm hoping there's people viewing from all over the world, because this is starting to be the way it is now that events get streamed. I know the Americans stream their nationals. They have a slightly different format to us. I think they've got so many skiers over there, they only get to have one round, and I think that round is seeded on a ranking list. So over the course of the season, the best quality skier gets to ski last. Whereas in Australia, we have qualifying scores, which is similar, but we get we're lucky over here because we don't have quite as many skiers. We get to have 2 skis within our nationals to get our score together. And in the younger divisions, they run on the world format where the first round is a prelim round, which seeds them, and then the second round is a final round, and that's the round that counts.
So after our adaptive skiers, over 35 women. So, and then getting into a long list of skiing, looking down the track, over 55 men's. Big field, 13 skiers. Should be pretty exciting to watch.
That's because all the old boys are
retired.
Yeah. Well, they just keep moving through the ranks, I think is what it is. So there's a big blob of people that just keep getting older and keep skiing and say, I'm going to keep skiing. But I am actually noticing, I will say quickly now, I'm noticing we've got some strength in some of the junior ranks now. There's some of the junior ranks, there's new faces and longer lists down there, which is what we're excited about. Us old boys are going to fade away into the distance, and that'll be fun for us all to watch and hope and see how long we can stay in there for. But it'll be lovely to see some of the juniors bolstering the numbers down there for the strength of the sport into the future. Would be nice.
Oh, now the sun's out.
Yeah, the sun's nice. Warming us on the body. Still very light rain falling. Super light. And it kind of looks like it might fade away altogether. It's funny water skiing though, when you're travelling at speed, that little bit of light misty rain can pierce your eyes a little bit, and it does unsettle some people. I know it rattles my cage a little bit when it just gets heavy enough to be to just pierce you a little bit. So some people wear some glasses sometimes. But that's not much fun either if you're not used to wearing them.
No, I know some skiers have gone to some extreme lengths, like skiing in like 200 mil of rain, heavy downpours.
Yeah, yeah, I have. I know Joel Howley. I've seen Joel Howley come up our way and skied, and we had a particularly bad day, like we can up our way. We get pretty wet, and you could. All right, we're just hearing radio call through from the boat. 13 metre line, 55, is it? Is that correct?
Yep, 55.
Holy, this is opening pass.
In a course.
In a course, though. So the line is shortened up to 13 metres. The boat is going 55k. and he's going to be skiing what I call the mini course.
55.13.
All right.
This
Here
will
we
be
go.
interesting to see
Yeah.
how short he goes.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good there. Oh, I'm not sure about that 4-ball.
He's going to have to go.
Apart from that, looked pretty
Easy.
good. Hopefully he did get around that. Hopefully that's just my eyes playing tricks with me. Yeah, we have got a score of 6 balls there, so well done for Richard West. So nice opening past 13-metre line, 55k. So obviously skiing the mini course is what his division puts him into, and he has the ability to start. He has the ability to start like the pros, basically. Top speed, 13-metre line, and he's got it straight off the bat. Nice job.
Richard's in the category of AL2. So AL2 for those people watching online.
Yep, for people who know those categories, and I'm sure there probably would be a bunch of adaptive skiers potentially around the world trying to see what's going on. They have their. Do they compete in the normal world titles, or do they have their own world titles for adaptive skiers? They might. It's pretty complicated because there's lots of different divisions, I think. So maybe they might do their own thing.
Yeah,
Not sure about that.
Oceanas was just on, and
they were skiing there.
They competed in the Oceanas. So
fair enough. All right, here we go. Coming back.
12 metres.
This will be 12 metres.
Inside course. He's quite wide, isn't he? Like he's got plenty of room left.
Yeah. Looking good there. Round 4 ball. On fire. Early for 5. And around 6 ball. And out those exit gates. Nice job for Richard.
Probably wasn't expecting to be calling maybe a 9.75 here, Coops, so early in the
that's
weekend.
Right. That's exactly right. I hope we've got a full competition rope that goes all the way down there, because we're already at 12 metres, and he was making that look pretty easy, really. So good on him. Yeah. Let's see. All right, confirmed from the boat that he is going to be coming back at the 11-metre line. 55k, or 34 miles an hour, for our American counterparts. I keep thinking they're here. Is there anyone here from America? Is there anyone watching from America? What time is it going to be over there? It'll be in the middle of the night. Can't imagine anyone staying up late.
I just heard Tony
to
Lightfoot's actually
watch us.
Was citizen now, American citizen.
Oh, really? Yes.
I think I heard that. He might be watching.
We need to get him over here to play this game for us. Certainly famous in the ranks of announcing in tournament water skiing, and I half think that will help him travel around the world to all different places for sure. Come over to Australia, Tony. We would love to see you over here and say good day. All right,
so coming back in 11 metres here.
11 metres.
A little down course.
Oh, it's down course this time. He's in trouble a little bit there. I think he is still around 3 ball though, and
Still
over to 4. Still in it. I think he's still in it, even though it looked iffy for a sec. All right.
Yep.
I reckon he might have got home on that.
So
wait for the score from the boat. All right, we do have a score of 6 back from the boat. So we're going to be coming back at 10.75 for Richard.
yeah, I think the TWBC thing has been a nice breath of fresh air for water skiing across the world. It's good to
been running for a couple of years now, and they definitely set the standard, don't they? They set the standard. Gus here is certainly doing a sensational job for us here as well to lift the bar a little bit in Australia, because we want to play with you guys. We want to show the world that we do a bit of skiing over here as well. We've definitely got a few solid skiers probably a little bit of a smaller population in this country to play the game, and our sites, a lot of natural sites in this country, not so many man-made sites like they do in other countries, but there is a little bit more. There's every now and again there's more sites starting to pop up, so we are clawing our way back into this game, and for some reason, like in a lot of sports in Australia, we seem to punch above our weight, where we've got good representation in the world ranks, even though we're fairly lean on population.
Here we go, 10.75.
All right.
It looks like the boat's coming back a bit slower.
Yeah, it does. I think
going to full course now. So this would be interesting.
Wow, this is a change.
Out.
Yes. So we're back to long line, full course, and he's skiing around the full course here. Oh, he's just got around 4 ball there, heading to 5. Not sure he's going to get to 5. Inside a 5 ball for that one. So
if we did. So just by the
maybe
judge, 3 at 37 on the outer course. So Richard was out there for quite some time, wasn't he? What was that, his 4th pass? So said if we had any of our adaptive crew that want to come up to the commentary and
yeah, it probably would be
educate us.
Yeah, it would be nice to know a little bit more about what's going on in the world with the adaptive skiing. I think it needs some people who understand it, because there's lots of different levels. And in a lot of cases, you expect people to be in seated skis, people, who can't physically stand on a ski, but obviously we're seeing people standing on the skis in the first couple of skiers, and they have got. All right, so just head back from the boat there. This particular skier, who have we got?
We got Ben Coping from South Australia.
All right, Ben Coping from South Australia. He is skiing the outer course 49k.
Yeah.
So the boat is coming in at 49k, and he's going to be skiing the full course.
Now I'm looking at Ben's category. So Ben's got V 2/3. So I don't know. Let's put it out there. Maybe visually impaired.
Oh, fair enough.
perhaps.
Yeah, could be. So he might have trouble seeing what's going on out there.
I know when the World Adaptives was on in Townsville, if you're visually impaired, that were totally blind, which blows my mind.
Yeah. How do they manage that?
Just with a bell. I think they're ringing a bell when they're near the buoy.
All right,
Ben looking very comfortable.
yeah, looks pretty good shape. So we've got 49k full course, round 3 ball, heading over towards 4, and it was pretty early for 4, so he's looking pretty good in this opening pass. Got that bright yellow helmet on. Nice. All right, got through that opening pass. He'll be happy.
Hello.
No worries. Good on you. Alrighty, just a little word from the canteen, as a matter of fact, just to remind everybody that if they are hungry, they are definitely open for business. Not sure, I heard a little rumour they was having trouble with their coffee machine. I'm assuming they've got over that, because there would be anarchy if there was no coffee. I'm getting thumbs up about the coffee, which is good. But breakfast is being served. They do have bacon and egg rolls. They've got breakfast burritos. Who doesn't love those?
Yeah, I just had one of those,
Yep.
and now I need a nap.
Exactly. toasted sandwiches. We've got savoury mince, ham and cheese toasted sandwiches. So there is a full range of breakfasty stuff. So don't let yourself go hungry. I think
Ben's coming back.
All right, we've got a scare on the water.
52 full course. So
52k. Oh, he's had a tight one, and then it pulled him out straight a little bit. He's in trouble.
2 at 52. Beautiful one ball though. Saw that on a t-shirt somewhere once.
Me too. Yes, I'm with you. I know that I was just going to say with regards the breakfast at the canteen that a few people normally like to have a ski first because it's a bit hard to eat before you ski, especially on Nationals Day. So don't shut that breakfast down too early because once I finish skiing, I'm going to be coming over there for a breakfast burrito myself. But everybody keep that in mind that we are open for business if anybody is hungry.
Right, just Ben's score officially coming in. Well, not so officially, but semi-officially. A 1 at 52 there, so he must have skied inside of 2.
Skied inside a 2 ball, yeah. He turned tight at 1, and then it just squared him up. A little bit too tight to hold on to it, squared him up back to the boat. And that's what can happen, and that is all she wrote.
Next scare on the water, young Ira Dalzell from South Australia. And I know young Ira, she rips it.
Yeah, you were saying you saw her ski in the Famil?
Yeah, saw her ski yesterday. She was over in New Zealand a few weeks ago for the Oceanas. Her adaptive category.
Ira Dalzell. And she skis full course?
Full course.
Yep. And that was 49k I heard from the boat. She's going to be starting at
49 full course, and if you watch Ira closely, she'll release one hand on her, her onside, but she's harnessed in to the actual handle, so she's got like a special little sling.
Oh, really? So she's attached to the boat a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit like a show skier.
Having a chat to her dad, and thought they might have to have a release, but they trust the system releases for her. She does have a stack.
All right, let's see how she goes.
She is a lefty, and so she'll release on her left, but then holds on her offside.
Oh, fair enough.
And you'll see the handle's got a few modifications.
Yep.
The sling.
Skiing well though. She's lovely pass for her early at 6. Early as you please at 6 ball there. So she's got to be happy with that as an opening pass in the Malibu 2025 Waterski Nationals here in Australia. $19.02 was the time, so that's going to be 49k. So she's going to be returning at 52k. Now, top speed, 55, you think, Craig, or who knows?
I think it was 55, so...
All right, well, hopefully she'll get there, no matter what it is, she'll get there.
No, having... Okay, good. Ira coming back at 52 Ks.
All right, so very interested to watch this technique again. So you say she doesn't release at 2.4, but releases at 1.3. That's what's going on, Craig?
Yes, that's right. She hasn't got an option of releasing.
Yep, so she's definitely released there, yep. So hands tied to it
so
there.
Her right hand.
Pretty good 2 ball. Nice 3 ball. She seems to be on track here, skiing-wise. Pretty good out of 5 ball there over towards 6. She's not going to miss this pass. Nice pass for Ira, is it?
Ira.
Ira.
I think it's pronounced Ira.
Ira. And what state does she represent?
South Australia.
South Australia. Ira from South Australia.
We're having a bit of a chat with, people trying to get onto the water as much as possible, and I believe the Dalzell family has to do a bit of travelling as well. Aira is at boarding school, finds it hard to be on the water as often as we all would like.
Channel 19.
Okay, so we are top speed 55. I'm pretty sure I did see Aira getting into the short line, so once again, Coops, we're sort of all of our skiers into third and fourth passes. Hopefully that's a nice little thing for the rest of the weekend for all of us.
I think that's going to go now. We're going to wait for someone to talk, but when I do that, we're on the same channel. I think you can just adjust the volume on the top. Pretty sure that's going to fit.
Okay,
52,
55.
55. We're going flat out now, so it is 55k.
55.18.
Yep, still at 18 metres. I can see on that webcast there.
Oh, lovely, out of one.
Oh, she's motoring all right. Yeah, that would be hard running 55k 18 metres without letting go of the handle.
Yeah, trying to release.
Yes, on 2 ball. All right, so we're hearing back from the boat. Unofficial score of 1.5. Let's have a little bit of a look at this replay to see how she manages this. Pretty nice through that entrance gate there. And not bad out of 1 ball. Hooked up pretty good. Just maybe carrying a bit more speed. Sort of got back on the ski a little bit. And then sort of let it collapse underneath her a bit. And that is all she wrote, but very good skiing.
Right, we have 3 more skiers in the adaptive division. Samantha Longmore, Jason Taylor, and then Jason Sleep. After those 3, looking at a full crew change. So judges
need to start having a bit of a think about it.
If you're getting ready,
the next ones.
I'm out of here. I'm heading over to the tower. So we've got Daryl Shorty driving, Mark Hooper. We seen Mark Hooper this morning. Mark Hooper is down as a boat judge. Tower, myself and Drew Martin heading over to the tower. Graham Kavanagh and Mark Quinn heading into the control tower to do gate judging, and Tara County scoring. So if our judges can get ready, probably only about 10 minutes away from a changeover. And then I believe we've still got New South Wales manning the dock, which makes me think, who's responsible when we say New South Wales manning the dock when it's Queensland? Do we need to find a Queenslander? Or so
got another little bit of light rain starting to fall on us there. So the sky actually looks relatively good, but we're certainly getting a few drops of rain starting to come down again. All right, we've got Samantha coming in 37k, so it's relatively slow. Was it 14 metres, I think he said? 14 metres.
Yep, she's on a sit ski and on the inner course.
And Samantha is from...
Whoa,
Don't
say.
know.
Doesn't say. I think... Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I think Craig's got to disappear a little bit.
I've got to go now, yeah. I'm judging.
Yeah, so after this adaptive, there's 2 more adaptive skiers. Yeah, be happy to have you come and join us. Good on you. No worries.
Okay.
We've already taken him on. He's already on board.
Okay, Samantha here. Getting around Samantha, you can see in a sit ski. Looks like she's got the rope around
Turn
her
four ball
elbow as
nice there.
well.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's well done. Opening pass complete.
Is he doing anything official? He might just judging.
Can I please sit on your bag? I mean,
Yep, you could get another chair if you want.
You can have this one.
But I'm covering it. Have you?
oh,
Okay, we have Samantha coming in.
Be 40k. I heard the boat from the. So started out at 37. This is 40k.
40k inner course. Round 2.
All right, looking pretty good.
Probably pretty hard to get a bit of angle on these big skis.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a bit of a knack with getting through the wakes in control too. If they take off a bit too much through the wakes, it's almost a timing thing to go over the wake and come down in a nice timing arrangement so they've got control into turn the next ball. And maybe it didn't matter so much there because that looks like a pass that she's well and truly capable of. But as we know, as it all gets faster and tighter, I think that control to not bounce so much is going to come into play to getting deeper. That's only me looking at it, trying to work it out. It definitely looks like a handful out there, but she's making it look good for sure. Nice scan through 2 passes. Now, I don't know whether she's going up here or whether the line stays the same and the speed goes up.
I don't know, we're going to call it where we keep going up in speed until,
I think she started at 37 and that was 40, so I think the speed is going up in this particular case.
Top speed and then short line
Yeah.
and then out to long line.
And maybe, yes, and maybe 14, which I'm pretty sure is what she's doing there, is the standard length at that mini course.
Yeah, she wouldn't want too long of a line.
Yep, so we heard it from the boat there, 43k this one at 14 metres. So the line is staying at 14 and the boat speed is going up by 3k's, which is the standard fare in tournament water skiing. So we are going to have to see how she's going to... I'm going to be very interested here to see how we're managing the bouncing and how you keep moving through the course. And I think it's about keeping control into the ball so she can get that turn tight enough to get the angle of the next ball. Let's see.
Samantha.
Let's see how Samantha goes. Alrighty, through the entrance gates nicely. Turn 1 nice.
Just handling the crossing with a little bit of care.
Yep. A little bit of rain falling as well, just to annoy her, but she is staying on track here. Over to 5 ball, and I think she's going to make it through there. Over to 6, no problems. I reckon that is a completed pass. 14 metres, 43k. So she keeps running them. We can keep bumping the speed up, which is what's going on. bit of trouble
Oh.
there.
And
And away she goes, hand in
She's
the
all
air. So
good.
she's well and truly happy. Well done. That was the 4th pass. So she's excited. She's yelling out there. So
sounds like PB territory,
yeah,
doesn't it?
nice. Good job. Looks like you just got to keep in control. She got out of control for just a second, and it's game over. So, I mean, which is the same for normal slalom skiing. So, dealing with the same issues that everybody is in adaptive skiing. Keeping control of that ski underneath you. Good job.
Right, so just hearing some of the judges' calls. There's a little bit of a split decision here, so might be important for Samantha's family. So we're getting either 2 1/4 or 2 1/2. So we're assuming it's a PB, close to PB.
Still a little bit of pesky rain just hanging in there. Like the sun is shining through. It's kind of funny, isn't it? The sun is shining through, but we've still got this pesky rain. Probably heavy enough at the moment to annoy you. But I have a feeling that the judges are going to just continue the skiing straight through.
So just getting the official score back then, 2 1/4 at 46 on the inner course. Is that I think that was an ACT bib. I might have called Samantha from New South Wales before, but looks ACT.
Is that yellow? If it's a yellow bib, I think it might be Western Australia.
I don't think it was over yellow, like W. Anyway, she's not
Someone
from
will tell us.
Queensland.
Yes, someone will let us know. So where are we now? We've got, how many skiers do we have left in this step? 2 skiers?
2
3.
skiers, Jason Taylor, and then Jason Sleep. I know Jason's a big, driver for the adaptive community and makes skis and lends them out as well. So getting people involved in our sport. Not sure how many of them are jumping today of our adaptive skiers. Right, just a pitter-patter of rain. And cloud comes and goes. How'd you sleep last night? How are the cabins over at the
cabins
park?
at Stoney's are beautiful. So no problems. It is a little easier being on site when you're involved in events like this because you can come and go a little bit more easily. But yeah, they're lovely little cabins. I definitely did hear the rain on the roof last night. All right, word on the street from the boat. Jason Taylor, next skier on the water, starting at a 12-metre line. 34, was it? 34K?
34, 12 metre.
On inner course.
Inner course. Yeah, we sort of got very lucky with finding a little quaint B&B about 5 minutes away over that north side.
So, party at your place tonight?
Party,
is that
yes.
Yep.
Met the owners yesterday. Only into the B&B game for a year now and having a good chat. A couple of their dogs took some liberties of, taking reflex liners for a little bit of a wander
really?
through the bush.
So you've got the usual problems that you might have at home. That probably makes you feel right at home, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I think Oakley now, he's probably a bit disappointed if he's sitting home watching this on the webcast, seeing this lovely dock here and thinking that would be pretty cool to be jumping off.
All right, we've got Jason on the water here, 12-metre line, 34K, relatively slow. Let's see what we got going on here. So he is around one ball, comfortably around one. Oh, a little slow out of 2. He's got to get moving, and that's probably part of the routine. It's hard to get moving sometimes if you get caught on the wrong edge, I'm assuming. But he's back on track now. Nice around 4 wall and plenty of time.
I think he's looked at that line length, and it's just a lovely little sort of, as you said before,
Yeah.
it's more that little rhythm jumping across the wash instead of trying to ski through it.
Yeah, keeping yourself moving. I think you really would potentially have to stay balanced over your ski really well. So if you get bounced and your balance point is maybe leaning out where you wanted to be leaning in, and I think that's kind of what happened to him there. That's what slows you up and puts you into trouble. So once again, it's about staying in control, and the skier that can stay in control at the faster speed and the shorter line length is going to win the day.
Righto, I'm going to hand over the mic to a better commentator. And have a crew change, because I think we're 1.5 skiers away from our over 35 women. Looks pretty good with some, 5 skiers. So
Alrighty, gone down a little bit early. Hand in the air though, pretty good. Let's have a little bit of a look what happened there. We didn't have our eyes on our fries, and we missed Jason on that second pass. Alrighty, just watching that replay through 1 ball. Oh, he's caught the tip into 2 ball, and no matter what ski you've got on you, if you do catch the tip, it's trouble. All right, joining me up here now, no real need to introduce Gary Humphries, well known in the industry for many years. Good to see you here, Gary.
Thanks, Coops. Am I on? I am. No, great to be here. Of course, Queensland's put on a magnificent show so far, and 2 weeks of top-class skiing.
It's going to be a bit of a long event, this one, isn't it? Like normally we do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, even that's long enough, but we've got to sort of settle ourselves in here for almost 10 days. So have you got it in you? Are the vocal cords going to hang in there?
Well, I'll soon find out. I've got a few people on the bank down there going to let me know if I start rolling the R's a little bit. But yeah, it is a couple of weeks of top-class water skiing. Now you can't be bored, especially next weekend when we bring the Open and the Juniors in. So
Yeah.
where are we up to with the? I've always called them the disabled.
Yeah, you're right.
You're calling them now the.
Yeah, it's even listed here as disabled skiers,
Yeah.
but I believe they prefer adaptive. So we just want to
Yeah,
we
we'll
wanna
try
run
and
with-
go with them. Noel
yeah.
Dix, of course, the key man in it, would be making a claim to that.
and
So
there is
Coops, a lot of work that's been put in to put up this magnificent. I went to the opening night last night. You would have thought you were downtown in a restaurant. I think it's called a Cut Later, isn't it? Cut Later.
yeah the double cut diner.
Double Cut
Yes.
Diner, yeah.
Viv is who we have
What
to
a
thank for
great
that.
idea.
Yeah, Viv McCullum, and she's put in a lot of work to make that happen. It's been, being slightly remote. I mean, we've got Port Macquarie there, obviously, but the site itself is a smidge remote, and there's a lot of people going to be hanging around. And how do you feed them all? And at one point in time, we turned around and Viv said, "Well, I can feed everybody if I get support." And that's what's happened, and she's definitely plugging away. And I think we'll be putting on a few kilos over the next couple of weeks myself.
That's good. Is that from food or beer?
Well, a bit of both, to tell you the truth. So
No, I met the chef because I turned up, of course, late without a ticket. And she said, "Don't worry, we've got enough left over. We'll be able to feed you, okay?" They still hit me up for me $20, of course, but that's fine. That's
Yeah.
what you'd expect.
Money's been a little bit tight this year, so they're definitely staying on fire as far as that goes.
You're right, too. So, ladies and gentlemen, not far when we move back to the able-bodied skiers and we move to the over 35 women's slalom round 1, sponsored by the Gold Coast Waterski Club. So I'll get Coops to tell us a little bit about the sponsorship. There's a few events. We haven't got this. Judges, if you are judging in the able-bodied slalom, which is starting in a matter of minutes, you need to be in your position. So you know who you are. You've got a work list. We'll read it out in just a moment, but please get down there so we don't have to hold the event up. Testing at 1, 2, 3. Thanks, Coop.
Oh, yeah, I think we've got you there now, Gary. A few little teething problems we've got to work out, but we do have 10 days to work it out in, so hopefully we'll get through it. I think we've got one last adaptive skier on the water, though. Jason Sleep's going to be out there for us shortly. Or maybe he's not. I know he is. Yeah, he is.
There goes the sleep, man.
Yeah, he was hiding behind the boat there. Here we go. I didn't hear a start speed, but I believe he skis the full course. He's certainly looking wide enough to start with there to ski the full course.
Now, he's an amazing athlete, this fella. Comes down, skis at Bridgewater, of course, down in Victoria, but he holds Australia and world records. He is a world champion. I'm not sure what year that Sleepy's taken out the world championships, but he should have a resume up there somewhere. One of the most recognised disabled skiers in the world is Jason Sleep from Victoria.
He really cuts hard there, doesn't he, Gary? And to get to that full width of the course.
Yeah, he's been a legend in this. Of course, now he puts his hand to coaching, which is very, very good. He's got a squad down in Victoria there of disabled skiers. Of course, it's a division that you go up and down in numbers. They used to have a saying that Noel Dix used to stand outside the emergency department at the hospital recruiting people into disabled. That's an awful thing to say, but it just takes a lot to keep the numbers up in the disabled division.
Yeah, I
If
understand.
you get someone like Jason Sleep comes out, and of course the word gets around, hey, I can have a go at that.
It's
And
probably
of course, if you have a look at the jump, that is amazing to watch them jump.
understand. Hit it up again. Yep. All right. Alrighty, just a couple of little points as well. We might watch Jason go through this pass though first. What do we got here? I haven't heard what speed we're running at here, so I'm assuming Jason's speed just goes up, or does he start shortening the line there, Gary? Do you know where he's up to with this?
No, as far as I know, he stays on the same line length, but he'll take his speed up as he comes back. And of course, I heard your other commentator say before how you've got to get that ski on edge. He's got the ability. He's a big man, so when he puts that ski on edge, he's right across to that next boy coming in. Across to number 5. That is top class. That's world class, ladies and gentlemen. World class Jason Sleep from Victoria.
Yeah, he slices through that wake out of 1-3. Slices through the wake rather. I was talking before about how they sort of time jumping the wake a little bit just to keep their momentum. But Jason is cutting through that wake there, which is next level, I reckon.
No, he does. And do you realise that he designs and makes his own sit skis? And I believe he makes skis for overseas competitors as well. He's very well known as the Sleepy.
Wow, sensational. I just got asked to update everybody with regards to the first aid facilities on site. We do have permanent first aiders here, and they are situated down adjacent to the boat dock, the main boat dock down there. So if anyone has any issues, if you've had a twist or a sprain or a cut or whatever, we do have official first aid people on site down at the boat dock down there, so just be aware of that. Also, the canteen is fretting that they have got way too many breakfast burritos hanging around. They are looking for hungry people to come in and have a little bit of breakfast with them. Once I have a ski, I'm going to be over there for sure myself, but there's plenty of food available to eat.
So you got 6 boys on that last pass, Coop, so I suppose you're coming back now on a shorter line. We'll have a look when we can see him coming into course. Okay, strong lean, gets out early because he's got to get those gates. Same as the oval body ski, he's got to get those gates perfect. Straight through goes the big fella. Now look at the edge on the first weight. So
Tight
out of the
bundle.
boy just there. He gets all that lean there, bounces the second. Of course, our young skiers, we say, do all your pulling on the first side and through the wakes. So just that line length making it a little bit difficult. He gets up to number 3, 4, and that's the end for Jason Sleep from Victoria.
I can see what you're saying there, Gary. Like, he just drives the nose of that ski in around one ball and turns tight, and away he goes. But we all run out of steam at some stage of the game. The rope gets too short or the boat gets too fast, and I think that was a roundabout. I think he might have just gone inside a 4 ball there. So make an assumption of around about 3 balls. But you'd half think that he might be pretty happy with that because that was his 3rd pass he was skiing there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Australian record. Have you got a radio that we get the scores come through, Troops, or not?
Yeah, this one here, maybe it's been a little bit quiet.
So we'll try and someone from Victoria let us know how far Sleepy was. Yeah, round of applause, everybody. And I'd say he wouldn't be far off the Victorian record and then Australia and, of course, the world. But he skis at Bridgewater, beautiful place where it's always nice and calm. He gets some great scores there. They've got a great disabled setup at Victoria, at Bridgewater as well.
Alrighty, I think we've got Mark, our homologator, out there now who's going to remove those mini course balls out of the way, just so we've got the normal full course in there. Alrighty, I think we are going to be moving on to the over 35 women is our next event. There's going to be a little course change. I'm not sure it's going to take the guys too long to sort that one out. That little bit of pesky rain has sort of gone away. What are we thinking about the wind? It's, you know, it's not strong. It's not really on the water too much. I'd call it a little cross breeze, which isn't affecting too much at the moment. There's kind of some darkish clouds off in the distance to the southeast there, and I hope they're heading another direction. Alrighty, the Judges Tower have just asked me to hit up Gray Kavanagh, is it? Yeah. Gray Kavanagh, if you can come down to the Judges Tower, you have got a little job to do down there by the sounds of things. Counting balls.
No, as you said, the weather's beautiful at the moment, perfect for slalom skiing. So I've never known this side to really ever blow out. We've had many nationals here over the years, and it's always been pristine condition, on and off the water. A credit to the Stone family. But I think we're going to be lucky today, Keeps. If you look around, it's hanging around, but
yeah.
I think we got it last night, didn't we?
Yeah, we certainly got. I certainly woke up last night with it pounding on the roof, so there was some rain around. But I've been here for a few days, and they've been talking about rain those previous days, and we didn't really get much. And if this sun can burn through a little bit, I'm kind of hopeful that we're going to avoid the worst of it anyway.
Well, you're a farmer in the tropics, you'd know it back to front, wouldn't you?
We definitely get a little bit of rain up our way. We've been known to get a metre of rain in a week up at our place, so we certainly know what it's about up there. Lots of sugar cane, and the sugar cane loves the water.
Yeah, sometimes down south.
Alrighty, we're hearing from the boats. Sophie Seacombe, first skier on the water, 40k by the sounds of it, 18-metre line is where we're starting out for the over 35 women.
Okay, everybody, able-bodied slalomers are back on the water with the over 35 women. Now, many of these skiers are experienced skiers from a few years ago, have now decided to keep skiing when they get over 35, same as the over 45 women. Your call, Coop, bring her through.
All right, here comes Sophie through the entrance gates, opening pass, no doubt she'll be a little nervy, pretty good around 2-ball there, looking good. No problems at 3-ball water, beautiful and glassy. That rain's faded away, so conditions are certainly nice. Looks comfortably in early for 5. I think she was earlier at 6 than she was at 2, so that pass was well in her grasp and she made it look very easy.
Now, I saw her out here yesterday in familiarisation. She's a pretty good slalom skier, this girl. But 43k that was, wasn't it? 43.18?
I thought it might have been 40, but well...
40 was it?
Yeah,
just reconfirm that if you will. 40k, so she's got a couple of passes before she has to shorten. And with us we've got Noel Dix, the team manager, disabled, Australia. Oh, well, that's all right.
You were right there.
I'm sure you're still a team manager, Noel.
You were right there, actually, Gary. That was 43 and returning at 46.
Okay, so our information profile here doesn't tell us where Sophie does all her training. So if someone in the bank, I'm sure, will come up and yell out. So here she comes back in at 46k, and the beautiful Malibu. Look at that Malibu TXI. Of course, the Malibu company, very strong in Australia and sponsoring this national titles. Noel Gordon's the representative this weekend. He's on the bank there somewhere if you want to wander up. He's got one for sale at the moment, half price.
Oh, I'll go for half price, Gary.
There. Just say, Noel, just say you've spoken to Gary. And she's coming in now is the Soph coming. She's nice, strong skin, just running down course a little bit. On to 5, can she get across to 6 and complete a good pass? She does well in control.
Nice job there, Gary. That
Queensland team down there, pretty excited. Aunties and uncles.
Just got into a little bit of trouble halfway down the course there, I think. So the handle was up in the air around 3-ball. She was a little bit back, and I was thinking, oh, there's trouble. But she got herself back down on track for that 46k pass. Sophie Seacombe from Victoria. Sophie.
All right, we wait for Sophie to come back in on her 49k. She's still on the 18-metre line, but she's looking pretty good out there. She's got the family all there as well for the support team.
First skier in the over 35 women's division for this 2025 Malibu National Waterski titles. And no matter what happens here, Sophie's going to set the bar for the rest of the skiers to chase. But this is a 49k pass. Ooh, a little back out of 2-ball. I think she's a little down course. Scraped around 3-ball, and that's going to be all she wrote. But that was her third pass, so she's probably fairly happy with that, with a score, unofficial score of 3 at 49k.
Yeah, good call. I'd say that's about where she'd finished too. She looked strong here yesterday in the mills, but now she comes out. Usually if they run their third pass, you'd say they're up to where their maximum effort is, third or fourth pass, but she's looking good. First competitor out there's got the score on the board. I think she may need a little bit to, of course there's 2 rounds added together, Coops. So there's no finals here on the second round. It's 2 rounds added together.
For all our overs skiers, that's the way it works, isn't it? So 2 rounds, and I sort of keep going back and mentioning the American skiers. They only get 1 round in their nationals over there, but we certainly get 2 rounds here added
Go
together.
on, Queensland, give her a round of applause. So we're very lucky this weekend. Of course, if you've got a skier here and you've got all the relatives at home, we've got the event is telecast on the World Wide Web. So just go on to the Facebook page, Tournament Waterski Australia, and then search for the national titles. And there's a page in there that you'll find has got the link to the World Wide Web and the event, the telecast of this particular event, which is great for our sport to be able to have it televised around the world.
All right, Gary, the next skier I do know, Katie Pickford, skis up our way, Queenslander. She's a little bit more renowned for her trick skiing, being mad keen tricker for a bunch of years, and competed. It was the Oceania event was the most recent one that she competed in, but she also competed in the over 35 Worlds last year in the trick event. Not sure whether she slalomed there, but she's been working on her slalom, trying to get it to bring it up to where her tricks are, so she can be strong. But she's around the 46, 49, 52k mark, and I believe Georgie's just telling me now that she was going to start at 49k 18 metres. So we've got Katie Pickford from Queensland, far north Queensland, coming into the course. Now let's see how she goes.
Okay, Katie coming in first pass, 49k, 18 metre line. Obviously a pretty competent sort of a slalom skier. Gets a nice, easy number 1, cross to number 2, looks pretty still good position. 3 across to the jump, and we'll have a bit of a look at 4 as we go past. And easy across, as you said before, that beautiful calm water down there. And early for 6, well done. She'll come back in at 52.
Yeah, I think she'll be happy with that for an opening pass for 49. I was a bit worried because normally she'll start at 46, but she's been saying that she's just feeling that a bit boggy. Yeah, and she did that pass pretty well.
No, she looked really good too. That's the important thing. Early for most boys.
Actually, just watching her run that pass, I could see her maybe getting through the next one, 52. She didn't, it's probably, what do you reckon, George? She'd be a 30%er at 52. Like, she'll run one occasionally, but it's not very often that she'll run one. So, but she ran that pass relatively easily, so maybe she'll be a chance to run this one.
Yeah, I agree, Coops. I think she looked too good out there not to be able to run 52. And then, of course, this division will shorten at 55.
She'll be throwing a party if she
another
gets to
couple of
shorten the
passes.
line.
Do you reckon she'll shorten this time? Might be a big issue. There's a crew. I'm just worried about the driver crew.
Anyway, we've got Katie Pickford from Queensland, far north Queensland, actually coming back 52k, and she'll be keen to run this. Let's see how we go. Righty. All right, through those gates, around 1 ball, looking in pretty good shape actually. Oh, she's clipped the ball. I think a 2 ball there is what happened. She was early enough, maybe a smidge narrow, and she's clipped the ball, and I think that's really upset her, and in she goes for a score of 1.5, I think at 52k. Alrighty, I'm just hearing from the homologator Mark here that we are chasing jump ropes to be homologated. So if all the people that are jumping can bring their ropes to the Osmac trailer on the other side of the main marquee, the Osmac trailer. Mark is going to be over there homologating your jump rope, and you are going to need that to jump with later on, I believe.
Bit of camaraderie up there for the Queensland girls.
We quite often
Coming
do.
in.
The Queenslanders are a bit renowned for tunnels, for doing the Tunnel of Love. I'm not sure what's happened to the tunnel this year. Maybe that's part of the fact that this event is spread out a little bit over 10 days now. That's a lot of walking to do over 10 days, all those tunnels.
Yeah, you have a bigger crowd, of course, too, don't you?
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think it's going to maybe feel just a little thinner because we're spread out, but still pretty good.
oh, it'll still have the same fun. That's what it's about, isn't it? Fun and great skiing. So I'm sure that you put a lot of work into it, it'll go well, I've got no doubt. There's no doubt the second weekend will, of course, have the premier skiers here and the juniors, because everybody's mum and dad and grandpa will be here. There we go. There we got the Tunnel of Love, mate.
She got a one-sided tunnel.
It was a single tunnel. Okay,
I
now
like
I can
that.
tell you a little bit about this young lady.
Tegan
Her
Pigden.
name is Tegan Pigden from New South Wales. She's the daughter of that famous water skier, Murray Pigden. I think Tiggy would be coming in at 52K. We didn't get the call, I don't think, Coop, did we?
No, I didn't hear it from the
Oh,
boat. But
gets around number 5, across to 6. She fights it all the way. It wasn't the smoothest run she's done. Now, this young lady was a gold medalist in the under-17 girls in jump. She was a very good jumper. She's renowned for her beautiful trick skiing, but maybe that's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek. And a good slalomer too, very strong. So I'm pretty sure that we'll try and find out. We'll see when she comes
I'm
back.
pretty sure I heard there that she will be returning at 52k. So I think that might have been
52.
that might have been a 49 opener for her.
Unusual if she starts at 49, but because she don't want to be on the 16-metre line. She can run the 16-metre line.
Oh, we've got. I'm
So
just
she's
hearing
got a
back
bit
from the
to go.
boat there, Gary. 52.16, returning 52.16.
Okay, I reckon she's up, well, probably 52. That would have been 49, as you said. 52 now, and she's gone 16 as well. She'll feel more comfortable on the 16, I believe, than the 18-metre line. Whoa. So I'm tipping she'll run this pass. She's a bit of a fighter and has got a great background in water skiing. Of course, she's got about 3 or 4 young kids now.
And where does she ski now? Is she
And
down at?
she skis
Colombo
at
Creek?
Albury Wodonga.
Yep.
Still at Colombo Creek, of course, because her dad's still got the lease on that place.
Yep.
So I think there would be honestly 12 Pigden skiing here this weekend. Okay, let's have a look at Tiggy coming in. Snaps it round number 1.
Early
Cross
for
to
two.
number 2, nice and early. Looking good as she comes down course. The beautiful Malibu holding it right on 52k, and there she goes. Cross to 5. She'd be happy with this, I'll tell you what. 6 boys.
Beautiful,
Well done,
nice,
Tiggy.
nice pass for her there. I think that looked actually a little nicer than the opening pass. So I think she got a chance to take a breath down there in the water and settled her nerves. And
Yeah, and I
she's pulled
think
out a
she's-
lovely
I
pass
think
there.
she's better keep also on the 16-metre line. Puts a bit extra tightness on that line for her. And she, as I said, she's very strong. Now she'll come back now
55,
at
I heard.
55.
Yeah, I heard from the boat
55,
55.
16. This will start to sort her out a little bit. But she has the ability to do it, but whether she can do it today will be the thing. 2 rounds added together. She's got a really good score to back up for the second round now on the board anyway. So 6 competitors, which is good numbers at the Nationals in the over 35.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. We've got 6 competitors in the over 45 women, 6 competitors in the adaptive, 5 competitors in this over 35 women. Over 65 men, we've got 5 competitors. The over 55 women, there's 3 competitors. The over 55 men, that's where it's pretty stacked. 13 competitors in there. A few old boys hanging on
There's
by
a lot of old blokes
Yes.
around the side, isn't there?
hanging in by a wing and a prayer there.
So you're not skiing in it?
I am actually. I'm one of those old boys that is
I
hanging on
thought
by
you
a wing
might
and a
have
prayer.
been. I thought you might have been. Righto. Come on, New South Wales. Let's have a look at Tiggy Pigden. Coming back in now, 55, 16-metre line. She can run it. Can she do it today is the big thing. Nice, strong. Have a look at that lean behind the TXI as she goes
Oh.
through those wakes. Little bit late across there for number 4. Didn't quite put it together inside 5. But I think she'll be pretty happy with that score. The fact that she's in 16 metres 55. Tegan Pigden.
All right, final confirmed score for Tegan, 4 16 metres 55k. That's pretty good skiing though. Not sure how that. I'm pretty sure Catherine will probably swallow that up, but you never know. Melanie, I'm not 100% sure where Melanie's at, to tell you the truth either. Melanie Ward, she's ranked obviously. I believe these are in a seeded order. This first round is in a seeded order, which goes on scores that have been listed in EMS over the last couple of years. Not even 100% sure how far back that ranking runs, whether it's just the last 12 months scores in the last 12 months, and sometimes it can depend on whether people have skied in events over that particular time or not.
Yeah, I think it's the last 12 months or the last season. Of course, everything that we do around here is based on the USA, and but that'll be a Australian ranking scores here, I think, for the Australian titles. But of course, there's got to be an L-rated tournament to get a ranking. And here we are. What have we got now? Melanie. I've heard a lot about Melanie. Supposed to be a pretty good slalom skier.
She's a big, strong slalom skier. She's tall and she's strong, and she's got some pretty good technique too. So,
well, that helps, doesn't it? Where does she ski? Do you know where she skis?
Yeah, it's a good point. I'm not 100% sure. She's southern region. I think possibly the Gold Coast Ski Club, but I'm from far north, which is 1,800 k's away from where they're hanging out. There's a bunch of sites down there, but I'm pretty sure she'd either be skiing at the Gold Coast Ski Club. She may ski at Coolum a little bit as well, like a lot of skiers do down there. They have a bunch of events at Ski at Coolum there. Anyway, here she comes. Didn't hear the start speed. Looks like probably about 52-ish, I think. Yeah, we're on a 16-metre line there, so she could be straight in at 16.55. I think maybe, I'm having a guess there, Garrett, maybe 52, 16 maybe where she's starting. She certainly made that look nice. It was never in doubt at all.
Okay, well, we're going to find out in a moment when the boat calls for the next pass, but I think you're right. It was definitely a 16-metre line. Yeah, 52k. Okay, so she'll come back at 55 now. Of course, you'd expect some of these skiers to go into the shortenings as you go through the rankings, but she looked very strong. Her setup onto 1 and 2 was beautiful. As you said, very tall, strong young lady.
Yeah, it's a different approach that more and more people are doing. I've even considered it myself a little bit these days, because I start at 55.18, and there's just a lot of line at 18. She's starting at 52.16 because she doesn't like the 18-metre line, and then she moves up to 55 on the second pass. And it's a strategy that a bunch of people are taking on these days.
Yeah, all the young under 17 boys, they're the ones they like to start on a 16-metre line. I think it just shows the girls on the bank how good they are. Okay, Mel comes back in for her 55, so we're up to the maximum boat speed. We're on a 16-metre line already. Now, what about that TXI, Coop? Absolutely magnificent towboat.
Yeah, beautiful looking boat.
Oh, sponsored by Malibu Australia, of course. As I said, Malibu's got a super deal at the moment. They've got one in the showcase, I know, in the showroom, I should say. Have a look, though. Mel coming back in for her 55.16.
Beautiful,
there,
1 and
she's
2.
a nice slalom skier. Strong across behind the wakes. Round 4. And we head to 5. Can we get 6 and put a bit of a lead out there? Give Catherine Gordon something to chase.
A little bit of trouble at the end, but she got through
the team is
there.
there. The Queensland team are awake and they're on the bank. Okay, that's good. That'll give Catherine Gordon something to chase. She'll come back on a 14-metre line now.
I do have a little bit of a skier bio. We've got some skier bios here, but they've been a little bit thin, that people hadn't been filling them out. but Melanie has filled one out, and her ski club is the Gold Coast Ski Club, and her hometown, she's got New Zealand there, and she lived in Australia. She's lived in Australia for 16 years. So her PB is 3.5 at 14 metres, so she is on her PB pass next here, 3.5. She's shooting for. And she is riding a HO Syndicate ski. Alrighty, so this is going to be the PB pass for Melanie Ward here from Queensland Gold Coast Ski Club. 3.5, 14 metres is where her PB is. And she's going to need every little bit of that if she's going to put some pressure on this over 35 women field. What do we got going on here? She is through the entrance gates. Oh, maybe a little narrow for one ball. She's turned tight at one, though. She's waiting for two, or a little back out of two. Is she going to get enough angle to three? She is around three. She's turned it tight. She's over to four. Can she run this thing? She's had a good four ball. If she can hook for... Oh, just inside a five ball there. I thought she was actually on it there. I thought she got out of four nicely, and I thought she got enough to get herself over to five. But that is still a personal best for her.
Yeah, well, what did we end up with? 4, was it?
I think it's
Four,
four.
yeah.
I think it's four in the
She
end.
got around 4. But I'm pretty impressed with her. She got a very strong lean. She does tend to get on the back of the ski a bit. But she went straight through 1 to 2. Was looking really good, and I thought she was gone across there to 3. But
So we've got a half ball PB there. It's a new PB for her, and what a place to do it at the Nationals.
righto,
At the
Queensland,
national
let's
titles.
give her a big round of applause.
4 at 14 metres for Melanie Ward from Gold Coast, Queensland.
She is your current leader. So she's already got a good score round 1. She just needs to have a good score round 2, and she's right in the medals.
You're being the second last skier in there, and that's the lead score now that we've got on the board. So she's definitely a player for the podium. I think it's going to take a bit to upset our next skier, Catherine Gordon, but at least she's putting a little bit of pressure on there.
And that's what you need, just a little bit of pressure. And all the girls this morning are actually skiing pretty well, or about where their PBs are. So we haven't had any first pass falls, which is really good, because they're all experienced, most of them over 35, they're reasonably experienced.
There's a solid tunnel of love down there, I think, Gary. First one that I've seen.
Oh, good. Now, I can tell you a little bit about the next skier. She'll come in at 55.16, chasing Mel's score in there of 4 at 14.
55k 16 is where Catherine starts at.
Yep, that's where she normally will start at.
And where's all your crew skiing now? Where's Catherine skiing?
Well, Albury-Wodonga's, have you been to Albury-Wodonga at all?
Yeah,
Yeah, good site,
years ago.
beautiful site. And there was a fellow by the name of Gavin Brain who was very involved in. We were all members of the Moodmere Waterski Club, which is down the road. Okay, Catherine Gordon from representing New South Wales, Albury-Wodonga, comes in on the 16-metre line. Pretty experienced 3 event skier. Doesn't jump anymore, of course, but she's now a mum, so she gets across to number 6 nice and early. She's got a very good technique because she's small. She's had to get a very good technique over the years because she's a little bit shorter than some of the Karina Nowlands and some of the gun slalomers we have in Australia. So Catherine will return on a 14-metre line.
Definitely look fairly tidy there, straight off the bat. So she is, she's this next pass, if she runs this, that'll catapult her straight into the lead. I mean, she's still got to do it, but she starts a little higher than the rest of the girls, starting out at 55.16. Going to be coming back 55.14k. I just got asked to let everybody know as well, you'll notice some star pickets in the water along the side of the lake there. They've actually put a little bit of fake grass in there, astroturf or whatever you call it, to make it a little easier to get yourself out of the water. The slippery rocks on the edge of the lake are a little tricky when you get close to the edge, if you've got tender little feet, and if you come in between those little star pickets, there's going to be a little astroturf there to make life easier for you.
Okay. The Stones have thought about everything, haven't they? The Stones have thought about the Stones.
Yeah. It's surprising. They're kind of rounded stones, but they're still a little tough on you, tough on your feet.
Yeah. No, it's good, isn't it?
All right, here we go. We've got Catherine Gordon coming back in, 14-metre line. This is her second pass, top seed for this over 35 women's division. Let's see how she's going to go. Oh, lovely looking one ball. Plenty of time to wait at two ball. Double pumping that ball. Don't want to put the mocker on it, but this pass is looking the goods at this stage of the game. She's a round 5 ball and no problems out the gate at 6 ball, and away we go. So that was a nice pass, Gary. Never looked like she was going to miss that.
No, she's pretty consistent. Down around 14 and 13. We'll see what happens on 13. I don't want to put the moz on her.
So so it's 13. A bit of is the bogey pass potentially, or she'll
she'll be wanting to run deep into 12.
Yep.
Her personal best is 2 at 11, but that's a couple of years ago.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. She's got a couple of kids to run around after these days, doesn't she? So that makes it, and I'm assuming the kids start stealing your skiing time as well as the way it goes.
She's not that happy about that.
I've definitely in my family, it's been the sliding curve. I'm sliding down the hill, and the kids are sliding up. Georgie's well and truly swallowed me up now.
Yeah, and that's the way you want it, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, it's terrific for us too. And of course, Poppy and Nanny are the sponsors. They're the sponsors of the Gordon ski team. But no, I'd expect Catherine on a day would run this 13 metre and she'd come back in at 12. She had a good slalom here in the Famils. So let's have a look, Catherine. Now we're into the first one in 13 metres today.
Alrighty,
So we'll
boat firing up. Yeah, so I think
getting into serious part of slalom skiing. Now when you get down to that green shortening, you've got to know what you're doing. So 55k, beautiful TXI coming. I'm not sure who the driver is actually, but we should always recognise our drivers. We've got world-class drivers. Okay, we set up. Number 1, Catherine Gordon representing New South Wales. Gets a snap around 2. 3's on the board, cross to number 4, past the jump, and waits for number 5, 6, and she'll come back in on her nemesis 12 metre line.
You were dead right there, Gary. Didn't look like she had any problems to me at that 13 metre line. She was never going to miss that one as well. So she is setting a pretty solid score to chase out there. So I think she's probably already got one hand on another gold medal for this Nationals in the over 35 women's event. Definitely looking strong. So this 12 metre pass is the bogey, and she can get through it, but she hasn't necessarily been getting through it that much lately. Is that what's going on?
That's a good call, mate. Yeah, 12, of course, when she was skiing open, she could get into 11. But now she's getting on a little bit. I can't say that when she's here, of course. But getting on a bit, 2 kids, whatever else. But I would, I hope she just can't hear me, but I would tip around 3 or 4. She would be expect to get 6.
She looks tenacious, like she's strong. She's nuggety strong by the looks of things as far as the boat tries to unwind her a little bit and she goes, no, I'm not going to get unwound.
She's probably better known for her trick skiing, which she won many Australian titles.
Where is she score-wise there, round about ballpark?
Her best at a Malibu tournament was 8,500.
Oh, wow, that's up there.
Probably 7-6.
Yep. Anyway, here we go. She's coming back in 12 metre line. This is a big pass for Catherine Gordon. What do we got? We need a 1 ball out of this. Oh, not too bad. Looked pretty good out of 1, to tell you the truth. Waiting for 2. Oh, got pulled forward out of 2 there. So not sure whether she held that handle in her hand around 3 balls. So it's going to be at least 2 at 12.
Probably 2.5. You reckon, Coops?
I'm not sure whether she had. Not sure whether she had a hold of that handle.
Or not.
We'll hear through from the judges. Oh, we've got a couple of conflicting scores there. Yeah. So some people calling 2, some people calling 2.25. Not really going to matter apart from the score that she might like to hear herself. I think there's a few different scores, so the judges are going to go and do a little bit of a review on that, I think, to see.
It's 2, she said.
She's calling the score herself of 2. All right, we'll take that. We'll let them know.
I can't tell you what she said. She said I was faking number 3. I know she tells her son.
She's being a smidge too honest.
If you go inside the buoy, never ever stop. Keep going. You might block them. There goes Moby Gordon, her man, my trick skier. Mobes, tell Mum to come out near the 2-star pickets.
Anyway, that brings to an end the over 35 women's division, the first round anyway for the national titles. And we are going to be moving on to the over 65 men's slalom. And we have got Raymond Horton. This is going to be the first skier on the water from Western Australia. David Weston, Peter Smith, Gary Weideman and Mark Lauder. So those are our 5 skiers over 65 men's in this Malibu National Titles.
He's a versatile man. He's a barefooter. He's got his own lake out from Perth there somewhere. But very involved in all divisions, show skiing as well. So he's
sounds like
obviously
he's a bit of an all-rounder.
Yeah, he's a bit of an all-rounder. But apparently a very nice little lake that he's got. But what did he start at, Coops? Do we know?
I didn't hear that score, to tell you the truth, that start speed. So
I don't know, I'm fine. I don't think I'm slurring, am I?
No, you're fine.
I think he's doing good. I'm going to have to disappear. He's going to have to hold the fort for a while.
You'll wear out quick because that's the most talking.
Yeah, it's good for me. It's good for me speech. I want to introduce you to me best mate, Coops. This is Moby.
Moby, how you doing, Moby?
Good.
Are you skiing this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, next weekend, yeah.
We'll probably let you call him Coops.
Yeah,
Okay. You got him, mate?
yeah, I got him. Alrighty. We have got Raymond Horton coming on the water, second pass. Still missed that speed, so kind of guessing at this stage of the game speed. I'm thinking we're looking maybe about 52-ish, 49, 52-ish. Anyways, looking good. Round 3 ball. A little bit back maybe out of 3. He's going to be a little narrow for 4. Oh, into trouble as soon as I spoke. Just a little bit back out of 3
that
ball
old body,
there.
Coops. That old body would have
Yeah.
got a bit of a pounding then as he went
And
through.
then just a little narrow at 4.
Now, talking about Malibus and TXIs, if you're after that half-price TXI that they've got in the factory down in Albury, Noel Gordon's walking around the site.
Can we
Make-
do 2
make-
for 1 maybe? Is
Make
that
him an offer, 2 for 1,
for
I'm
1
sure.
deal?
I'm sure. It's a beautiful demo boat that they had there this year. You think I'm joking, but
Yeah, we're
Beautiful.
kind of in the market ourselves a little bit at the moment. We've got a very ageing old boat up at our little club, but we're a little thin on money, so we've got to keep working at that. But Malibu has pushed right to the top of our list of potential boats to take up there. They just seem to do a good job at staying competitive. Like the game, it's getting expensive, this ski boat game, and Malibu are keeping it as close to real as you can keep it, I think. So we're definitely keen. In the big tent, there's coffee over there. Yep. They'll take cards for sure. What have we got? David Weston from South Australia. All right, next gear in the water, we have got David Weston from South Australia coming in now. Once again, we can't quite hear the speeds too easily, so I'm kind of guessing at about a 49. I'm thinking, oh, maybe a little slower, maybe 46k. He's looking good as gold through that course, through that opening pass, though. Around 6 ball and out the gate, so he'll be happy to get through that opener. In the over 65 men's division in this 2025 Malibu National Australian Waterski titles. All right, I'm going to get that radar close to my ear and find out what speed we're doing here.
Dave Weston, South Australia. You know, Dave's been coming to the Nationals, I would say, for 35, 40 years. That's why he's skiing in the over 65 men. But he's been a big player in South Australian tournament division for a long time.
All right.
He's been the president. He's been involved in running nationals, state titles. But he still turns up and skis in the over 65 men. I noticed he had a young lady walking with him this morning, and I said, "Is that your granddaughter?" And he said, "No, that's my daughter." But a great contributor is Dave to South Australian water skiing. And he's still out there. He didn't look too bad there.
That was 49k.
49k,
yeah,
so that's not bad, 49k.
Returning 52k now. Heard it from the boat. Still on 18 metre 52k. So I'm assuming that's the top speed for these guys, 52k. So this will be top speed for him. And if he can get through this, we'll be chopping the line.
It should be top speed too, shouldn't it? 65 years of age. So he may not have the perfect technique, but he's still there, gutsy skier. And if you get a chance, ask him about his trip up here. So Dave Weston, South Australia. 2 boys on the board. 2 rounds added together, of course, gets across to 3, 4 and 5. And we'll go out through the gates. South Australia, are you there? Because there's your number 1 skier
Nice
at the moment, Dave Weston. Well done.
So he's got through that full pass there at 52k. I noticed a nice little bit of chicken wing there. I remember we used to teach that in the old days, you know, when you're releasing that outside arm. He's got a bit of chicken wing routine, which isn't good for rugby league, but it's very good for slalom skiing, and it's got him through that 52k pass. So they're going to be chopping that line up from 18 metres to 16 metres for Dave. And, you know, we need to maybe even consider what's going on across the board there. Mark Lauder being our top seed. Where's Mark? Mark's, I'm sure he can run 14. Mark been running 13, Mark Lauder? Not sure what's going on these days. Not sure where the top of the pops is. Not sure where Gary Wiedemann is. He's around the 16-14 mark.
Okay. Dave Weston coming back in on the 16-metre line, 52k. Jump ropes, everybody. Team managers, everybody else. Jump ropes, we need to be homologated.
We changed location though. We're going to come down to the announcers area. If you can bring your jump ropes down to the announcers area, and I believe if you haven't had it homologated, you will not be able to jump is the routine. So bring your rope down here and get it homologated. Alrighty, we have got David Weston on the water. This is 16 metres. Oh, just looks like he just got outside of 3 ball there, but couldn't get back to the wakes.
Okay, so he got into the 6th. I think he'd be pretty happy with that. I reckon that's about PB territory. But you'll notice there, you say to the kids, you've got to get your hips forward. Well, Dave would know he needs to get his hips forward, but I think it's hard with that 65-year-old body to get him forward.
Score coming through 2 there. Didn't quite get around 3 balls, so that is 2 at 16 metres 55k.
So we've got a good field again. Peter Smith from Victoria. I know Peter well. He's a big, tall, gangly, looks like a big praying mantis out there on the ski. But he's a very good 3-eventer. Went to the over 35 Worlds and won. I think he brought home a bronze medal in the jump. Of course, as his arch rival from New South Wales, Mark Lauder, won the jump. So we've got a world jump champion here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Better than next weekend, so I don't think they've got a world jump champion next weekend, but we've got one this weekend, so we'll claim that for our credit.
So just over the course of the weekend, there's we are looking for announcers who want to come up and do some announcing, because there's a bunch of us that are skiing and going backwards and forwards, and also doing some judging. So if there's anybody that feels like they would like to come and announce over the weekend, come and see us, and I'm sure we can put you up here to tell us about your skiers in your region. We've got access to a screen up here where you can watch a few little replays, and it's kind of is the best view in the house, I think.
All right, from Victoria, so said big, tall, gangly fella, but a great 3-event skier is Peter Smith. Prefers to be known as Ben. So if you know him, just call him Ben. His wife calls him Peter. Okay, a nice easy pass coming in. I didn't catch it again. We're a bit slack on the boat speeds. I don't think they're calling them through though, Coops. 6 boys out through the gates. So he can run into 13 as well. So 52k coming in on an 18-metre line is Pete Smith from Victoria. So he's a wealthy grain grower from over around Horsham area. And of course all their lakes have dried up over there lately.
Bit
so
dry over there. We're getting all the water over here, this side of the country.
So seriously, they've got 3 to 4 lakes, Nattymuck Lake, Green Lake, that they could ski in, Dimboola, and they've all dried up. So what does Pete do? He just goes over and buys a block of land at Bridgewater, over near Bendigo, puts a shed on it, puts his caravan in, and now he operates from Bridgewater, same as most Bridgewaterians. So beautiful spot is Bridgewater on the, forgotten the river, Loddon River at Bridgewater, but of course people drive up from Melbourne and the surrounding areas of Bendigo. They got a very strong ski club, but nobody really lives at Bridgewater. Okay, grabbing Coops, here he comes back in now.
All right, coming into course, this will be 52k, 18-metre line, I believe. Let's see how we go. Nice around 1 ball, looking pretty good. On track at 2 as well. No, I think this is 16 metres, sorry about that. Around 3. Around 4 ball, over to 5. I think this is going to be no problems. A little late at 5 ball, but he is around 6 and out the gate, so that was a nice pass. So he'll be pretty happy with that. 52.16. He'll be coming back at 14 metres after that pass.
Yeah, 52.16. That's pretty good for Pete. But you can see, though, he is well in control all the way through. So 52.16. He'll come back in at 14 metres.
Alrighty, that's so that'll be our first over 65 men to get into the yellow line, the 14-metre line. Will be Peter, and we've got a couple more to ski after him: Gary Wiedemann and Mark Lauder. Not sure where those guys are, but If Peter Smith can get through this 14-metre line, he's going to put some pressure on him. I'm starting to get a little worried about the gloominess that's approaching, though. The sun's sort of been swallowed up by the clouds, and the clouds are starting to look a little ominous coming over us here. Once again, I still haven't really chatted to Belinda about what may or may not stop us moving, but I kind of feel like we might be just about to get hit by a scud. That's what we call them up in far north Queensland. We call them scuds when they come through. And we'll get a heavy hit, and there'll be wind with it, and there'll be solid rain with it, and quite often on the back side of that scud, it'll be calm, beautiful glass out. So
Bit like the eye of the hurricane, is it?
a little bit.
Okay, Pete Smith now coming back.
14 metres.
14 metres. 28 foot off your Peter Johnson slalom rope. So Pete, as I said, big, tall, strapping man. He's got the advantage over the others, how tall he is. But across the number 4, still in. I thought he was still in business.
Yeah, I thought he was still in there too.
But he said, no, we've got to look after this body. So we would have taken a big snap turn around number 4. He would have been in trouble to 5. But well done there. So we pick up. He's in the 14 metres, so he's leading. 2 rounds at it together, of course. So 3 at 14. And Dave Weston, what did he get? 2 at 16, was it? 2 at 16. Yeah, and where did Raman go? 2 at something. Well, that's all right. We'll get the scores officially come through at the end. Of course, don't forget we've got the premier event coming up, ladies and gentlemen. The over 55 men. There's some old.
It's probably looking like the biggest division there.
There's some old stalwarts in there. There's lots of hustlers in there, I'll tell you.
13 skiers.
Oh, God.
Probably I'm assuming the biggest division across the board for the overs event is going to be the over 55 men. All the guys that can afford the boats, potentially. Well, it's gloomed over with the clouds, but it's not. It hasn't started raining. I thought we were maybe going to get scudded. It's sort of evening itself out. Like I can live with this. If we're going to be overcast, I can live with that. We just prefer not to get bucketing rain. Really?
Yeah, overcast is nice, really, when you're looking at slalom skiing, calm water. I wouldn't mind a few of these scuds down south, mate.
All right, next skier on the water, we've got Gary Weideman from Western Australia. Start speed 52k, 18 metres. So we got that start speed. We know where we're up. Obviously, Gary spends a fair bit of time behind the wheel. I believe he was the director for driving in Australia, but maybe just given that up because he's got other things on his plate at the moment. But anyway, he certainly still enjoys a ski. And definitely been thick in it for a bunch of years. And here he comes, 52.18.
52.18. Gary Weedman. WA, are you there? Hop out and support your top driver here the weekend. But big, tall man, just making it look nice and easy. They're very smooth, just holds that edge through the wakes. 5 boys, 6 is easy, he says. Give me another crack. I'll come back at 55.
It's easy to spot that yellow bib, isn't it? The Western Australian bib, the yellow one.
As you made a comment, he's been the tournament Waterski Australia boat driving director for some years. Made a lot of inroads to it. A few more controls and safety aspects. So he's a pretty smart cookie. Does a bit of his business over in the US, travels to the US a lot. Hopefully he might get over there and sort out these tariffs with Trumpy. But other than that, he spends a lot of time in WA.
Driving's evolved a lot over the last decade or so too, hasn't it? With the advent of SurePath and with the way they log the numbers and so on, it's almost a definable job, and a lot of drivers have been put under pressure, and there's a lot to learn in the driving game. It seems to have got maybe a smidge more difficult, but maybe they've been nailed down to to being accountable, and it's really it's a difficult job. You know, like I say, Viv's job in the canteen is I think is the most difficult on site. The driver's job's getting close to one of the second most difficult job there. It's important. The driving's important, and these guys put a lot of work to make it happen and to get it right. But right at the moment, we got Gary Meaderman on the water on his second pass. This is going to be a 16-metre pass, 52k for Gary. What do we got happening? Looked pretty good out of 1. He is over to 3 in not bad shape, not bad out of 3. He's over to 4. I can't see him being in trouble. Maybe a little late for 5, but he's going to get out of there okay and back to the exit gates. No problems at all for Gary. Maybe with this little bit of gloominess coming over, the wind might have just changed a little bit to be a tiny bit tail from that southern end, I think. So that might even play into his hands a little bit here, because coming into his third pass, 14 metres, he might just have a slight head breeze now into 2-4, which might suit Gary.
Yeah, there is a small breeze coming across, diagonally across, but they're all pretty experienced, these guys, though, so I think he'd be enjoying this 14 metres coming in. He's well in control on his first 2 passes. But you're talking about the ease of the drivers. I think they have got it a bit easier these days, Keeps. When they sit up in these beautiful TXIs, the speed's set. I know they got short pass now, which is a difficult thing to big brother sitting looking at
short
you all
path
the way
puts them
down.
under a bit of pressure, I think.
Yeah.
But
I go back a few years when we'd probably have national titles at Myena Bay, which was in Newcastle.
I did ski there years ago.
Did you?
Yeah. That was where I went to my first tournament in Myena Bay. I was a Sydney boy originally, and that was the place to go, and it was a lovely site to ski at. It's a shame how it's turned out there. But
we
anyway.
even had the big outboards, 2 big outboards in those days, and Barry Chassis, you might remember a fella called Barry Chassis. And all the timing was done by a person with a stopwatch out the side of the boat. Coming back in, Gary Weedman.
14 metres.
WA.
He's looking on fire here. He's at round 3 ball. He's in good shape. He's going to turn 4, and he's got out of 4. Not bad. Maybe a little thin. He could be thin into 5. He's going to be late. Is he going to get over to 6? I think he has. I think he might have squeaked through that at the end there. That's he's going to be pretty happy with that, I think.
That was a good pass. He's going to come back at 13 with a small tail breeze. Will be a big ask, but by the way he ran that, he's capable of running deep into 13, I would have thought.
Yeah, that was a nice pass. Yeah, I certainly remember the old stopwatch days where you would hang out the side of the boat and you would be timing the gates, and then you were timing 3 ball. And that's the way we used to keep it all together. I don't remember the outboard days myself, Gary. That must have been early days. They even ran outboards in Moomba at one stage, didn't they? In the early days.
Yeah, no, they had the outboards at Moomba too. But of course, to hold that outboard down the course dead straight while you got the hand on the throttle, Barry Chasser was the man, one of our best New South Wales driver, and he was funny because he would. If you were jumping with him, the jumpers loved him because he just give it all it had, and those big outboards had a lot. So you can talk about timing, but every jumper got more than what they needed. Righto, Gary Weedman, WA. Where are you, WA? Can't see anybody down on the bank.
He's definitely trounced the field at this stage of the game, running that full 14-metre pass. So this is new territory, and this is going to put him to the top of the pops for the time being. Mark Lauder might have something to say about that as the next ski, but let's see what Gary's up to. Whoa. 13 metres, not a lot of line there. He's going to get around 2 though, so that is going to be a 1-2 at 13 metres, and I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with that, and that definitely puts a little bit of pressure on the field.
Okay, I reckon he'll be happy with that too. He stood up around number 1, got to number 2, and then just broke forward, but 2 on the 13-metre line. I'll tell you what, he's right out there in front, but Mark Lauder would be the man that can change that. The one we're missing in this group is Graham Ashcroft. I'm not sure what happened to Graham Ashcroft.
Is he over 65 or is he might be over 55s? Is he?
I think you're right. But he usually
but I don't. So you know what?
Lauder.
I think I heard a rumour because a few people have done this, have nominated themselves in over 21 so they can ski with the kids because it's understandably maybe a bit too long of a gig to be able to afford 2 weekends and a full week in between to do this. So there's a number of people have nominated to ski in the over 21s division. So for guys like Graham, that'll push him back to 58k, I think, which will be a hard slog. But that's the decision he's made.
Yeah, no, there's a few people have done that, and you can understand why, but he usually skis against, the reason I said that is he usually skis against head-to-head with Mark Lauder, but I'm not sure what's happened there.
Just heard back from the boat there that Mark Lauder's next skier coming in starting 52k 18 metres. So he's starting at top speed, long line. And here comes Mark Lauder now from New South Wales. I'm not sure, is he team captain this year? He's usually team captain. He just...
he's team captain of everything.
Yep. In Queensland, we tend we have someone new each year. We sort of tend to pass the baton around. But in New South Wales, Mark Lauder is the man.
Okay, great competitor for New South Wales. Been around for such a long time, but still very, very competitive. He's actually a ski bum, ladies and gentlemen. He was an accountant. He's got enough money stashed away, so he's now a ski bum. He just travels around to everybody's ski skills and has a couple of sets and then moves on, goes up to Emma for a couple of days, has a few sets, goes to every tournament in New South Wales, Victoria. So, and of course, the results are there. He's such a good three-event skier.
And
Good tricker.
And he's a hard skier. He came to visit us. He skis lots of sets. So, you know, I can only ski so many sets. You ski 2 sets in a day and you feel like you've really done some work. And if you do that for a couple of days in a row, you're really feeling the pinch. But he was having 3 and 4, and I think even one day had 5 sets in one day and still powering along. So Mark Lauder has got some ticker. That's for sure. Yeah,
and there's no doubt about that. And you've only got to watch him on the jump to see if he's got a ticker, because he jumps around 36, 38 metres, and he really attacks that ramp.
Yeah, it's his favourite event, I think, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, well, if you're world champion, it's got to be a pretty favourite event, hasn't it?
And he doesn't muck around there either. He's straight out, and I'm sure we'll see it this weekend. Straight out there for a double cut. He's not going to mill around, having a single to warm up. He's got it sorted out. He's jumped for distance straight off the bat from that first jump. Anyway, he's slaloming now, and he's got some work to do in order to catch Gary Wiedemann. I believe this is going to be a 16-metre line at 52k, so he needs to get through this and the next one to put a little bit of pressure on Gary. Let's see how he goes. A little tailwind at 16 here, I think. Only slight tail breeze, and he's making it look pretty reasonable there, Mark. Maybe a smidge narrow for 5, but he is going to get to 6 and outside out those gates, and that is a completed pass for him. So he'll be coming back with that little slight head breeze, 14 metres, and let's see how he's going to go there.
So same as Gary, coming back at 14. I'm pretty sure he'll run it. Very, very competitive person is our Mark. You said about the team manager. He is the New South Wales team captain. Team captain. And then also at the over 35 Worlds, he's been team captain for every one of those that I can remember. A great contributor on and off the water, and a damn right good guy.
Yeah, great guy. Everywhere he goes, I think he feels at home. He's like at home. When he was up in Queensland skiing with us, it was almost like he was a Queenslander hanging out.
Well, when you're a ski bum, Coop, you got to be a
yeah,
nice
I must
guy
admit, I am a little bit.
to get all those free sets.
I'd trade places with him.
So final competitor, ladies and gentlemen, and then we go to over 35 men tricks. Is that right? We're going into tricks
No, I think
today?
we might have jumped through a page there. We're
might
over
go
here.
through.
I believe we're going to go for the over 55 women. We've got Lorraine Hode, Rose Mikowski, and Mel Collins, the 3 competitors in the over 35 women. And then we're going to move to the over 55, the big over 55 men's division, 13 skiers in there. All right, here we got Mark Lauder coming back. This is 14-metre line. This is the big pass. Can he get through this and stay with Gary Wiedemann? He's around 2 ball okay. He looks on track here and actually waiting for 4 ball. So unless something goes awry here, I'm going to see Mark Lauder's going to get through this 14-metre pass. No problems at all. So a few of the New South Welshmen pretty happy about that down there. So it's going to be tight, I think. I don't know how he goes at 13, whether he gets deep. And with the little tail breeze, if you don't get a start, there's quite, you can get a little bottleneck at the start of 13 metres there. Maybe
Yeah, well, I don't think he'll get deep. I reckon we could have a tie here. I reckon around about. Gary got what, 2, didn't he?
Yeah, got
2.
2.
So Mark will be somewhere there, 2, 2.5, 3, and we'll just see how he goes.
Yeah. Well, that'll be
So
good. That'll
he's definitely
keep
got
it.
the credentials.
That'll
Sorry,
keep it
Pete.
exciting. Anyway, the girls are exciting. That the over 45 women was exciting because you can throw a blanket over them. So the finals for that will be really exciting. And chances are we might have a little 2-horse race here. What do we got? Pete's 3 at 14, so he's only 6 passes behind. Pete Smith's only going to be, 6 balls behind. Even 5. He's only 5 balls at this stage. So he's still in there.
So 2 at 13 the lead. We've got our champion from New South Wales up behind the TXI, ready to come in for his final pass. I'll say that. That was probably something I shouldn't say. But I would think deep 13, as you said before, Coops, I don't think is going to be on the cards. But look at the setup. Needs a good setup through the gates and across to number 1. Looks pretty good from here. Tight across there. A bit narrow under number 2. That'll do him, he says. 2, we have a tie, Coop.
I think you called it.
Tie.
I think you called it, Gary. 2 at 13, so that's going to make the over 65 men's final, or the second round's going to be exciting.
2 rounds added together. That's going to be a final, actually, the second round.
All right, well, it's been good to be up here with you, Gary. I'm going to disappear myself because I'm going to have a ski in that big over 55 men's division. So if you can hold the fort, that would be sensational. If anyone else wants to come up and join Gary, you're more than welcome to. And we're going to keep on powering. What have we got? So we've got the over 55 men's slalom. And I think that finishes slalom out for the day, and we're going to be turning into tricks after that. Yeah. And then so I sort of think it's slalom, trick, and then jump. We'll be finishing the day off with some jump. Anyway, going to plan so far, so long as this weather holds out for us.
Okay, our next competitor going into the division, of course, the over 55 women. And her name is Lorraine Hode from Queensland. I think she's my next door neighbour in the caravan park. So come on, Lorraine. I can't tell you the speed coming in. I think we're probably talking 46, but I'll let you know very shortly. And 6 boys out through the gate. She'll be happy with that. Lorraine Hode, and so is the team, the Queensland team. So Lorraine Hode, Rose McCausiak and Mel Collins, our competitors. So 1 Victorian, 2 Queenslanders. I think some of the girls are excited. Okay, Lorraine, I can't tell you where she's from. I know where she is in the caravan park. But she's coming back in at 43, so her first pass would have been at 40k. Here's the support team over there. Looks like that girl's jocks have fallen off. Okay, comes around number 1. Nice lean across to number 2. Come on, Lorraine, have a fight. Oh, she's happy. She's happy. I think she's happier to see her support team than get number 3 ball. So two boys at 43k. Well done, Lorraine. She's back. Yeah, mate. Yep. So you're a young Cooper, are you? He is a better one. Thanks, mate. Technical side, are you? Okay, on the dock. Rose Mikowsiak from Victoria. Yeah, we've done it once, they're not listening to it. Oh, okay. But I'll do it again now. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the star pickets along the front of the lake in a moment. But we'll have a look at Rose. So originally from South Australia, used to ski over at a place called Robe. And been around a long time. She's coming in at 52.18. So big tight turn around 1, but she's kept it up all the way through. 5's on the board. And a strong lean to number 6 out through the gates. Well done, Rose. Picks up 6 boys. And sorry, Lorraine, she takes the lead. Okay, so Rose and hubby Pete, as I say, used to be, I think, big cattle barons over in South Australia near Robe, and they've now moved over to around the Cora area in New South Wales, so they ski for New South Wales. I assume they ski at Moodamere. And she had a beautiful pass then, very, very strong, coming in at 52k, 18 metres. We wait for the TXI to be dialed. I'm not sure who's in the driver's seat, whether we got Shane in there or... Okay. Rose Mikowsiak comes back in at 52.14. Set up on number 1's got to be good, and it was. Holds that lean behind the TXI. Lost to number 3. Looking good is Rose. This is, of course, the over 55 women. Oh, couldn't handle the big lean out of number 5. She'd be disappointed in that because she was in good body position, just couldn't hold it. So well done, Rose. Takes the lead. Four and a half at 14. All right. Queensland. Mel Collins is her name. Shy little butterfly. We've mentioned that before on the commentary. But Mel, a great big turn around number 1, Mel, and she goes down. She just took too much around number 1. She'd be devastated at the moment because it is 2 rounds added together, and that's going to make it a little bit difficult in the second round. So Mel Collins, half a boy at 16 metres, 52k. Now we move on to one of the premier events, over 55 men's slalom. We've got half of Australia here this weekend, 13 competitors, all bulls at the gate, the big tough guys. Okay, wake up, everybody. We are back in business. Our chief judge and competent team of judges up there have got everything dialed in again. Our judges are in place. The boat's been ready to go for half an hour. And New South Wales is putting the shy young man he is, Adam Bressington. He's coming in at 52.18 metres. I think we've had a scratching. Thank you with Adam. We'll go for Brett Smedley from Victoria. Should be 52.18. So Brett Smedley coming in his first pass, the first competitor in this, the over 55 men. And we got a field of 13 skiers. We've now got a field of 12 skiers. Brett goes down. Thought he was looking all right. That's why I had a little chat going along. Across the 4.5 was the official score. Okay. And then we go to Mark Quinn. Of course, Mark, Greg Cooper, Muzzle Piggle Dog, Murray Pigden, Brett Sutherland, Ken Ito, Johnny Weeks, Shane Hennig, Daryl Shorten, Mark DeMarty, Mark Davatini, Graham Kavanagh, and Peter what's that one, Craig? Peter Numman, is it?
Peter Tomanodovus. Right, I'm back from the judging tower. It was a bit fresh over there, but now looking at the conditions, it's wow. Yeah, over in the tower.
Okay, well you're back and we got a big field. So we're in for some top skiing here this afternoon or this morning.
Yes, so we just had, unfortunately, Adam. President. Mark from Cairns, team at Ski North, and he's our current Australian Waterski president. So Quinny's definitely been involved within the ski community for some time now. He comes in, nice. Waiting for the line a little bit, but not getting too flustered, and he will be pretty happy with getting that tick of opening pass under his belt. So if anyone else wants to jump up on the commentary here, keep me company. I think Gary's having a bit of a break. Coops is obviously on the dock, ready to go. Said 13 skis for over 55 men, and this will be our last for the slalom for this morning, and then into some
tricks and jump. Round out the day. So fingers crossed that weather is skirting around us. So just having a look through our skier's bio, what does Mark Quinn filled out here? So coming back in at 55.18. It's nice little hook up out of 1. It's an early for 2. Oh, it's getting down a little course for 4. It's going to have to go. Just go, Quinny. Let's go. Oh. And I think he's missed his exit gate there. So flag was in the way. If he got around 6, we'll have to watch the replay. Oh, 5.5. Having a look at the replay, it was lovely. Come out of 1, nice. Had a good 2. Just a little slow 3. Nice slow replay there. Big 4 fell out the back a little bit and then broken. It's pulled all the way over to 5. Around it. And then has hooked up. I think he could have. Well, I'm looking at it here, Gary. He's just missed the exit gates by probably about half a metre. I think he could have thrown himself out of it. He's only a young 55-year-old. 5.5 at 55. 5.5 at 55 for Mark. So Coops, our Queensland president, is up next. So Coops, obviously owner of Ski North up in Babinda. Been around for a long time within the skiing community. Originated from New South Wales. So 55.18. So Coops, as he said, he's got a little bit of a trick background, and we always get onto him about his legs are spread for his trick round, and he broke his leg a few years ago, and he sort of had a bit of troubles coming back from that, and it slowed him down a little bit, but he's probably been...
Okay, Coops is on the water. As you've just said, they're a great contributor to the sport over the years. At his own site now, and did you say president of Queensland Tournament Division?
Yes, president of the division, and
so very hard working, doing it all from up at Cairns too. That's a long way away from everybody. But he told me he'd probably get into mid-13s on this one, so we'll be confident for him. But the TXI is sitting in the water down there, all dialed up, ready to come back. 55k.
yeah, I know Coops and Georgie did the long drive down. He had to bring quite a bit of our tech gear down with him, so we know the what is it, 2,500 kilometres. Just a little stroll.
You all say it's a big state. That's a bit like Texas, isn't it? Big state. Okay, let's have a look at the Coops coming in. He was quite confident sitting up here in the commentary tower earlier. So let's have a look. What's he on this time, Mark? 14?
No, this is 16.
16. Okay, needs a good setup on number 1. He's got one too, so he should be able to come down the course. Bit of a skip at the shoulder, round 2. Looking pretty good is the Coops as he's across to number 5. Oh, a bit of slack line. Can he hold it together? No, he's gone with Mark Quinn. They've both gone.
I think he might have gone inside of 6 there, so Quinny might have the bragging rights.
He travelled past it very quick anyway.
Yeah, it just looked like he was probably trying to be calm, but maybe just a little too calm.
Yeah, he just got a bit of slack line around number 5, didn't he? And then he took that big hit. and went past number 6 at about 75 mile an hour. So
Yeah.
5 at 16, and we've got so 2 rounds added together. We'll try and keep you updated with a running total of where they're up to. Sometimes you got to remember the commentary team are never that accurate when it comes to the leader in the event. 2 rounds added together. The judges tower, Belinda and her team up there doing an absolutely magnificent job. I think she's got the hardest job of the whole weekend apart from the caterer. So, we're running on time. We're looking good. We're very lucky with the weather. It looks a bit gloomy out there. What do you guys call them? A scud?
That little scud rolling through.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Murray Pigden from New South Wales. Don't know too much about Murray. Maybe Gary can fill us in a couple of blanks. But start speed 55, line length 18 metres.
Okay, he's a famous man in water skiing, this fellow, for many aspects, but he's, you might have heard of Colombo Creek Water Ski School down in New South Wales, down around Wagga. That's Murray's site. And here he's coming in for his first pass. He's coming back from a serious ankle injury, and he had a lot of trouble bending his ankles. And he used to hit the wakes and go through, flying through the air, but now he's flexed up a little bit. And 6 boys, very good slalom skier in his day. He comes in at 55.18.
Puts up the hand. I think the hand of getting that opening pass jitters out.
So looking at the field, the field here, mate, I tell you what, there's going to be good skiers. There'll be some going right into that 13 metres, and who knows, do we have a 12 metre competitor in amongst the 13 skiers? I think we will have somebody who'll get into 12.
Yeah, so I know
They might
Peter.
be over 55, but they haven't lost all that experience they've had over the years.
All right, so we have Murray coming back in, 16 metres, 55. That one looked pretty comfortable. Said like he's that 18 metre line, that 16 metre little roost might sort of help his ankle out if it's been a bit of an issue. Just that shorter across the platform of the wash. Oh, there's a little bobble out of 3, but he's back there. Oh, a little late, long out of 5, but yeah. Didn't
Okay, well done,
panic
Murray.
too much.
So the next one will sort him out. I would say that was 16. Getting into 14, I think that's his nemesis at the moment. But as I said, runs the Colombo Creek Ski School for many, many years. He's got out of that now, and he keeps the ski school, or the actual site and everything, operating for his family and friends for social skiing or tournament training. But there's going to be about 20 Pigdens here this weekend, so he's got himself and his 4 kids will be skiing next weekend, or the 4 kids will ski next weekend. Murray will ski this weekend. Then he's got his daughter Tegan. You saw her in the over 35 women's here earlier, skiing very, very well, getting down into 14, I think she was. And she's got 2 young girls who'll be skiing next weekend as well. And then just to add it off, Murray's son Brody has got 2 of his kids here as well. Brody, a very good skier from around the Riverina area, and he'll be here with young Jackson Pigden next weekend. So a big field of Pigdens next weekend. So have a look at Murray coming back. Now this is 14. I'm sure this is going to test him out a little bit. 55k. Beautiful Malibu dialed in. 16:08, 95 seconds. And here he goes. Murray Pignan, 3 boys on the board. Cross the number 4. Familiar territory for Muzz. Been around a long time. 6 boys out through the gates. Well done. Comes back at 13.
Looked a little better that pass. Didn't wasn't searching for the line. Just stayed there with him the whole time. So I think this consistent looking at the back end of this field. I think going to have some scores deep 13 for your first round. It's going to be a pretty tight field.
Yeah, you'd have to be deep into 13 to get up into the medal contention. 2 rounds added together, of course, sometimes throws the top seeds out early. But the consistent skiers is what you're after in this division, over 45 men. 45, 55.
Yeah, over 55.
The old boys, mate. You're in the over 45s, aren't you?
Yeah, just a spring chicken.
Yeah. Only the young guys.
I think there's a couple of guys in this round that are looking forward to hitting the over 65 and dropping that boat speed down to 52. So, okay, 55-13. Murray coming in. See how this looks. So drops in with a one-handed gate. Oh, nice out of 1. A little reach just sort of come off the handle a bit early at 2, but he will get a full 2. That was a nice one, though. I think he got outside. He just come off the handle. Here we go. Well, we've just missed. Oh, here we go. We've got the replay on it. That's live. Yeah, I think he just got pulled off the line a bit, and it's a bit hard to get back in and get into a driving position, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a pretty experienced skier, so he gets his 2 ball. He would have known that 3 was going to be too much of an ask, so that's pretty good from Muzz, though. He'd get into 13, he'd be happy. As Craig said, there's going to be a bottleneck at around about 2 or 3 at 13, I would think, in this field. Someone will get deep 13, who knows? Is there a man in the field that can get into 12?
Yeah, I definitely think that those last 3 and even maybe Shorty's, he's been nudging into those, deep 13s for some time now. I know Marky D has definitely had a couple of stints there as a Div 1 skier for the Queensland team. Yeah, he's got a few passes. We just had start speed for for Brett Sutherland. 18 at 49, we believe, what the boat called through. So he's going to do some skiing before he gets into some skiing.
Sounds like a forgiving speed, doesn't it, 49, but he's got to run about 6 passes till he gets up with Murray Pignan. He's a big, tall man, so he should be able to slalom okay. Do you know him at all, Craig?
No, I think Brett, sorry. Let's say the Sutherland's maybe South Queensland. Oh, Susan's here. That's helped the Queensland team immensely over the last, probably 9 months with all the organising. So making sure all our national stuff is sorted out with venue, hiring of marquees and so forth.
Okay, Brett Sutherland coming back in for his second pass. Now he's up to 52k. Ran the 49, well in control. Sets up, needs a good set of gates. Number one, a big, tall, strapping man as he gets a good number one at 52k. Waits for number two, across to 3. So well in control out here. In fact, he's doing it very easily. 5 boys. He won't go through past number 6. He'll go round 6 and out through the gates. Come back in at 55. Maximum speed for these old boys.
He's definitely getting his money's worth, so it's good to see. Burn. Burn a bit of fuel. Like the one thing I was really impressed about yesterday, we had the Queensland for Mills. We probably had about 20 plus skiers in our little, I think we nearly had it for 2.5 hours, and we had allocated some time to refuel the boat in the middle there somewhere. We ended up getting through all of our skiers, and the boat was still showing 50% fuel, so it was quite impressive.
Yeah, things have changed, haven't they? Years ago you'd have your little V8 flight craft or whatever it was towing a tournament, and you'd be backing it up to the boat ramp to fuel up every couple of hours. Now you put the TXI in and you basically run the whole day, depending on how many skiers, of course. How many of the big boys. They're very, very fuel efficient. Magnificent boats. So
Yeah.
don't forget, if you see Noel Gordon around the site, he has got that promo boat sitting in the showroom back at the Malibu factory. You get a good price.
That's the red one that we see on our little video feed. Right, this is 55. Got a probably a little lean on 4. He's going to have to go here. Round 4. Oh, he's just had to sort of work a little hard from 4 over to 5. Probably carried a bit too much speed, and we'll call it a 4.5.
So don't forget, if you can tell the skiers.
Oh, they're giving him just coming through the radio, possibly a 2. So he must have went inside a 3. Let's have a look on the replay here. Out of 1, around. Oh, going replay. Let's have a look on the replay. So, nice and wide. Nice gate. Come out of 1, beautiful. Ski kept rolling through. Round 2. Here we go. Getting it live, replay, what the judges be watching. Oh yeah, good call, boat, I reckon. I'm not going to call it, but definitely inside of 3 by my thing. So there goes the Queensland. Susan's heading down.
The team are all going down to support him. Now don't forget to everybody to tell the skiers that those star pickets spaced evenly along the front of the bank. In under them they've got some carpet, which is so that you can walk up there without stepping on those stones, scratch your ski. So pass that on to your skiers, please.
So just coming
So
through
what was the
officially,
score
it
there?
was a 2 at 55.
He made a noise as he went around number 2 there. We're close to it. So must have just gone inside and clipped it.
That was good though, he kept
He did
skiing.
well. He did well.
He tried to sell it.
He bluffed it.
That's
Bluffed us anyway.
Yeah. And I know over in the tower there earlier in doing my little stint, it is quite hard to see when different line lengths and the boat being in the way. So, as we keep saying, fake it till you make it. So Ken up next. Ken, Gold Coast, and well, does a lot of skiing at Auski. So Ken's a pretty solid 3 eventer. I know he's been jumping pretty consistently. His trick score just continues to grow and grow, and he's slalom, so he does a lot at Auski.
Okay, Ken coming in for his first pass. Again, 49k, 18 metres. So nice forgiving speed. If he skis as much as you say, Craig, well, I'm pretty sure he should be able to run this pass nice and well in control. 4 boys. Cross to number 5 and we'll just cruise to 6. Out through the gates. We'll head down and come back at 52k.
Yes, definitely. Looking how many Queenslanders we got out of our 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So half the field. Maybe it's, what is it? The Golden State, isn't it? You go up there to retire, Queensland. So maybe it's true.
Go up there to get a gold medal in the water skiing, I think. But that's good. It's the home state. Queensland is hosting the Nationals this year, so you'd expect them to have the biggest field of competitors. You do so well up there now. I can remember when the Barnetts and Emma Shears went up to Queensland many years ago to set it up, and there was the first team that came out of Queensland had 5 skiers. So look at it now. What do you got? 35.
Yeah, we've got So Queensland Overs team, we were at 27. We had a late couple of withdrawals through injury. But I know, that the Queensland Waterski calendar is pretty solid. There's not a weekend usually that passes by from September through to now without a tournament on somewhere. But we are a big state, I suppose. So if you a little broken forward out of 2 over to 3, but back into it, a little behind. He's got to go. And 52-18 complete. So obviously the way our start list works is off there. Just listening to the judges' score come through officially, coming back at 55. But as we were saying, that the start lists, are down on their ratings over the last year, and as we get into the later skiers, they should be performing shorter lines, so to speak, off a ratings. And then on our final round, it's reverse, isn't it? So that's the exciting part, that we'll have our leading skier last off the dock for second round.
That's correct. And we look back at the over 65 men. We got two skiers on the same score, so they'll go out off the dock. Really, as they're in a final, they'll head out, and whoever wins takes the gold medal. That's if they get up into a decent score. That's Gary Weedman and Mark Lauder, 2 at 13. But now we're in the over 55 men. Ken Ito's on the water, coming third past 55k.
55.
Still on the 18 metre. Sets up.
Okay, nice one. Ski keeps just rolling through. Oh, he just took a bit too much out of 2, wasn't it? He sort of just on the line a little early and just couldn't hold on to it. We'll call it 1.5 at 55.
I'd call it 1.5 at 55, yep. And the boat confirms it.
That was good. Team Queensland here, just to perfect time. Maybe if you stayed down at 6 ball, Team Queensland, that could have skied to there for you.
Okay, so we've still got the situation where Murray Pigden, with 2 at 13, is well out in front. We've got Greg Cooper had 2 at 16. So they're the only 2 skiers that have got into shortenings at the moment.
Yeah, I think Greg Coops was 5. Remember, he flew over to 6 ball, so 5 at 16.
He did too.
5 at 16. So yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. Right, we've got Johnny Weeks, who does a ton of work for Queensland Waterski. I know Belinda Derrick is our chief judge this weekend, and The amount of time Belinda and John put into all of our tournaments in Queensland is admirable, with just time commitments and driving, a lot of driving.
And Australia too, of course. Belinda, she did the Nationals last year, Belinda did. John was there, of course. They're involved in Moomba. Great contribution to the sport of tournament water skiing. But I haven't seen John on the ski for a while, so we'll have to have a look at what he can do. Does he get into short 13?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the last time I saw John ski would have been our state titles in air, which would have been, 18 months ago, I suppose. John and Belinda come up to help run that. So I'm going to call probably deep 18, maybe early 16s. But he is on that start list, quite low, so he must have something there. So he is starting at 49, so...
Well, if he's starting at 49, you wouldn't think he'd run into 13, but we've seen it happen before, so hopefully John can get out there and prove me wrong. As you said, great driver and contributor to the sport. We'll see what he can do actually on the water. Big tall man, he's got about a metre on everybody else anyway.
Okay, I'll call John through here, nice and high up on the boat. Nice and calm through the gates, over to 1. Hips staying up on the handle. A little out the back. That's all right, nice, and looks pretty relaxed there. Lovely. That ski's quite bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it is for John. Well, that was a nice, easy pass for him. So 49, 52, 55 before he gets into shortenings. Our last 2 skiers have done the same. So it's interesting, in the middle of the field we've got 3 skiers starting at 49k, but none of this stage have got into the shortening. John could be the first. Look good, as you said, very bright ski. He'll come back at 52. The TXI dialed right in, straight down the middle of that course. Top class drivers we have this weekend, as always.
Yeah, I know we've got, I'm not sure in the boat crew, I've definitely heard Lorraine's voice over the radio, so Lorraine Hode in there as a boat judge and driver. I didn't see who the driver was. Yes, she ran her opener, which was awesome. So we have Gary Wiseman driving, I believe. So, righto, here we go, 52 Ks. Oh, lovely, 1 ball. Nice, over the top of the ski. Drops in a little, pulled out of shape over to 4, but no problems at all there. So, that's good.
Cruise through the gates. He looks good, John, out there. He's, of course, he's a big, tall man, strong. You called a good setup on 1 and 2. 6 boys. He's still got a fair way to go. Murray Pigden out in front with 2 at 13. But 3 or 4 skiers still to come, capable of getting into the 13.
I think what's nice this weekend, I know there's a bit of chat with, these being the first nationals with the split with the overs and the unders. What I've probably enjoyed about this setup is, as an over, we're not sort of waiting 4 days to our second round, which could get in your head a little bit. So it's nice to be skiing, out round day after day, instead of that big gap when everybody's here together. Okay, so we have John coming back in, 55, 18 metres.
Well, just looking at him in that last 52k, very strong and a good strong lean behind the boat. I reckon he'll run this. So our last two competitors have gone down on this pass, but John Weeks, Queensland, ladies and gentlemen, coming in for his third Oh, I pumped him up too much.
You've given him the commentator's curse there. He just, think he had just a bit too, maybe a bit aggressive at the gate. Looking, coming in, he's come in pretty hot. Just coming off the handle and then just fell out the back a bit and had a bit of a bobble. Ski sort of dropped its tip a bit and then in he went. Lovely slow-mo on our replay there. Yep, just maybe the judges having a look. Yeah, I give him a half. Young Gus would be driving the replays in the control tower. Quality's, you know, quite amazing. Hopefully we got a few people out on the, you know, the World Wide Web watching the live cast. I know I've had a couple of text messages from some friends. You know, Smith, big shout out to Smithy down in Tassie. I know the Tassie crew would be down there. Hoping to see, I think we might have one Tasmanian entry in the juniors, in the unders, I did see on the list. I don't think we've got any over Tassie, so Tassie, come on, let's represent next year. And then got a few people up in far north Queensland tuning in, Mike and Tess. So it's good to see. Spread the word.
Yeah, well, it's a shame because about 10 years ago, Tassie turned up with a team of about 10 and pretty competitive too. A couple of the kids have gone on, or they did go on, but it was really good. There was quite a few men in the over 35, but of course they brought their kids as well.
No, that's just actually brought up a memory. No, we have got one Tassie here for the overs for tomorrow. Just name escapes me, but yes, definitely one over. Mike Belcher, that's it. I believe Mike's come up from, I think he's down at Meadowbank Waterski Club down near Hobart. Righto, next skier, okay, Shane Hanning from South Australia. I think Shane was up at Rusty Edge, up at Craig McGlue's. Had a 4-round L-class tournament back in November. Remember Shane's name up there. Definitely a little different in the weather. It was about 37 degrees. Yeah, Shane can ski. 16:55 we're going to call.
Okay, Shane. Don't know Shane, but looks pretty good out there on the slalom. He was on 16 then. 6.95, yep. Coming back on a 14-metre line, so come on, South Australia, get down and have a look at your skier. He's looking good. He's chasing Murray Pignan out here at the moment, but he's got to run the next pass. Got to run 14 metres. Just a little bit of a tail breeze. In fact, the breeze is nearly gone now, Craig.
Yeah, conditions are like perfect, aren't they? I think that's, as we know, with the water skiing community and some of our sites, we're an outdoor sport, and if we're not dealing with, the wind and the rain on some sites, then we're dealing with Joe Public wanting to, tear around in a jet ski or a tinny. So,
oh, well, what a credit to Dennis and Joe Stone, who had the foresight to come up here. They drove it up and down the highway looking for a swampy area. Found this site, and look what they've turned it into. So here he comes back on a 14-metre line from South Australia.
Okay, Sean, I'm not going to put any commentator's curse. Let's just call it as it unfolds. So nice and slow through the gates. Nice and early to 2. Nice 3 ball over to 4. Probably a bit of a safety turn. He's going to have to go now, which he has. And I think he's just scraped that one. Just wanted to safety turn 4 a little bit, didn't he? And put him a little behind at 5. Let's watch the. So getting the call from the boat. Yeah, definitely coming back at 13. That was a 14-metre pass. So looking at Shane's pass here on the replay, just had the Campbells, Mick and Kim, have a shout out from a text. They're up in Cairns watching. Hopefully they're sitting at Ski North getting a few sets in. Hopefully it's not raining up there. So big shout out. We do miss you guys. Should be down here. Especially the way Mick has been skiing lately. So have a look at this one. Let's watch this gate here, Gary. Exit gate. Oh, and what great replay. Well done. Never in doubt. Righto, 13. So what's our number? 1.5?
Okay. No, I think he's got better. He looks pretty strong.
Oh, we got to get to 2. 2's leading.
So Murray Pignon 2 at 13. You must be very proud, Muzzle, sitting out there in front of this elite group. But let's see how you go now, because this young man from South Australia is he's the one that can change the equation.
Righto.
A good number 1 stands on the back of the ski across to number 2.
It's going to take
Still
it.
on board. And inside, just a little bit late around 2. Couldn't get to 3, so what have we got there, Craig? We got 1.
I'm going to give him 2. Definitely outside of 2.
Sorry,
Inside
2.
of 3.
Yeah. So we have a tie.
No, you get into that point there where looking at, going back through his pass here again. Obviously had a beautiful 1 and then maybe thought, well, I don't want to throw away at 2. I'll just take the 2 and move on to round 2.
Yeah, well, that's a tie. So 2 at 13 means those 2 guys, unless the equation changes, because there's still 5 skiers to go, and they're all capable of 13 metres, no doubt. So it'll end up like the 65 men, where we have 2 skiers will go head-to-head against each other if it remains as is.
Right.
And where's the South Australian team? Come on. Down you go. Welcome him back.
Righto, so we got 4 skiers left. I know Shorty, Marky D. Yeah, Shorty's been pretty consistent. Deep 13s. I don't want to put any, of the commentator's curse, but Shorty's definitely had a bit of a break there late last year, and I'm not sure how much skiing. I was having a chat with him last night, and they were skiing up until leaving on the road trip down. They're out, central Queensland. Blackwater, I believe, is their home club. They had to pull out the course before the floods come through. But I've been getting a bit of skiing in. I know Shorty's with Mel skiing as much as they possibly can when they're not working.
They've been around for a long time, so Shorty, with the experience he's had, I reckon he's a 13-metre man.
Yeah, definitely 13.
Yeah.
I haven't been to too many comps where Shorty's not, mid to deep 13.
And Mark D, as you called him, next competitor, and then Graham Kavanagh. Graham's definitely got the skills to go right down into the 12 metres. Of course, at 55k.
Righto, so we are starting 55-16 metres. So just should. No, we're a little broken out of 2, but it shouldn't have any issues. That's nice pass. Get the jitters out of the way, and now get into some skiing. .16 start. Yeah, it's definitely come a long way from, remember the days of, throttle using the stopwatch. There's no such thing as, inside of tolerances would be, pretty widespread. But now, when you zero off, are just churning, point, hundredth of a second from ideal every single pass.
Of course, in the early days, it was never open to a bit of corruption either, Craig. Some of the old experienced drivers could just give a little bit of an advantage where they needed to. But Shorty looked pretty good out there. As I said, he's been around the sport a long time. Comes back at 14. Needs to run this one and then says, I'll have a challenge for the lead.
Right, I'll call him into this one. Maybe a little tail, just a tiny tail breeze there. So, lovely one ball. Oh, a little skiddy out of 2, but down course a little bit. He's going to have to go a bit here now. He's just had to maybe just out of 2. It's sort of chasing it a little bit. Maybe a 4.5 be close.
Yeah, I'd say 4.5, but he
just didn't come back.
Skippy around number 2, number 4, got across to 5. Just had too much work to do out of 5.
Yeah, just a bit slow out of 2 here, I reckon. Just coming in, ski, yep. And then was back in it at 3. Had a good 3 ball. And then, yeah, just couldn't come back onto the line at 4 and had to pull long to 5. And then he was there. Just fell out the back a little bit. Probably didn't need to take as much as he thought he had to. Well, 4.5 at 14.
He's up there though. The leaders are 2 at 13, so 4.5 at 14, 2 rounds added together. He's only got to have a really good round on the second round, and he could be right up there with them. So 16 metres, 55k will be Mark Demartini. Now, I don't know Mark, but you do.
Yeah, Marky
Craig.
D's been around for time, definitely very active, contributing Queensland member, very good driver, always involved with judging and driving and helping with tournament setup. He spent, Mark and Brad come up to Cairns last weekend to get in some last prep, and he's been skiing well. He's been skiing well for some time. Looks after himself, and that was a nice opening pass at 16. Yeah, healthy, doesn't get too carried away with, there's a bit of a honeypot group that, Mark will usually sneak off quite early and, won't get too carried away with too many bevies. I know he does a lot of swimming to keep fit, so, and as we know, as we're getting a bit older now, if we stop moving, we will seize up. So I reckon Mark, the same. He'd be hoping to go, looking at that breeze, he'll be looking forward to this little 13, tiny little head breeze. Yeah, so this is, what have we got? 3 skiers left, and then we're into the trickers. We've got a bit of a rule sometimes at Ski North that there's no trick skiing allowed before 2 o'clock or after 3 o'clock.
It's you slalom fan.
That's that's the slalom view. Righto, Marky D coming in 14. Oh, lovely one. Nice and open, around 2 ball. Looking pretty relaxed. Righto, that's a lovely pass there. Okay. He'd be happy with that. Happy to, round one, get something deep here, I reckon.
Well, that was 14. So 13, we have a lead challenge for the lead.
We might have to get some new commentators up here for the tricking. My trick pass calling of side slide's about it. So we'll have to get some of these young pups up here that actually know a trick or two.
Well, Tiger can't trick over 1,000 points, so I don't know how he can commentate. And Nate Pigden, he's hopeless. And Jackson Pigden, I wouldn't let him up here.
You'll have to wait a few days for open men's jump. Right, here I can hear the boat coming around the island. Right, so our lead score is 2 at 13. I think Marky's definitely capable of going a bit deeper than 2. Okay, as a lefty, he's got a lovely 1, hook up. Okay, he's waited for 2, a little out the back on 2.
Oh,
he's back
new
on
leader.
3. Oh, okay, new leader though. Just caught out the back of 2 ball.
I reckon he knew what he needed to do there. He just had 1, 2, and he said, "I'll just take 3 and take the lead," and then just continued on down, had a bit of a ski. So well done. He's quite a good slalom skier there, Craig. Mark Dimmond. What do you call him? Mark D.
Marky D, yep.
Marky D.
Marky D. We got some other names for him, but we probably YouTube will shut us down if we don't tell too many secrets.
So Graham Kavanagh from WA, the man that could change the equation, got his own site down, I forget, one of the jurors, like not Mandurah, but further down there, and has his own site. Him and Lisa, his wife, good supporters of the WA Waterski fraternity, and a very, very good slalom skier is the big fella from WA. He'll be out there to see if he can get deep into the 13 and take the lead off Marky D. So we've got a bottleneck coming up here, it looks like.
Yeah, got 3, 2, 2, and then a bit of a, well, not so much a bit of a gap, 4.5 at 14, and then a bit of a gap with the 5 at 16. So, as I said, I think we're going to see some scores now. Feel like we're going to see a 13. I'm probably even going to predict we might even see a 14-metre start.
Okay, the big fella from WA, Graham Kavanagh. The Kavanagh family are here. Lisa, his wife, is featuring very well in the over 45 women. And Graham will come back in on a 6, or come in for his first pass, 16 metres, 55k. Okay, he's got 4 passes to get through to the lead here. Sets up. Round, big turn around number 1. He's going to be early for 2, there's no doubt about that. Just nearly overturned number 1, but back in control. Right down the course, 5 boys, and we'll just cruise it out. We'll shorten down the end, come back on a 14-metre line with a couple of passes still to go. Graham Kavanagh, WA.
Just having a look at our judges list. Obviously, Graham and Peter to leave, and then we're having a full crew change. Big shout out to all our judges this morning. Takes a community to make these events run smoothly, and many hands make light work. So well done to our crew. And now we should be looking at, we're going to have some driver changes with Shane. Then some judges with Nikki and Lucas Cornell. Heard of that name before somewhere, I'm not sure. And then we got Bruce and Ken and Claire and Pam Appleton changing into our judges. Just had another shout out, the Andersons from sunny Townsville are on watching. Hopefully they've been on there for a while, otherwise they would have missed their crew. Getting ready for Easter. Big shout out. Best of luck for Ree, who's on MasterChef. So we do miss you guys next year. Righto, so Graham coming back in, 14 metres. Those yellow bibs are quite striking, aren't they? Oh, nice and open. On the line's pretty tall. Nice and balanced on that ski. Right, so that was a pretty easy pass, 14 metres.
Lenny.
Right, hopefully everyone's enjoyed the morning of slalom. We can't complain about the conditions. I know we were a little worried about the rain, but you know, the camera is definitely not lying. It's glass out here at the moment. If the breeze does get up, it's just the slightest of slightest. Ski conditions are perfect, and I think some of the results too. Like everyone must be. You know, we haven't had too many missed openers, so that's hopefully something for us tomorrow for over 35s and over 45s still to come for their first round. Righto, so here we go. This is the 13 this is the money pass. Marky D's at 3. Right, Graham, lovely one ball. A little deep on 2. Oh, he's just try to get back on that line a bit early. 2.5.
2.5. We've got our leader, is 3 boys. One more. 3 boys at 13, and Graham Kavanagh comes out, and I reckon he's half a boy behind. 2.5, the official score comes through. So well done, Graham. We have a bottleneck now. We've got 4 skiers all sitting around 2 and a 13, 2.5 at 13. And 3 at 13, so what a final it's going to be, Craig.
Yeah, it gets to, you know, how important those 1/4 boys are, especially when you're carrying that half boy lead, isn't it? It would be good to see a bit of a runoff. I don't know how many runoffs have we had in a nationals, in especially our overs. It would be good. How do you know? Do you have a runoff where they have to go in cold at 14?
Now, I can't tell you too much about Peter Tomanopoulos.
Yeah, he can ski. I know Peter can ski.
You know he can ski. Well, he wouldn't be here if he couldn't. He's top seed, so he's definitely capable of running 13.
Right, we'll have a look on. Well, let's get his IWWF results up and see what we can predict.
You're a bit quick on that thing. I would have thought that'd be for your kids today.
Young at heart. No, we sort of learned a little bit of a trick there a few weeks ago when doing a bit of commentary that if you get onto the IWWF and you follow the live score, you can actually click on the skier and it will give up all their past results. So if we go to live scores now, they should have entered Peter into the system. Peter, we click on Peter. And then it's only given us the 2024 results, but We got 5 at 12 there, 4.5 at 12, 4 at 13, 4.5 at 13, 3.5 at 13, and a 5 at 12.
So he's got the skills.
So he's got the skills. So
Come on, WA, where are you?
So Peter,
Graham's walking back by himself. No girls to accolades over him as he goes past.
that's a good looking ski there, Graham. Connolly, man, myself. 3 at 11. So we've just had John come in and say 3 at 11.
And his name is Tomanovic. Thanks, John. So he can get into 11.
Righto, so we do have our first 14 meet to start.
Well, you tipped it. You said it was coming.
Yep, here we go. 14 metres. I'll let you call it, Gary, and we'll...
Okay, first pass. So this guy can run into 11 metres. He's run there this year, according to John Adams, one of our Victorian stalwarts. So you'd expect this to be a nice pass on 14. Tall, strapping young man. Not the youngest man around, but 4 boys. Cross to 5, looking good. Strong to 6. Down he goes, short and up. Comes back. First of all, chases a lead at 13, and then I'm sure that we'll be looking at coming back on 12 metres.
Right, must be a couple of people out there watching our telecast because we're getting a few people spread across from Tassie up to Queensland, so it is good. I think it's a bit like TWBC, isn't it? The more that we can spread the word, hopefully the more people we attract to coming to these events. Yes, we know tournament skiing is a bit of a difficult sport with, there's very few times you walk away happy, but it's that ski community that keeps bringing us back and suffering each other's pain.
You're right, the ski community makes the sport a little bit expensive sport to get into, of course. You've got to have a boat. You don't have to have a TXI, but you need a boat to start off. But yeah, you said the people in the sport, it's a great place for your children to grow up. A lot of friendships are made, long-term friendships. Okay, 13 metres, he's coming back in now.
Slight tail, I'd say.
Challenging for the lead, first of all. He's got to get past 3 boys, 3.5, just to get the lead.
Just had the word from John Adams, though. He's pretty confident, that he'll get through this one. Lovely one ball. Nice and early over to 2. Handle a little up, but no problems. Back in it. Cross to 4. Oh, that's a lovely 13 metre pass, isn't it?
New leader, a new leader.
New leader.
The Victorians are there. It's good to see Victoria's got a couple of skiers in this field.
And I think that the thing to remember too now is if he can put some numbers between him and second place, it's going to be pretty hard to chase down.
It will be, but by gee, it's hard to put numbers in front of 11, isn't it?
Well,
have a look at 11 metres. You're talking serious skiing once you get to 11.
Yeah, that's right. Currently he's already got a 3-boy lead. Marky D sitting on 3, so this will be 3 plus. I think just as we're saying that, I think the breeze has just kicked up a little notch into a lovely little head breeze.
So come on everybody, get down and have a look at this bloke. See if we can get our first 11 metres nice and early in the tournament. We get a skier coming in on 11 metres.
I'm not sure what
the quality.
The record would be there. John probably be able to help us
12?
out with what would be the over 55 Australian record? I reckon it's going to be.
John Adams will tell you that.
Yeah, he's probably got it.
He'd have it.
Yeah. So here we go, coming in 12 metres, nice and high up on the boat. Drops in through the gates. Oh, lovely one. Waiting for 2, just a little under the line. Back on it for 3. Open up. Oh, he's out the back and bing, just fell out the back. He was so early to 4.
Got there early and had to almost wait, didn't he? And then he had to take that line. For 3.5, he's well out in the lead. Great skiing.
Well, that wraps up our...
What's the record, John? 2:11.
2 at 10.75.
Who would have that record, John? Hey? Oh, okay. Barry Mason, John Adams. 2 at 10.75. So just
there's a bit of work there to go for the boys, isn't there, John? So that's pretty good skiing, though. That looked a lovely pass. He'd probably be a bit disappointed with that, I reckon, because he was so early to 4. So there we go. We've got all of our slalom skiers have finished for the morning. Those that have been watching the slalom, thank you. And now heading over to trick and looking at our trick list, just to give you viewers what we have in front. So we've got our adaptive skiers, 6, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well, we've got 19 over trick skiers to come.
It's about time we had a bit of trick
Here's
skiing.
a tricker
I
from
know
way
you
back.
guys from Cairns love trick skiers. Down our way, we do a lot of tricking.
I was
Anyway,
telling Gary Coops the rule at Ski North about trick skiing. No trick skiing before 2 or after 3. It's like the way we like to keep it.
Hello. Alrighty, so that's it for slalom this morning. Saturday morning, first day at the Malibu 2025 national titles. Slalom is done and dusted, and we're going to be moving on to tricks very shortly. There's a few people got to get themselves together. Thanks very much to Gary Humphries. A lot of experience in the game. Yellow. All right. Yellow.
Hello, hello. All right, everyone, we are now moving into disabled tricks. Kicking off with Richard West from, doesn't say what state.
All right, here he comes now. Behind that beautiful TXI Malibu.
Side slide. Reverse side slide.
There we go. There's the 180 there. Goes for the reverse, but falls on that one.
It's an absolutely cracker day out here at Stoney Park, bringing on the national titles. It's very great to be here. Nate Pigden, how you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. It's good for Malibu to supply us their boats. Alrighty, here comes Richard West for his second pass.
get behind Richard here, guys.
I think he might start off or attempt a 360 here that he just signaled to the camera, but here he goes. A few pulls here. It's gonna
Couple practice pulls.
Oh, unfortunately, it falls on the 360, but
Better luck next time. Next up on the water, we got Ben Copping.
Copy. With the video, we're sort of the person's right at the top of the screen, so we need to tilt it down a little bit.
well done, Richard. Bit of a breeze coming in now. Bit of a headwind for the jumpers up next.
Yeah, there's still a couple of divisions to go until the jump. So up next, so we've still got to finish off this disabled division, and then we've got over 65 men tricks round 1, over 35 men tricks, over 55 women tricks, over 35 women tricks, over 55 men, over 45 men. Yeah, we've still got a fair bit to go before jump. Over 45 women tricks, over 65 women tricks, over 75 men tricks, and then we got disabled jump round 1.
Rightio, next up on the water we have Ben Copping, representing South Australia.
Yeah, as Nate just touched on before, we now have a nice little headwind coming in, so hopefully that can stay up for the jumpers later this Savo. And yeah,
Pretty good weather now, Tiger. Like, it was raining before and it was pretty cold, but now it's pretty good weather. And
that sun's really starting to come out, and hopefully that wind can stay down a bit.
yeah, as you'd probably know, like wind isn't too much of a worry for trickers, but you know, sometimes it can get really strong and make it a bit unpleasant.
So some sad news coming in for Ben there. Next up, we got Ara Dalzell representing South Australia.
Coming down here for his second pass, and hopefully he can stand up and do some few tricks for us. There we go. He's up, coming down from the jump end now.
Second pass here for Ben.
From what it looks like, he's going to try. Here he goes. There's a back wrap outside the wake. Comes back into the wake now. Does a reverse slide.
Normal
Another
slide.
back wrap, and unfortunately just goes down there, but good tricking by Ben.
All right, next gear on the water, we got Ara Dolzell. No positional tricks, and she's coming out of South Australia. All right, here she comes. Side slide. Reverse side slide. Back. Wake back. Wake front. 360. 5 back. Well done, Ara. Ira coming in for a second pass. She had a great first pass. Here she comes for a second pass. Wake jump. Wake jump. Oh, bad luck.
Come on, Cadell, come get down here. So show some support.
Come on, Jamie.
Up here now we have Samantha Longmore. There we go, there's the side slide, reverse side slide. There's the back wrap there. Coming out the wake now. There's the way. Oh, and just unfortunately losing the handle on that one.
All right, here comes Samantha Longmore coming in for a second pass. Cutting out. Wake jump. Another wake jump. Oh, she just came down there. Unlucky.
Next trick, Jason Taylor, no position trick.
Next up on the water, we got Jason Taylor.
Green boy.
Side slide. Reverse side slide. Can you go for the back? Back. Front. Reverse back. Reverse front. Solid run there from Jason.
Here he comes now for his second pass. There's the side slide there. Reverse side slide, looking good. There's the back now. Going, oh, catching that back edge there. Rightio, last tricker in this division here, we have Jason Sleep. Rightio, here he is now. Starting off with the back there. Both backs. There's a there's a 720. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. Goes into the 5 back there. Back to back. Reverse back to back. There's his wake back there. Wake front. And that's a great run there from Jason. Here he is. He had a beautiful first pass, stood up. Now he's coming in for his second.
It's gone out wide. 360. Oh, he's holding the back wrap. Wake front. Another wake to wake front. Wake to wake back. Reverse wake to wake back. 360. Reverse 360. Side, 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 side.
And there was the 2 wake jumps there at the end. That was a great 2 passes for Jason Sleep there. All right, here we go. Coming into the course now. We got the side slide, reverse side slide. There's the back wrap. Does he go into the reverse? Yes. There's the 360. Reverse. And that is the 540 there. Great first pass.
Here he is for his second pass. Wake back. Back. Back to back. Back to back. 360. 720. 5 back.
Next up on the water now we have Raymond Gordon representing WA. Few couple warm-up backs there. Looking good in the blue and gold. There he goes, couple spins there. 360, there's the 5 back. Reverse 5. There's his surface back-to-backs there. Reverse back, coming in, there's the wake back. Wake front. There's a reverse wake back, reverse wake front. And the 2 side slides to finish off his first pass.
Absolutely great pass there from Raymond. Let's see if he can have a similar pass for his second. everyone. The disabled trick sheets are getting released now down at the tower, so come down and get them.
And if anyone else has some more jump ropes that need to be measured, can you please bring them down to towards the tower?
All right, Raymond coming in for his second pass. Few sevens, another 7. Inverted Waco. He's wrapped up. Goes for another Waco. Wake line back. Line front. Great pass.
Just again, for everyone out there that needs to get their jump ropes homologated, could you please bring it down to the judges' tower?
And also just another reminder that the disabled trick sheets are out now, so come down and pick them up.
On the water now, representing Victoria, we have Peter Smith. Rightio. There's the back wrap there. Reverse. Coming to the front. There we've got the 360. There's the reverse. Maybe a 540 here or 720. There we go. There it is, and unfortunately going down on that last 5 there. Rightio, coming in for his second pass here, we have Peter Smith. Pretty good first run, just fell on that 5 back towards the end. Rightio, here we go, see what he's got. There's the 5 back there. There's his back-to-backs, reverse back-to-back. Coming into the wake. There's his wake back. Coming in, back for the wake front. Good solid couple passes, few side slides at the end there. Rightio, up on the water now we have Mark Lauder, which I believe he's our New South Wales captain, so representing New South Wales. Coming into the course now. There we've got the 2 side slides, reverse side slide. There's the back wrap, reverse back wrap. There's a 360. And unfortunately Mark going down pretty early on that pass. Looked like his foot slipped out on that reverse, which is very unfortunate. Again, bit of a unfortunate early fall there for Mark, falling on his reverse 360 and catching that edge, but coming in now for his second pass and hopefully stands up those tricks. He's coming in and he's chucking on the toe piece, so I believe that this is our first toe chicker for the day today. So here he comes now, toe piece on. There's the toe back. Nice and quick there. There's the toe slide. Toe wake back there. Toe wake front, nice and smooth. Toe piece comes off. There's the line back, line front. There's the wake line back. Coming back into the wake now to come front. That's a great pass, second pass there for Mark.
All right, we've got Mel Collins on the water here. I believe she's using the double trick skis. Side slide, reverse side slide. Back, front. 360. Reverse 360. Looking good here. 5 back. Oh, she stumbles a bit. But she recovers nice. Great pass. Could Brett Smedley please come to the tower, please? Brett Smedley to the tower, please. All right, Mel Collins on a second plus. I believe she's taken off a ski, so she's now only on a 1 ski. Side slide, reverse side slide. Back, front. 360. Oh, she catches a bit of an edge.
Come on, where's all the Queenslanders? Getting around her. There we go, there's one. Good to see some support down here.
Next up on the water, we got Chris Coburn representing New South Wales. I believe he's the only person in his division. He usually tricks up a storm. Let's see what he's got today.
Quite talented on a slalom ski too. Gets into that 10.7, 10.2 metre line.
He's also a pretty handy flipper for a male. He's starting with the toe piece on. Looks like he's going to wrap up. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe wake back to back, toe reverse, wake back to back, toe back to back, toe front, toe back, toe slide, toe reverse slide, toe wake line back, toe wake line front, toe wake back. Oh, he tried for that toe wake line back to back, but he unfortunately fell.
Some very skillful toe tricks there from Chris. Anyone who purchased any merchandise is now ready to collect at the bar, thank you. Coming in. Hands on now. Pretty handy hand tricker, Chris is. See what he's got. Here he goes. Wake back. Wake line back to back there. Coming to the front. Wake back to back. Reverse back to back. Wake line back. Reverse wake line back. Coming in now for the flip. Says the normal. Oh. Casing the top of the wake there, unfortunately slipping out.
Next up on the water, we have Tegan. Coming in on her hands pass. Back, wake back to back. Wake back to back. Back to back, reverse back to back. Wake front. Reverse wake front. Oh. She just came off on that wake 5 front. If anyone is keen on doing a little bit of commentary, come down to the PA and we'll get you set up. She's whacked up. Waco. Back, front. She comes in for the flip. Oh, nearly.
Coming in now, we've got the wake front there. Reverse wake front. There's the 4 sequent wake tricks there. The back-to-back, reverse back-to-back, wake back-to-back, coming in for the reverse. There we go. There's the line back, line front, and then there's the side slide at the end there. Katie now coming in for a second pass. She's wrapping up, or she's putting the toe strap onto her foot. Wrapped up as well. Starting there, there's the toe 5 back. Toe back, toe front, reverse, toe back. There's the toe back to backs and the reverse. There's the slide, reverse slide. Toe wake back. And toe wake front. And there's the wrap in and slipping out the back there. It's a overall great 2 passes there. All right, we have a pretty handy tricker coming up now, Catherine Gordon, starting off with some hands representing New South Wales. Rightio, here we go. There's the wake back-to-back, reverse wake back-to-back, surface back-to-backs. There's the wake 5 there. Reverse wake 5, wrapped up, wake O. Oh, another wake 5. Went in for the ski line back there, but unfortunately didn't get the handle on the ski. There's the flip, and unfortunately just losing the handle mid-air there. Bit unlucky there for Catherine falling on her first flip out of, I think she's got a couple lined up, but fell on her first one and now she's got the toe strap on. So
All right, Catherine Gordon here, wrapped up on toes. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake front, toe slide, toe reverse slide, toe back to back, toe reverse back to back, toe 5 front. Oh, she just falls on that.
all right, New South Wales, come down and get around Cat. They were great few runs there. Just again, if anyone would like to come down and commentate, just head down to the PA. Rightio, here comes the big Murray Picton, the old fella. Actually, using my rope. Here he comes now. There's the side slide. There's the back, reverse back. There's the back-to-backs there. Wake back. Wake front. Bit of a wobble there. There's the 360. Gets a bit of a tug, but is alright. And absolutely just goes down on that 360. Surprised he didn't really blow a knee or a hammy on that one. Big muzzle dog wrapped up here. Coming into the trick course now. I'm guessing he's gonna do a Waco. There it is there. Oh. Fortunately goes down pretty early on that one. So hopefully we can get some of the New South Wales team down to support. from Queensland. I believe we have Daryl Shorten on the water now. Looks a bit zoomed out. All right, there's a wake front there. Wake back. Coming in. There's the reverse wake back. There's the 540. The reverse. Oh, and just losing the handle on that last spin there. That's a great pass there from Darryl. Great second pass. Stood it all up. Weather's starting to clear up now. Not really a breath of wind. Clouds starting to
burned those ones off. Did they go to the orange? Are we back? We are. Right, pretty relaxed. Saturday, I believe. Is it Saturday? Saturday. So, just catching up to date with who's on the water. Okay, Brett Smedley by our little watermark on our amazing clip. Here we go, Mr. Trickski himself. Greg Cooper's up here to help me out. So, oh yep, we're up to over 55 men's, 2 to go.
Hello.
So
Good afternoon, Craig. We've been away for a
back.
little while and the tricking's been happening.
Yeah, disappointed to miss Trick, to be honest. I'll get home tonight and watch the replays.
I've seen some pretty good tricking going on. There's been some confusing tricking going on. There's a bunch in the overs department. Maybe I moan on about it because I'm a little bit of a trick judge sometimes as well. There's a lot of spinning going on these days. A lot of spinning and spinning and spinning.
Yes, pretty hard to keep up to, and I know, you know, with a few of our judges, they're definitely busy, but they're going to be busier next weekend with some of those young ones,
Yeah,
tricking
true.
up a storm.
It is kind of good to have the overs coming in first to warm everybody up, because the open skiers particularly, and I know those kids as well, like a lot of the 14s and 17s now, they're flipping their heads off and they're spinning around a lot with their rope on tow, so sometimes they're a bit tricky to keep up with. The older crew are a little slower, but they do a lot more surface turns. That's what gets a little bit confusing with some of the older guys, more surface turns.
Righto, call us in on this one. So,
All right, who we got
into-
in the water? We've got
Brett Smedley.
Brett Smedley. All right, let's see what Brett's up to. Looks like he's going to wrap up for a Waco potentially. You can see it on the screen there as well, but I can watch him live. So that's a Waco. He's doing a couple of side slides to get himself moving. I'm assuming he'll do a couple of 180s. Oh no, I think he's done a 720 straight off the bat there, and I reckon he's going to do a reverse 720. There it is for sure. Nicely done. So he's going back to back to back. It's a couple of back to backs, and he's going to try and do a wake back to back, I reckon. Not bad if he had have just hung in there and bent his knees on the landing, but that was still pretty good. That's not a bad little effort for him.
We've had, I don't know if many people have been watching our YouTube clip, because we've got the luxury of sitting here watching the replays, but definitely getting a few messages that the quality is on point. And I think Gus is doing an amazing job in there.
I was just sitting in the tower there then. He's got a pretty size, and I think over the course of this weekend as well into the unders event, there's going to be a few more cameras added and a few more different views and so on, and I think even the jump this afternoon, they're going to explore a few little different things, so it's all happening on the webcast, and hopefully it's great for the punters at home. Have you had any contact? You had contact with people from home, but is there, on that webcast, is there any live interaction or not?
I haven't been on my phone to probably check if they can do their YouTube. Probably a question for Gus if he's in there listening. Do they have that ability to have the little YouTube live?
I want to know who's there, and
Let's have a look.
I'd like to chat to some people.
I reckon if I was to check the views for, you know, Over's trick, it would be up there. Tens of thousands probably. We're probably opening up a little bit of a rabbit hole.
I think we've got
here.
a Queenslander coming onto the water next, Kenny Ito, who I'm pretty sure gives this a bit of a nudge, generally speaking. He's one of the over 55 guys that's sort of hanging in there, keen on trick skiing and continuing to move forward with his skiing. I think when I first met him probably a decade or so ago, you know, he had a medium run, and I think over that time he's like improved kind of out of sight. So,
well, he's the top seed.
Yeah, well, he's a player now. I reckon he's up near $3,000 now. Kenny, let's have a look. We're certainly going to get a look and see what he's got up his sleeve, because here he comes. And I'm sure he gives the overall a nudge as well, because Slalom's pretty good, and I'm sure he jumps as well. What do we got here? Some Wake back-to-backs to start with by the looks of it, and a couple of surface back-to-backs, I reckon. Where do we go from here? Going to do some 180s as well. Some 360s. Going to do a wake line back by the looks of it. Not too bad. He's done a line front, line back, and he'll do a wake line front. It's a little messy through there, but I think he might get away with it. Some more wake turns, wake back, wake front. That's not a bad little opening pass. He got a little scratchy in the guts, but he's got through it. And same sort of thing as slalom a little bit. There's no style points for tricks, but you do have to do the tricks legally, and that's making sure that the ski goes fully to the rotation where it's got to go to. It's got to get all the way to the back, making sure that tricks that you do over the wake, that you've got to be in the air when you're completing that turn. There's a bunch of things that you've got to sort of get correct. They're not really judging you on style, but they are judging you on the fact that you're getting it all done. And I believe at this event we've got 5 judges in that tower who are pining over all that, and then a couple of scorers who are putting it all together, and we're getting some scores on the board. But I'm assuming live scores we're probably live, and those scores will be popping up pretty promptly.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm trying to get onto the YouTube, but that's not working. So let's go back to IWWF. Let's have a look at some live
I reckon the live
here.
scores will show us what's going on. Anyway, we've got Ken coming back second pass here. What do we got? He's going to put his foot in the toe piece, so he's got some toe tricks up his sleeve. Let's see if he wraps that over his head to start out with a toe O. I kind of feel like he will, but I don't know for sure. What do we got? Doesn't look like he is, so he's starting off with some slides. Going to do a wake back and a wake front, I think. Yep, there he is. Now standard 180 sequence. He's going to do the reverse. A little sketchy on the reverse, but he got it. So now he's going to try and do some toe back-to-backs. And we'll have to let the judges decide whether they like the quality of those or not. But he's certainly had a pretty good go at it, and he stood up both passes, so he's got through most of it.
Righto, so let's do a bit of a score update. Over 35 women's. So we've got some results here.
Nice.
I don't know if these are official results, but they're on the live scoring. So
I think if they get to live scoring, they're done.
Righto, so over 35 women's tricks, round 1. We've got Catherine Gordon leading, 3,570.
3,005, that's good.
Yeah, or I'm going back to a bit of a thing. Katie Pickford, 2,910.
2,910.
Oh, someone called that, didn't they? I'm pretty sure it was 2,940.
Nice.
That must have pinged it for a side.
Very close.
And then we have Tegan Pickton with 1,450. So what's the go with the tricks? Is it the best score or cumulative as well? Slalom?
It'll be those scores will be added together. Whatever they score in that first round, their second round will be added to that, and that's how it's going to end up.
Righto, so over 35 women's, some pretty good scores. Let's have a look at over 35 men's tricks. We had one competitor with Chris Cockburn with 4,020 points.
Yeah, I saw his run. He's a very tidy tricker. He's got some tricks up his sleeve, that lad. And I don't know whether it all went to plan, but he certainly made it look nice today.
Right, that moves us on to score update over 55 women trick skiing. Mel Collins with 500 points, round 1.
500 flat. Nice. Now, I just had a little bit of a nudge from the canteen. A few little leftovers from last night, some butter chicken and some Rogan Josh, and they're doing a demon deal of $10 on that. So maybe if you're staying somewhere around the side or even in Port Macquarie and you don't feel like cooking dinner, that is a good option, or you can eat it now if you want. But I'm pretty sure they're going to put it in a takeaway container for you, and you could take it home and have a very easy dinner tonight for $10. I wouldn't miss out on that.
Sounds pretty good. Right, moving on. Over 65 men trick results. So Raymond Horton from WA leading with 1,720. Second place, Mark Lauder, New South Wales, 1,420 points. And then in third place, Peter Smith, Victoria, with 900 points.
Fair enough.
Pretty close.
Yeah, that sounds like good scores.
And then I think rounding out with results. We've got an over 75 men's tricks. That's crazy. Over 75.
What's he got? Let me think.
Over. Righto, give me
Who
a
was it?
number.
Was it Fred?
Richard Chris.
Richard's a good. He's a long-term tricker. Like, he's tricked for a long time. I'm actually going to call it in the teens. I reckon 18, 1,800.
You must have went down early. 870 points.
870. Yeah, I must admit, I'm not 100% sure where he's at.
He is
but
leading.
But I know he can. I know he can trick.
He is leading. So that's all our results with our tricks. So they're definitely keeping up to speed with who's tricking and who's not. Just having a look at the live scores, but live scores only show us slalom. So
now, I don't know whether Craig has mentioned to everybody there is 2025 Nationals merches over there. Have you spoken to anyone about that, Craig? So
No.
there, if anybody pre-ordered merchandise, so that is going to be towels, hats, shirts, lovely quality. I'm wearing one of those new shirts myself. I got in there and got mine sorted, but there's little packs that are bagged up inside the main marquee. If you ordered any merch, you're very welcome to go in there and collect that merch. If you haven't ordered any merch, at this stage there is still some excess there that you can have a look at and buy. So, but you probably better get in quick on that because there's not a heap of extra merch. I would be getting in for a bit of a look, but anybody who ordered some merch, definitely it is packed up, ready to go if you want to go and collect it before somebody else swipes it out from underneath you.
yeah, just there was a bit of a message from the merchandise supplier that the bucket hats will have to be posted out. So if you did order a reversible bucket hat, we have those names and they will be posted out. But caps are there, t-shirts, towels, and the big oversized jackets, which if we didn't live in far north Queensland, if I was like Sue, I'd definitely, from Victoria, I'd be probably buying two.
They look cool, don't they? Is there any of them extra ones of them hanging around?
No.
No.
It's not.
So if you ordered one, you're getting it. So all we're doing is letting you know that it is a lovely jacket and you've got one. What size are you, by the way?
You might be able to sell yours if you did order that.
Yeah, they definitely look nice and warm, 3/4 length, and they've got a lovely finish to them. They must have been expensive. Were they dear? I don't know how much they were.
There's probably only about the towels look pretty mint.
Yeah, I do. The towels look lovely as well. I did manage
5 towels left.
I did manage to bag one of theirs. Craig is telling us there's only 5 towels. I wouldn't miss out on that action if you like the idea of having a memorabilia towel from the 2025 Malibu National Titles.
So I think the jumpers would be looking out at this little head breeze at the moment going, cool, come on, trickers, let's get going.
And we got more tricking to come?
We have 7 trick skiers.
7 trick skiers. So what divisions are we looking at?
We are. Good question. So we have over 45 men's trick up now with Jamie Craig and Neil Peterson.
Neil Peterson, yes.
And then over 45 women's, Kelly Atkinson and Nikki. Oh, that's pretty good trickers there.
Yeah, there's some good trickers there. I think Kelly can trick pretty well, and I know Nikki is up there as well. So there's some quality tricking to come.
No, we didn't see Nikki earlier, did we? Who did I see earlier, Tricky? We just go to Google Chrome. Got a few people over here looking at a new ski. Looks like a little D3 action. Shane probably over here.
It's a very good point. It's that there should be some ski manoeuvring normally goes on at Nationals as far as some merch and some gear hanging around for sale. I don't know what's going on there.
I might have like a really new Connolly C1 available after my first round tomorrow. Depending on how it goes.
I've got a 5-year-old radar that it's
not getting me up to where I want to be.
It's obviously doing something wrong.
Righto, sounds down on the boat dock. They're getting ready. And then looking at jumpers, how many crazy jumpers do we have?
I don't think there's heaps of jumpers in the overs, but I
think there was 7.
There's a handful, and I think there's a couple of couple of disabled jumpers. So
Yep, we got Ira and Samantha, and got Mel Collins, got Ramon Horton, Peter Smith, Mark Lauder, Neil Peterson, Jamie Craig. Righto, you call the trick.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
we
got
should
Jamie- we
have
got Jamie
Jamie
coming in
Craig
now.
coming in.
yeah, I think Jamie might be a little bit of a spinner. I'm interested to see what he's got up his sleeve here. He's taking on Neil Peterson, and I know Neil's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve as well. So he's got some slides and some 180s, sort of standard fare to start with. Going to do some O's, I reckon. There's the first O, and the second O for him. And it looks like we've gone to a 5 back, and I think we're going to do a 5 front. So that's a pretty good sequence. And I think he's going to go for a 7 there, yes. And finished off with a 7 and a wake back. All right. That's not a bad little start for Jamie.
Okay. Got Jamie coming in. Second pass.
All right, he stood up that first pass, didn't have much of a wait time down there. He said, get on with it, let's get out there. So what's he going to have? I kind of think he's going to have a bit of a spinny second run. He had fairly standard stuff first run. What are we going to have second run here? So he's going to do a wake back, and he's going to do a wake front. And that is well, you might call that a 7. It all depends on what's going. He's thumbed the boat up. I reckon he's turned it to flips. I reckon he's going to have a go to flip here. Coming on heel side. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's a front. Heel side front. Nice attempt. That's a difficult trick to do. A heel side front flip, I think.
Worth a few points. What are they? 700, 800 points?
I think it might be 800, 850, something like that.
Just having a look at how they setting up their trick course here with the homologation and, start and pre-gate, I suppose, with their green and red buoy, that they've brought it just in a little bit, going off the number 1 ball and back 50 metres from that. Interesting. Where I've seen some courses set it off just pre-gates and gate.
Normally, it's a pretty broad tolerance for a trick course because it's not very pivotal, but normally it drops right into the line of pre-gate and gate. So you can sort of take the other ball off the pre-gate and the gate, and you can call, the green is your green and the orange is your orange. And for any of those people that don't know, what you need to do supposedly is have your boat speed set by the time you get to the green ball, but that doesn't really come into play that much these days because of zero off in the boat. The speeds are very precise. People know how fast they want to go and they set it on the boat. In the old days, when you had people driving by hand, you were quite often thumbing the boat up and down to try and get that speed exactly the way you wanted it before you got to the course. And then we have to wait till the orange ball before we start tricking. So if you do any tricks prior to that orange ball, they're going to be ignored and disregarded. So you've just got to wait until you get past the orange ball, and then it's game on. And we're going to see Neil Peterson do that exactly now. Once he gets to that red ball, he can start tricking. And what's he up to? Neil Peterson from Queensland. Looks like he's starting out with some basic back-to-backs and 180s. A wake back-to-back there across the wake. I'm assuming it's going to be a reverse one. Yep. And he's come front from there. He's done a wake back and a wake front, and he'll probably do the other wake as well, so he can do the reverse of those two on the other wake. And he's doing some 180s. Oh, I think that might have been a five back. but it's a nice stand-up pass, so he'll be happy with that.
Think maybe might be a return. Do you think maybe 2026 Greg Cooper back in the tricking ranks?
Every year at this time of year, once I watch people trick, I go, oh, maybe I could put a scratcher run together, and then I go and have a couple of sets and go, I don't think this thing's happening anymore. The body just doesn't move anymore. You've got to be, but really you
Just
should
like a free ski
you
here
should
for the
push through.
commentators.
Is that up for a raffle, that D3? R4.
R4.
That's the special one. I like the blue. Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Do we do 2-for-1 deals on those skis?
I need probably 2 skis for my slalom pass at the moment.
I reckon I would need 2 skis for my trick pass. That's for
There's
sure.
nothing wrong with 2 skis in trick pass, I'll tell you.
Anyway, Neil straight into his toe piece. So this is where you gain some points. If you can do toe tricks, if you can still do toe tricks over 45, over 55, over 65, then you're in with a chance because it just increases the amount of points you can pull together. So he's got just a pretty basic toe back, toe front there, and he's going to go for the toe wake back. Oh, he's in trouble a bit. So he's leant away from the boat a little bit too much. But he got 100 for his toe back, toe front. He would have loved to have got 150 each for a toe wake back and a toe wake front. Unfortunately gone down on that toe wake back. So it'll be interesting to see those scores because I think Kenny might have been a little bit more consistent throughout that pass and might have pinged him there because he's gone in relatively early there, Neil, on that particular one.
Righto, we're up to the girls now. Over 45 women, Kelly and then Nikki. So
I didn't get a chance to see Kelly. Kelly's come up and skied with us a couple of times in the last few weeks, but I didn't see her trick. And Georgie and Katie up our way love their tricking, and I think Kelly jumped in with them and did some skiing. And I said to Georgie, can Kelly trick? And she goes, yeah, she's a great tricker. So I'm interested to see what she's got up her sleeve. But I did say to her, it sounds like you can trick well. But she did say, yeah, Nikki Coburn kicks my ass, basically. So we'll see how that pans out.
everyone knows how much I love driving trick. So when Kelly was up there with Katie tricking, I was more than keen to drive both of them. And
So you hung out for a couple of hours in the boat, and you were in heaven, weren't you?
Just loved it.
Sitting in the boat in heaven.
Loved that speed.
Loved that spinning around and round and round and round.
Round, not running over ropes. But yes, Kelly can definitely trick. I'm going to say somewhere, I'm going to go in a 2.9, 3,000 range.
3,000 points. Yeah, well, like Georgie did say, yeah, she can trick. So, you know, it's kind of rare to run into, you know, more mature age people who can still hold it together. So it's good on her, I say. So we've how many triggers have we got left, Craig?
We have 2 over 45 women, 1 over 65 woman, and 1 over 75 men. So
Fair enough.
4 trick skiers
Just
left.
letting all the people out in webcast land know that there's going to be a little bit of a break between trick and jump, and there's a little bit of tech stuff to be done, so we are going to go offline briefly after these last couple of triggers. So don't think that we've gone offline permanently. We're going to be back. Alrighty, we've got Kelly Atkinson on the water here. A couple of little warm-up tricks, getting ready to go. What do we got? What do we got? I'm watching on the TV, so I might be a little delayed. Here she goes. She's into the back position. Looks like it's going to be a wake back-to-back to start with, and more than likely the reverse, and I would suggest a couple of surface back-to-backs. Now it looks like she's going into the wake 180 sequence, fairly standard sequence. We joked that they should make a stamp with this sequence so you could just stamp the trick sheet. But she's done that all very well. 5 back and a 5 front. And then an O and an O and some slides. And what Kelly did there wasn't a whole lot of really difficult tricks in there, but she never stopped moving and she was moving quickly. So if we haven't talked about tricks too much, there is 2 20-second passes for you to complete as many tricks as you can. And I talked before about there's certain criteria that you've got to do to get credit for the trick. So then on top of that, the faster you can go, the more you can fit in that 20 seconds. So, and that's where I think Kelly's got a pretty good routine going there. She didn't hesitate at all. She was moving through that quite quickly, and she got quite a load of tricks done. So that's what's going to give her those points. Just watching the replay there, plenty of air on those wake tricks. Good smooth rotation through all those turns as well. So she's definitely honed her skills a little bit with the trick skiing. And a couple of side slides at the end for 40 points each to finish it off, depending on whether she fits that in time or not. So in the judging tower, there's official timing where they start it very officially, and there's a computer with exactly 20 seconds telling us where the last frame of skiing was completed. So it's all above board, that 20-second mark. It's pretty carefully monitored, certainly for a nationals event anyway. But Kelly coming back for her second pass. I have a feeling she should be doing some rope on toe stuff, and she's going to put her foot in the toe piece for sure. And I have a feeling she'll pull that rope over her head, will she, and start with an O or a 5 maybe. Who knows? No, it looks like she's starting straight up. It's going to be a toe wake back. Toe wake back and a toe wake front. A couple of slides, or this one slide, and a standard 180, and she's going to go for a reverse 180. And I think she'll probably go reverse again and do a back-to-back out of it. Yep, it's a toe back-to-back, and hopefully, oh, she fell on the reverse toe back-to-back, which she would have liked to have got. That's 200 points there at the end. She maybe just missed out on, but that's still pretty good going. I think that'll end up being a pretty good score.
Just going through some of the job lists for tomorrow. So if there's any Queenslanders, we're on dock marshal duty tomorrow.
Dock duties tomorrow.
Dock duties.
It's it's good hanging on the dock, I reckon.
Yeah, get in people's heads. Just putting on some ropes, throwing them out to the boat. We just have to cover for the day. So if any Queenslanders that want to get involved, please let us know, and we can make everyone aware who's going to be where.
So we need a little roster for the day to cover the day, do we?
Yes. We've got a few of our judges that are stretched over the weekend, and then especially the ones that are backing up for next weekend as well. So tomorrow we've had New South Wales doing a mighty job on the dock today, so thank you, New South Wales, looking after all our skiers. And Queensland are on tomorrow, and then we have Victoria. How did Victoria get away with a half a day?
Victoria on Monday.
We should have planned that better.
They'll get it back at the unders event. There's going to be 5 days of skiing at the unders event.
Alrighty, we've got Nikki Coburn on the water now. Over 45 women trick, and I'm pretty sure she has got some tricks up her sleeve. Be interesting to see what she's got on board, whether we can keep up with her, because I'm pretty sure she's quite snappy as well. So going to start with some wake back-to-backs and surface back-to-backs. So I would think this could end up being the wake 180 sequence as well. So quite similar to Kelly in the start there. Moving on to a wake O. Doing a surface 5 back and a surface 5 front outside the wake. An O and a couple of side slides to finish off. So it was relatively similar to
Kelly's.
Yeah.
Oh, Gary Pollock, if we got the screen going in the bar, or just had the word. Lorraine, is that screen working there? TV? No. Might have to get Charlie Cooper out here and weave his magic. Or Gus. I'll go and have a look. I know a bit about TVs. I watch them quite a bit.
Isn't that a line out of the old, what was it, Fast Time at Ridgemont High? My old man's a TV repairman.
Righto, so Nikki coming in, toe pass. She's going to start with a wrap in. Yep, I'll wrap in, probably a wake. Right, toe fives, reverse and back to backs, another back to back, and a wake, front, wake, or maybe wake back, side slide, and wrap in 5. That's a lovely one. Righto, just having a look at, I don't think we had our over 55 men trick results come through on the IWWF prior, so I can give you a bit of an update. And so we've got Ken Ido out in front, 2,420 points. Daryl Shorten in second place, 1,390. Very close in third with Brett Smetley with 1,310. And then Murray Pigden with 570 points. So pretty tight for second and third there. Right, so that wraps up our over 45 women. Now we have Sue Crisp coming in, over 65 women. Sue definitely has been busy in the water ski community, team manager. They're getting through all the tricks here. All the surface turns. Finish side slide. And a stand-up pass. After Sue, got a husband Richard in the over 75s trick, and then that will round out our trick round 1. And then we have 7 jumpers, which should give us a nice finish for the day.
Now, well, we were just getting our screen back online at the bar there, Craig. Not wanting to promote excessive consumption of alcohol, however, I was reminded to let everybody know that
Pay your tab.
that the bar is open. Well, pay your tab's probably the first thing, yes. But the bar is open, and they have got fresh cheese platters ready to go. So it's almost a little bit of a tradition thing. There's only a couple of triggers left, haven't we? And then we're going to get into jump to maybe have a quiet beverage and a little bit of cheese platter while we're watching the jump to end up the day. So what have we got? Sue Crisp on the water here, starting out with a Waco. Nice. Surface O, a back. Or could have been a 5 back, actually, and a reverse 5 back. It's a bit hard to tell from here exactly what's going on. Into a wake back to back and reverse. Nice. Nice second pass.
Have a look at the replay now. It's fantastic in that sunlight. Glistening blue water.
It is actually nice now, isn't it? Like we thought it was a little gloomy earlier and we might going to get a fair bit of rain, but it's turned out to be a beautiful day, really. All right, so what do we got there? Well, I think that's a 5 back. And then we're going to do a 5 front, I think. No, that could have been a 7 back to back. And then I wonder whether she might go 7 the other way. If she keeps moving. I reckon that was a 5 and then 2 7s. Well, I don't know. Then a back to back. And a back to back reverse. A bit easy to tell in this slow motion. Yeah, and that might have been a 5 front. And then a wake back to back. And a reverse wake back to back. Nice run. All right, so we're all tricked out.
Yeah, I just heard Richard mustn't be starting.
Is it after? Is it before 3? What's the rule?
Well, there's a daylight saving down here. Is it 3 back in Queensland?
Daylight savings is over.
Is it 3 in New Zealand?
Well, it doesn't really matter. It was only about the rule of the trick skiing rule.
Oh, that's that's right.
Yes.
No, they're not allowed to start before 2.
Not allowed to start. So we must have assumed daylight savings here to start, but we finished at the correct time.
Yes, they're done.
All right. So we're going to have a little bit of a break for a minute. There's going to be a few little course changes and so on to get organised for jump. And then we are going to be headlong into some people that probably shouldn't be jumping, over skiers, but they are going to for our entertainment, and good on them.
Might be worth getting a bevy, getting a cheese board, getting a chair, and moving down.
Yeah, I think that's
down near this tinny.
What did you say the time was? It's 2 o'clock, is it?
2 o'clock.
I think we're going to finish pretty early by the looks of things. We've only got, I think we've only got 8 or 9, 7, is it?
7 jumpers.
7 jump skiers. And then I think our day is done. I don't know. I wouldn't go disappearing or hitting the grot too hard. You never know. The judging team might decide with the weather being so beautiful, they can fit something else in. Has anyone had an inkling of that possibility, or is it just going to be done?
It makes me nervous now because tomorrow morning we have over 45 men, I believe, first off the bat. Over 35. I reckon we should do the over 35s, John. Now. What do we think? We maybe put the over 55 men second round slalom now, before they seize
In
before
one day.
they seize
Well,
up.
then you'll see me ugly tonight. Then if I have 2 rounds in one day and it's all over.
We had some of our not so much sponsors, our team contributors with ASN. And did you hit the Cougar Juice last night?
I didn't actually know. I didn't get a chance to hit the Cougar. Now, what are we meant to do with the Cougar Juice? So it's called Cougar Juice.
It is called Cougar Juice,
Yes,
and
and
it's
it comes
collagen.
and it comes from a pharmacy. So it doesn't come from somewhere in Thailand off the street, somewhere in a box, funny box.
No, it was special delivery.
All right.
Someone in an Uber Eats.
So Cougar Juice, and what am I meant to do? I'm meant to take it, or I'm meant to rub it into something?
I think you're supposed to drink it.
Drink
and
it.
it's supposed to increase your collagen levels.
Collagen. I have been feeling down in collagen, so maybe
Get rid of from wrinkles. Not sure. Could be the answer. Could be those 9 extra buoys you were looking for tomorrow.
9:15 probably for me. Oh dear.
But it will be exciting. I did see that you guys are actually skiing again tomorrow, round 2.
Yeah,
So-
we'll be done tomorrow. Well, the guys that are the softies that are just slaloming like myself, we will be done tomorrow. So Saturday, Sunday, and it's all over Red Rover. And how much is on? There's not a lot of skiing on Monday, is there? It's just Monday morning basically, and then the females for the unders are going to start Monday afternoon, and then we are going to have a presentation night on Monday night. Do we know what's the format for that? I should know what the format is for that.
Yeah, I've heard rumours they've got a pretty big,
Big turnout.
we're not gonna name the band.
So there's going to be live music.
Live music.
And we're not doing red carpety stuff on this particular one. It's going to be smart casual, is it?
Smart
Or
casual.
less than casual. It's a bit of a funny one because it was lovely having the fire pit last night, and if we can have that sort of feel about it, it's almost it's very casual, but it feels good. I like it.
Yeah, I think and as we know,
Hello. I'm here.
yeah, it's definitely got a casual feel. Maybe there were a lot of people down around the dock, and a few cars. So many people out in the marquee. Probably looking forward to.
What's the format for this evening? There's no official event on tonight. It's a take care of yourself routine, but I did have the offer. I don't know whether they've used up all those takeaway dishes from the leftovers from last night, the Demon Deal $10 dinner. I'm assuming a few people took that on board, but I think we might sort of hang out here for the afternoon because it's a lovely spot. It's clearing up and the Malibu's bar will be open. And to me, that's going to be gold.
I'm actually looking forward to having our little So just setting up the jump.
Alrighty, we want people to the tower, please. Drew Martin and Brett Sutherland. Apparently you have been named for some duties in the tower. If you can head down there, you're going to be doing some jump judging. Also, looking for Mark Jordan, the homologator. I've got another jump rope here for you, Mark, that we're trying to sneak in before the event gets started. If you can let us know where we can drop that jump rope off to you, please, mate. Can you hear me, Mark, out there? Hello. I'm feeling like I'm going to go a cheese platter and maybe I'm feeling it as well.
Drink.
Yeah, I think a nice cold beverage would be just nice as well. I think they've got a pretty good variety there too. They've got some pre-mixed drinks in cans, and I'm pretty sure they've got some wines and they've got some beers, and even some cider. So they've got a pretty solid mixed bag.
Maybe we can get a confirmation from Belinda, because if we're sort of looking at a 2 o'clock, let's call it 2:30 start. What are we predicting? 8 jumpers. It's probably only an hour and a half, you'd say, wouldn't you, without any issues? So that could possibly be a 3:30, 4 o'clock, which is probably nice way to finish the day.
Alrighty, sounds like jump is about to get underway, so no mucking around here. The Stoney Park 2025 Malibu National Waterski Titles. Alrighty, so it looks like we are going to get an early mark today because they're not going to try and put any other events on for the rest of the day. So anybody who's skied and doesn't have to ski can partake in a beverage if they feel like it. No, we've got jump to go yet, but there is only 8 or so. So the trick sheets are out if people want to, over by the fire pit. You people have 30 minutes to review their trick sheets if they want to put a protest in with regards the scoring, etc., etc. You know the drill, you trickers. You've got 30 minutes to go down and have a look at your scores. Yes. Alrighty, we have a jumper on the water, getting ready to fly. Maybe head down this end of the lake if you want to get a slightly better view of jump. We have got Aira from South Australia coming in for her first jump. Looks like a single cut we're going for here. Oh, quite nice form off the ramp there, and we're going to ride that one away. A lovely opener for the first jump of the event. Alrighty, word through from the boat there. Speed 11.6 for the first jump. 11.6 meters.
So boat is just spinning, no drops. Just keep on turning through. So coming in at 40k, so we've bumped it up.
Up the ante. 11.6 for the first jump. What have we got? Single cut. A little bit of a later cut there. A little bit harder to the ramp. So I would think she might be able to squeeze a little bit more distance out of that. Maybe. It didn't look like a whole lot from here, but hard to tell from here, actually.
This is our competition. Who
yeah.
can get the closest?
No,
I'm going to go 12.6.
Oh, man, that's what I was going to... I'm going to call 12.4. We're close there. I think we're in the 12s. I don't think that jumped up to 13. But we're about to find out.
Now, I did hear a rumour that they're going to try and put up the score on the screen. But... oh, that's one for Coops.
12.1. 1-0, I says. 12.1. That's still a great jump. Not sure what her personal best territory is. But she did put the boat speed up there a little bit. I wonder whether maybe she might do that again. Add a little bit more speed.
Oh, we're in trick mode, so we don't have to go up in the 3k increments, so we can just... it's not a bad idea.
41.6.
41.6.
From the boat. It's an increase in speed, but it's a measured increase in speed.
So, we've had a... yes, I did see the scores, so Gus has got all the scores coming up. 2 rounds, yep. Charlie's on the second camera. Live. Right, so looking at our skiers at Aira and get our list. And then Samantha, yes. Well done.
Alrighty, third and final jump here for Aira. Boat speed has come up just a little more. She's got good form. She's got good technique. I thought she dug a little bit harder on that second jump, but it didn't really produce into numbers. So it's kind of about cutting through the ramp. Looks pretty solid there. Oh, a little out the back as soon as she hit the ramp itself.
Oh,
so must have just been sitting on her heels a little bit. She put a hand up to say no problems there, but that is going to be a 4 on her third and final jump.
Right, so 12.1 as her best. So jump, I think it's time. Make sure, come over to the tent marquee, grab a refreshing cold drink, cheese platter, share. Feel free to share it up this end of town too.
Yeah, that's right. I think we should sample it up here. They should send us a sample pack.
Quality control.
Yeah, so we can promote.
Yeah, promotional purposes
yes,
only.
and beverages as well. We just want to make sure that they're as icy cold as they're telling us they are. But I do think there's a chance of that.
Ira's had a pretty busy day. That's a third event for the day.
That is a lot of skiing, isn't it? That's the thing with being a 3-event skier. You're busy, and you still get nervous, but you don't get as nervous as time goes by because you've had that dock experience of waiting for the boat and getting wound up. And by the end of it, for 3-eventers, I think they're pretty relaxed.
I always had the idea of 3-event. You know, why come to a tournament and be terrible at one? I could have been terrible at 3 events.
Yes, so I agree.
Have a bit more time on the water. Would add up now though with entries and becomes
It's a bit more about the gear.
and the gear,
but-
jump
but
skis.
Jump especially is it's a little bit of a difficult game to participate in if you want to keep your gear
And
new
travelling.
and so on. Yes, and it's,
I know
that's right.
Jetstar weren't very friendly on the way down.
It's difficult with a lot of stuff. So I feel for the three eventers because there's a lot of gear to carry around with those big jump skis, jumpsuits, helmets. You're almost doubling your kit, whereas a trick ski is pretty compact, and you just got an extra rope to take with you, and that's it.
I'll see if I can get up some scores on our jump and see if we can have a bit of a look back through. Have to go out of this one, get Samantha's scores. We might even be able to see Aira's scores too.
She was 11.6 and 12.1 for Aira's.
Right, so pretty hard live. Righto, let's have a look. Iris have some results. Nothing coming up on our jump results. So have we got anyone? I'm thinking, looking at the overs. I know Mark Lauder throws it out there a little bit. Kenny?
Kenny has a go too. So does Neil Peterson. He has a go too.
Yep. Jamie
So-
Craig, he's ranked
yeah.
higher than Neil. So
He'll
he
have
must-
a go as well for sure.
Peter Smith. Yeah. I think we're all a little more calculated with the risk-taking aspect. Like, can we see anyone passing up, cutting that hard? Yeah, I've seen Mark pass up a few times
Yeah,
on the
Mark-
inside.
It's a timing thing for Mark for sure. When you're double cutting, I believe he holds the world record at this stage of the game for his age division. So he's definitely pushing the boundaries, and for him, it's a definite timing thing. And if that timing's out, then it becomes dangerous to go over for him, I think. Mind you, I don't tend to see him pass too many jumps, so I think he's got it pretty sorted.
Yes, I
I
know.
think we're just waiting for the water to get sorted out on the ramp. Might have a little issue with that. So for anyone who doesn't know, in the jump game, you need a little bit of water to lubricate that fiberglass ramp, so the skis will slip on it nice and slippery as they go over the top.
Bit of weed on that inside there, isn't there, for a little pass up?
Little catches me.
I do
Right.
like the splash curtain.
Actually, it's a good point in time to highlight the sponsor there,
Yes.
Action Horizons.
Can you read that from here?
Yeah, I've got good eyesight.
You can see it on the screen.
Action Horizons. They are one of our sponsors, one of our major sponsors, and obviously they've sponsored the side curtain on the ramp, but probably the banner is a little smaller than we should have anticipated on there. That's why we'll give them a plug. Do you know what they're into? Action Horizons. I think
Nice sunsets.
I think they're involved in ski shows and action sort of shows. And I don't know whether you remember, what was his name from Rocky?
We weren't talking about that cold liquid.
Harry Harbour, that's who I was trying to think of. And I think he went to Singapore or somewhere in that vicinity into ski shows. Yeah. And I believe that's the company that got some involvement in that, whether they operate the shows or how they're involved, but that's who they are. And I believe they sponsored and assisted a bunch of skiers who are up and coming in that field, so good on them for that. All right, who have we got on the water, Craig?
We have Samantha Longmore coming.
Samantha.
That boat seems to be motoring along a bit.
Yeah, it's moving pretty quick, and she's seated on that ski, and she is cutting to that ramp. Man, I reckon that is one gutsy move. That is gutsy. Good job. What do you think that distance was there?
Well, that's a good point. I'm
going 14. I'm just getting in first on you. 14 metres?
I'll go 13.6.
It's a little tricky to tell from here, but that boat was moving, and she had a little bit of hang time in there, I reckon.
Yeah.
So
Charlie's seeing if he's...
Let's watch the replay here to see. I think the ski just turned back a little bit towards the boat, but she's got to lean back. You know, wouldn't want to catch that tip on the way down.
No.
Man, I wouldn't want to do an out the front. 14.1. 14.1 metres. Is that what we said?
I said 13.6. We can see on the Malibu that we've got the jump distance on the little counter clock above the driver and observer. You've got better eyes than I have. You might be able to see that. But I think it's nice for the jumper to see.
I think that's what it is. It's a little double-sided display, and you can see it a little bit coming forward. And we put that display sideways for slalom so people from the shore can see. But it's mainly when jumps involved to show the jumper how far they jumped.
Did we have to use that too much today with slalom short line ropes?
No, not really. Never mind. Anyway, here we go. Coming in for a second jump. I think they might have upped the speed a little bit. I heard 48k. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, nice.
I was going to say, that's going to load the handle.
Yeah. She's definitely got a hand in the air, so she's good as gold.
That's a lot of courage, isn't it?
But popped out of the ski. But I don't think she's mucking around. I think she's just hopping straight back in that sucker.
I know coming into that ramp, it looks like a bit of a wall, and that's standing, and I'm not the tallest person, but I still feel like it's pretty straight in your face. So to be sitting down, going into that ramp, I reckon it's going to intimidate you.
Yeah, it's a gutsy move for sure. Little replay there.
Interesting. We were talking about, carting ski gear around the country to go to, these events, and with our adaptive skiers, like I'm looking at some of their kit, and it's
that's right. That's a good solid bit of gear there. I don't know whether do the airlines give them a little bit of leniency? Do they take care of disabled sports people maybe a little bit? I don't know. I don't know what the whole routine is with that. Maybe they do, because you're right, and they don't look overly light too. When I see those people, jump skis, normal jump skis are fairly light, but they're weighty in their physical size. But that ski that she's riding there's got a sort of a structured, fabricated seat into it that I'm assuming will be made out of aluminium or something similar, and it's going to start to add up, and I think it might be a little weighty.
I know Jason Sleep was making some of the skis. Is that correct, with his skis? Maybe the bases or the frames? Yeah, just getting the word then that Adaptive skis don't get looked after by the airlines, but
It's
probably not surprised.
Yeah.
The airlines
didn't wanna
don't
s-
want to do us too
I
many
didn't want
favours.
to. I didn't want to say that. I was half thinking it, but I didn't want to say it. You would think they'd just throw 'em a bone a little bit, wouldn't you? Know, like it's hard enough world as it is, and if you're having a go at something, but you just have some gear that's a little heavy and awkward,
We could be
maybe-
pole vaulters.
maybe they could give
You
'em
ever
a
thought
hand.
about pole vaulters?
Aren't they in sections, those pole vaults,
I
or
don't
not?
know. They're long.
They are. They do look long. There's a lot of sports where it's tricky to travel with their
Yeah.
stuff, I think. Even all the triathlons and so on, people, they've all got to take their bikes wherever they
Yeah,
go.
bikes aren't too bad. You
Bikes
can-
break down, don't they? And they've
Yeah.
got hard cases for those bikes. All righty, it's going to be third and final jump here.
So chasing after a 14 point. What were we? 6 or 1?
All right.
Oh, yeah, that's
a little bit squirreled sideways. Oh, it
Oh.
was a shame. I think she was leaning back a little bit because she had a bit of the tip came down on that second jump, and she leaned back a little bit there, and maybe that let the ski slide out a bit more, and that just made it a little difficult to land. That it was better in the air, and I think the distance might have even been better, but just getting squared up as soon as that rope went tight was just a bit too much. All right, just seeing a replay of that jump now.
The boat does look nice out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a little off axis there on the landing, and that is all she wrote.
Okay, next skier off the dock, we have Mel Collins, over 55 woman jump. What are we going to... Mel's been, what, about around the 20 mark, 18, 20?
It's a good point. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think you're probably right, though. She's jumped for quite a lot, a few years, I think.
We might be selling her really short. She might be like 30, but
Well, we're about to find out.
we will find out.
I don't think 30's where it's at, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
Probably more about 20 is where it's going to be. We're about to
Yep.
find out, and it's going to be entertainment for sure.
Yeah,
All of
that's
these people jumping now, it's going to be entertainment.
7 jumpers to go. Going to call it 4:30 stumps today.
4:30. Is that perfect time for a beverage?
I think it's... What's the song say? 5 o'clock somewhere?
That's it.
Thank you. You're entertaining
Now, can I have a little bit of a look at that sheet, see how many competitors we've got in these divisions? Because is Mel on her own in this
Mel,
one?
She will...
She's going to be a gold medal winner.
Over 55 women. Maybe it's time,
Yeah, I know, that's
some
what I was
of us
thinking.
old
I
people can
was-
start stepping up.
I got put through a survey last night by a close
Be careful
friend
here.
of mine.
Be
I know, I
careful.
know.
You are live.
And one of those questions is whether I agreed with transsexual people competing in women's sports. And I had to think for a second there. And I am being careful here. And I'm not going to tell you what. I'm not
what
going
are
to tell
you?
you how I answered
Don't
it.
tell me you're thinking to cross genders just to try and clean up it's some over 55 women.
Do you know where I can buy a dress from?
You know what's more disappointing from that? You're still probably out of medals.
That's right. I'll still come last. I'll still come fourth place. Oh, dear. Well, I'm going to have to think of something else to be able to get a medal. At this stage of the game, my theory is if you just stay in it, then eventually everybody else will die and then you will win something.
Last person
Yes.
standing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I die along the way, too bad, so sad.
No. We're definitely not doing it for, well, the enjoyment sometimes. I did have one good ski this year. I'm sure of it somewhere. It's like that round of golf. It rarely comes, but when it does,
And it's the best day ever. You know who has had the best day ever? Is Lorraine Hode. Hody and Rody. Yeah, PB for this year. I reckon it'll be. No, it's not a PB. Yeah, for this year. And what a day to do it.
Oh, nice. Jamie's just brought his skier bio. We were just going to make up stuff, Jamie. Hello. No, we're there.
We're there. Oh, right. We're back. We're back, Mortimer.
Jamie's just handed his stuff in.
All right. Actually, well, I must admit, we haven't been paying as close attention to skier bios that we maybe should have been. Mel, I'm pretty sure Mel will have a bio.
Yeah, get Mel's bio out. Let's go through this.
Alrighty, the countdown timer is on the trick sheets. We are only about 4 minutes left before they may throw your trick sheets in the fire. But there is an official half an hour time. Susan Sutherland has a hold of those trick sheets there. If you want to have a look and see how you've done and maybe check to see there hasn't been any mistakes.
Right. CO.
I don't think she's got it. All right, we've got from Queensland, we've got Mel Collins on the water at the moment. And that boat sounds like it's motoring pretty promptly, and she's cutting pretty firmly to that ramp. Woo! I am looking, what are we thinking there? I'm thinking teens. I'm going to call 16 as an opener there, 16-4. What are we thinking?
I'm still trying to work out the... boys from here, so 15-2, I reckon.
All right, we've got Mel Collins, nickname Melzy Smell. Hometown is Mara, Central Queensland, and the ski club is the Dawson River Ski Club, is where Mel skis at. Tournament PB in Slalom 2 at 12. Trick is 700 points, and jump is 22.3 metres in jump, so that is her personal best. That's what she'll be chasing. Have we heard a score yet from that?
No.
Ooh.
19.3.
19.3 metres for that first jump for Mel. Well, look at this. She's listing all her skis. Her jump skis are a Goodman. She's got a head zone helmet as well. So if anybody doesn't realise, some of the helmets in jump have got radio receivers built into them, so people from the shore can speak to those people inside their helmets. So I'm not sure who's in Mel's head at the moment. I'm assuming it'll be Shorty.
Oh, Shorty is. Here we go.
Shorty's chatting to her.
Ah.
And if you want to hear what he is saying, you can probably stand up beside him.
He's probably standing away from the speaker.
Or if you're cunning enough, you can change the radio station.
Sounds like a re-ride.
Alrighty, we've got 3 more jumps from Mel confirmed from the tower. There is a jump switch for anyone who doesn't know. In jump, when a jumper cuts towards the ramp, they're putting pressure on that boat, and they are pulling it back down. And the jump switch lets the engine know to apply power, and it's a big thing in jump skiing. There is a jump switch. Yes. So just hearing through from the radio, that is a protected score, and it will be an optional re-ride. So even though the jump switch didn't activate then, if she likes that distance as a first score on the board, she can take it. What do you think she's going to do, Shorty? She'll have 3 more, I think, won't she? Yep. Go big or go home is the way to go.
Why wouldn't you want to have an extra jump on a lovely Saturday afternoon?
All right, here we go. Mel Collins coming back in again for her second jump. Cutting hard to the ramp. You can hear that jump switch just kicking in then and applying power to the boat. And that
I
was a
reckon
good
that was
quality.
a bit longer.
I reckon that could be right on the 20 metre mark, that one. 20 on the dot. 19.9.
Ooh, I feel a 20.3. Bit of a hard angle from here.
Now, I don't know who wrote this skier bio, but it was relatively in depth. Favourite movie, Pretty Woman. For Mel.
Yep.
Favourite colours, black and white. Favourite song, Move Like Jagger. 20.1.
Nice. 20.1.
20.1. Favourite food is white Toblerone and crumb steak. Hopefully not together.
Right, we've got to tell us a dad joke from Mel. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Mel.
Mel who?
Oh, you forgot my name already.
That's a
We'll
dad
leave-
joke.
We'll leave
right?
it to the ski.
Yes.
Okay, coming in for jump 2. Listen to the... Oh, jump switch didn't seem to bite then, did it? Be interesting.
Yeah, so I didn't hear any power applied on the boat then, but it doesn't necessarily always do it. But I think it actually kind of should. And you're potentially, and this is the way I'm pretty sure I can hear it, Fox in the
Yep.
boat there, the times will be incorrect if Mel pulls that boat back more than it's allowed for the, so it goes through that course slower, then she'll be opted for another rewrite. But distance on that jump, 18.9 metres.
18.9, but no jump switch. So I'm not sure if we're having just a little glitch. If you reckon we might have put it in right backwards. You got to like. Two more jumps. That early mark that we thought we were going to have this afternoon. Might have to get the floodlights out.
Yeah. She'll be scanning on and on. Jump is a little bit tricky. There is things going on out there that you've got to get right to do with those switches and to do with the times. It's got to all be fair.
Now a little
in order for it to be the distances to be correct. All right, so now this is officially the second jump.
Officially the second jump.
And we need to hear that boat start to take off.
There we go.
There it is.
Big kick
There's a
in
little
there.
bit of power applied to that.
Oh,
Oh, a
she's
little bit
pulled-
back on that one, but she
Yeah,
might.
she just let,
No, I think she's
let
let
up on the jump there.
let the handle
Being
go.
being a jump expert that I am. I think she I'm just wondering how our cheese platter's going over there.
What's the official name for those cheese platters, Craig?
Shakiri.
Shakiri.
Shakira.
That means there's going to be all sorts That's going to be all sorts of fancy meat and everything in there, isn't there? Like bits of salami routine and olives, the whole box and dice. All in a nice little package. You could buy one and give it to somebody as a present over Easter.
If Emma Pollock's involved with that, they're going to be pretty on point.
Yeah. I think don't miss out. I think grab yourself a beverage and grab yourself a cheese platter.
Gary Pollock's always been a bit partial to the charcuterie board.
I see. Security.
That's what we're saying.
Charcuterie.
I think it's just the microphone.
Charcuterie, yeah.
It's just some...
All right. We're good.
I'm lost with what jump we're up to.
We'll get back to what we sort of know.
Second jump or the
water
third?
skiing.
Third
This
jump.
is the third. This will be the third and final jump. I think it'll be the 5th time heading to the ramp. Looks like a better jump, and hopefully she stands that one up. I think that's the one for her to finish on.
I don't think that.
I'm going to
jump
call. I'm going to call that 21 metres, and her PB is 22.3. So it's up close to there. Wait for the official score to come back.
What size jump is she on, Shorty? 84s?
84 Goodmans. 20.1. So she has got a 20 metre .1. So the same as the second one.
20. Right. 20.1. Righto. Now we have 6 men over 65s. No shift in jump height.
Who we got?
We've got Murray. No. Do we have Murray? Ramon.
Over 60.
Ramon Horton. Now, I was looking at that Horton name before. Is there any, like, you know, there's a bit of American...
Oh, is that a bit of rain? Out of nowhere. It's funny, this place, isn't it? Out of nowhere, the rain.
So it comes out of the sky, actually.
Yeah, that's true. But this morning it was gloomy, and then there wasn't really any rain coming down. Then there was sun.
That's the heaviest it's been today.
Yeah.
That's like...
And it's just, it's funny because it doesn't look like it should be raining. But it is. Beg your pardon? Oh, right. What was it? Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, fair enough. All right, sounds good. Yeah, we've got a little bit of proper rain. I don't reckon it's going to last, though.
No.
I reckon it's almost going to fade away right now. It's just trying to wet the ground down a little bit, keep the dust away.
Just having a look through, it's been a pretty smooth running day. So looking back through all of our scores, you know, looking right back to the start of the day, over 65 men.
Got any standouts for me?
Oh, my skier of the day, well, it's pretty hard. Pretty hard. You know, Peter 3.5 at 12. Obviously has been our best score all day.
I thought that was a bit of a standout. He was the only one that started at 14.
Yep.
Looked great at 14 and 13 and looked like he was potentially going to get through 12 but just didn't.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's got some, you know, the over 35 men's, I know they're stacked. I'm actually excited to see, you know, Pete and Chris, even John, go head to head. I think there's going to be... It is going to be the marquee division, isn't it? I'm hoping it's going to be a 10-2-5 in there tomorrow.
So how many we got in that over 35s division? We
I think
got some
there's
numbers?
6.
Only 6 skiers?
6 or 7. They've scared... I think the They've just scared over 35ers away from the sport, haven't they? Really?
I'm a firm believer that we should run an over
Yes.
35 Masters division. So anyone who qualifies, say 13 metre plus, no matter how much over 35 they are, we should have a Masters division that they can all compete in.
We were having a bit of a chat over in the tower before, and having the discussion around should we ski in our ages, whatever your age is, you're in it.
I think that would work. I think you have to ski in your age, except if you qualify for the Masters. And then you're kind of the best of each of those age divisions. If you want to go head-to-head with the best of over 35 skiers, then you're in there.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're going to have to ski in your age bracket.
Yeah. Right, I'm trying to get onto the start list for tomorrow. Right, so we are first off the dock tomorrow, over 35 men.
What time? We're starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow?
There's 9 skiers.
9 skiers in the over 35 division, so list them out for me.
Well, we got Benjamin McCarthy from New South Wales.
Nice.
Noel Gordon. Anthony Spelter. This Anthony's second nationals. He's a Queenslander.
Queenslander up our way, yep.
He's come for a bit of a drive. Peter Darby, who's been busy all week sorting out our facilities. Dan McManus, who skis a bit with Randall and Lucas at Davies there. John Adams,
we all know John.
And Mark Hooper, Peter Cornell, and Chris Coburn. So, those last four.
It's stacked at the end there, isn't it?
Those last four, yes.
So that's first thing tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock.
First thing.
So don't miss out on that. Conditions are pretty well guaranteed to be good, unless the rain causes us trouble. Hopefully it doesn't. Who we got on the water here now?
So we have Raymond Horton.
Raymond Horton on the water. Boat looks to be going 48 maybe or something. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a nice looking jump. Straight off, right over the top of his skis there. And I think that's maybe just shy of 20 metres right there. That was a nice looking jump.
Yeah, over 65. Easy. Yeah, so back to our over 35 men's. Interesting that, Chris is number 1 seed. So knowing Pete's been, into that 10.25, that's going to be a cracker.
Pete's run a couple of 7s this year, I think, hasn't he? 10 7s this year.
Yes.
But it's not to say that Chris hasn't as well. If you go and look at their scores, I'm sure he probably has. So we've got a few that are right up at the pointy end.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of Mark Hoop being up at Babinda for on and off with work over the last sort of 6 months. And I know Mark's been pretty consistent into his 11s.
Yeah, he's definitely been running 12 consistently. So, and he had a little bit of deep 11 there. I'm pretty sure I saw as well. So
I didn't get a distance for this first jump.
He's a player. No, I didn't hear a distance either.
Spinning straight back in.
Oh
yeah, a little style out.
Yeah,
and no slings.
He's nice,
old school.
Nicely over the top of his skis is the thing. Their skis are coming flat off the ramp. Hands might have been getting away from him a little bit, but really quite good.
Nice little bit of pop off the top there. Bit of spring still in the step.
We'll see whether we can catch a distance this time.
It's flashing up there as a 21, I think.
21.6, so right up there over the 20 metre mark. 21.6, jump number 2.
So, and then after that, we've got the over 45 men's tomorrow morning. And I think it's our biggest. I think it's pretty close to.
There was 13 in the over 55s today. Actually, it might have been 12 because I think there was one drop out. But you've probably got a lot in that over 45s, haven't you?
Over 45 men's start list.
All right, Raymond Horton,
last-
third and final jump, cutting hard to the ramp.
Oh, yeah.
Nicely off the
that's
top.
one.
I reckon that was a little better.
Yeah.
I think that was the nicest jump out of the three, which is generally the way it can tend to be.
23.
He's given a
guessing.
little bit of a nudge. I think I'm going to call 22-6. Let's see what Raymond comes up with here on that last jump. At that, 22 metres is a pretty solid routine.
Oh, wasn't as much as
Yeah. Wasn't quite as far as the second jump, 21.1. That one can be a little deceiving from this angle here.
pretty consistent though. What have we got? 19.8, 21.6 and 21.1. Next we have Peter Smith, Victoria. They're definitely churning through them. The spin around, not going around the island. I think there was a bit of a discussion last night at the managers meeting to say only if you're double cutting at this lake you need to go around the island, and over 54k an hour. So obviously they run it a little more than we would.
Yeah, there won't be too many of them around here.
Peter Smith, Victoria.
Let's have a little bit of a look and see if Pete's given us a bio. All right, I did hear from the boat the speed is 51k.
We do have
Oh, we've got Ben. We've got Ben.
nickname Ben.
Yeah, from Victoria, age 65, hometown Horsham. Natamuck. Natamuck is the ski club, or the site that he skis at down there.
Oh, jump. Here we go. We got a PB for jump.
26 metres. Alrighty, slalom won at 13, trick 13.40. And in jump, we have got 26 metres. So he's going to go straight for a 3/4. So he is cutting out to the right-hand side of the boat. And he is going to be powering into this ramp. Let's see how we go. This is 51k. Well, he's definitely got some speed in there. Not sure that he drove right through the ramp that time there, but wasn't too bad. But unfortunately, just came unstuck on that landing there. And the rope started to get away from him. And that's all she wrote. So that first one is going to go down as a fall for Peter. Alrighty, Peter Smith going down on his first jump, so hasn't got a score on the board as yet.
Oh,
but
no,
he's going to have another go at a 3/4 cut here to the ramp. The boat speed 51k. We're going to hear that big 6-litre engine kick into play there. Little bit better on the ramp that time, and he's kept a hold of that handle, so there's going to be a score on the board. I think it's kind of around the 20-metre mark. What are you thinking there, Craig?
I don't know. I'm just listening for the boat, and it doesn't seem to be jump switch. Not times are good. Just soft on the handle.
A little bit back off the ramp, but held it together okay. 23.1 metres, 23.1.
Yep.
We can see it in the display on the boat there now. So that was a nice jump for Pete, considering his PB is 26 metres. Little down on that, but I reckon it's in the park. Alrighty, Peter Smith from Victoria coming back, third and final jump. Three-quarter cut again, out fairly wide. Waiting, turns in. Needs to get down and cut hard to the ramp. That last little bit there. Or maybe a little more there. Ski slipped a little on the ramp. But I think that one might have had a smidge more in it. But it's same park, same ballpark. Distance of 24.7 on that third and final jump. So that's pretty good. 1.3 metres off a personal best. Isn't being sneezed at the national titles. So that is a good score on the board. Not sure what we've got. Oh, we've got Mark Lauder coming up after him. So I'm pretty sure Mark... Where is Mark? He's in the mid to high 30s, I believe. So we are about to see some of the real jumping of the day here with Mark Lauder about to ski.
Peptides.
So
overall then.
Well, that was 23.7. I'm pretty sure that last 24.7. Sorry, the last jump was 24.7. 1.3 metres off the PB, so that's pretty good. But we have got from New South Wales now, last jumper Mark Lauder, pretty famous for his jumping in the over 65 division. I believe the world record holder at the moment. So it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. So he is going 51k, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a double cut out of Mark here. Every time I see him ski, that's what he goes straight into.
See, what is interesting? What is his PB? It's been about 32.
Yeah, it's a good
I
point.
think.
Let's see if he's got some louder. Well, don't think I have a skis bio for Mark. Anyway, he's about to show us what he's made of. He's out on the water. Big, solid double cut to get himself wide on the boat. He's going to come up higher than the boat.
Definitely hear the jump switch
nice
now.
Slow turn in. Here we go, cutting to the ramp. Oh, a nice little kick there. I'm not sure he got all of it, but that was a nice looking jump.
I reckon that's up around 28.
Yeah, it could be. It's a good point. I'm wondering whether it might be a little more than that, whether it might be that might have hit the 30-metre mark.
What unders have we got that are jumping, putting it out there now? distance-wise?
33, right off the money, Craig. 33.6 metres for Mark's first jump. So that definitely catapults him into the lead, which was probably pretty well expected for the over 65 men's. I'm excited that there's 3 guys jumping in over 65s. Like, I reckon that's a record in itself.
Still got time.
I've already met him this weekend. Once we finished. All right,
Okay.
Mark Lauder coming for his second jump, nice and wide on the boat. Turning in, setting that position, cutting hard into the ramp. Yeah, actually got a little bit of kick off that one. I think that was not too bad. I'm calling maybe a smidge further. First one was 33.6.
I'm going shorter.
You're going shorter. You don't like the look of that one.
No, I didn't.
Thought he just had a little bit. I thought he got a little bit of a better kick off the ramp on that one, but I'm not sure. The distance doesn't lie, so we're about to find out any second now how far that was. I think a little bit more. 33.6 for the first one. I'm calling 34.2, somewhere in that bracket. 33.3, so almost identical to the first jump. Landed in the same spot, 33.3 metres. Alrighty, third and final jump for Mark Lauder. Stuck in that 33 bracket, 33.6, 33.3. What is he going to need to do
Be good to know
to
what.
push a little more? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I was pretty sure it's up at the. I thought it was like 37 or somewhere was the big number. We should know. Oh, that's bigger. That's got to be bigger. I reckon he got a little more off that ramp there. He got a little more hang time. I'm calling 34, at least 34, if not 35 on that one.
Right, let's see if we get the. I can't see from.
34.9, so I was right on the money, just shy. 100 mils short of 35 metres. That is good jumping for Mark Lauder. And I'm pretty sure that's going to put people out of his range. But like Gary was telling us early, Gary Humphries was telling us that Mark's basically retired and he's a ski bum. Gets around skiing everywhere around the country. And lucky him, I would love to play the same game.
Right, we're up to
What have we got?
over 45 men.
80-45.
2.
Neil Peterson and Jamie Craig.
I think they're going bit head to head for overall too. I
think
believe
they are too. They're on to one another.
Let's go right back. How's their day been?
Yeah, let's
do
we
a-
can't see the slalom because they didn't slalom,
Oh,
but they have tricked. They both tricked, so I'd be interested to
Righto.
see their trick
oh,
scores.
here we go.
Oh, wow. There is
Cheese platter.
Yeah, here is the cheese platter right here. It's got, I love that little caramelised
Chichiri, Shakira board.
charcuterie. I won't be able to remember it later on, though.
Right, Neil Peterson coming in.
All right, how fast do we think that boat's going?
I don't know,
I'd say
maybe
that's probably
48.
48, maybe 51.
Oh, out the back a little
Slipped
bit.
on the ramp a
Oh.
little bit. Thought he was going to get away with it, and then like he caught a back edge on his outside ski, and it sort of just sucked it off his foot. And then that was all you wrote, so it's going to be a fall for his first jump.
Righto, so we're going to go back through, get a bit of an overall update. Oh, pretty tight too.
We're just seeing a bit of rivalry here. I'm seeing a little bit of rivalry. I think Ken Ito's not, no, he's not in over 45s. I think he's over 55s. He'll be jumping. Is Ken jumping as well?
He's next.
He's
over
next.
55.
Yep, fair enough. So the over 45s, we think there's going to be a little bit of a race, a head-to-head battle between Neil Peterson and Jamie Craig. So Neil Peterson from Queensland and JB Craig from New South Wales.
We've currently got Neil just whiskering head with 1,120 points.
Nice.
And Jamie with 1,010.
So they're only 100 points different in trick.
Which from an overall score, what do we got? 20 points. 20 points.
I reckon they're pretty close slalom-wise too. I think they're both into 12. So I think they're both 13 runners. So it's going to be an interesting little battle here. So Neil probably would have loved to have just landed that first jump just to take the pressure off a little bit. Now he's going to have to be a smidge conservative on his second jump. He needs a score on the board for sure before he can then put a bit more petrol on and see if he can push himself out there distance-wise.
I suppose that's a good thing with overall, isn't it? Like, yes, from a jumping point, accumulative points added together, but from an overall, you only need 1 from 6, don't you?
Yeah, that's pretty well the size of it, I think. So it's potentially your best score in either round that you did for each of those events. So you've sort of got 2 shots at it. You'll have 2 shots in slalom, 2 shots in trick, and like you say, 6 shots of it in jump, really.
Good value with cheese board, though. Charcuterie. Oh, there's some little strawberries here, too. Righto, so Neil getting himself sorted out. I know sometimes when those big jump skis come off on an inside edge, it stretches out the groin a little bit.
Alrighty, so we got Neil Peterson from Queensland. Second attempt at a jump here, single cut. Boat to me sounds like it's doing probably about 48, 51, I think maybe 51. Single cutting to the ramp, getting down low and cutting hard. That looks better off the top. Oh, come on, he's got trouble. That looked like a nice jump. I think he's just got trouble with his landings there. It looked good, and when he sat down from his landing, he rolled onto his back too far. The ski came up.
Watch the replay
And you
here.
end up
just
with it-
sort of
Yeah.
just letting up that little bit, just coming onto the ramp.
I thought he sort of came off pretty good and the jump looked good, and I think he was stiller in the air than he was on the first one. He's a little back, but he was quite still, and then he just sort of rolled onto his back, and the big skis got away from him.
Where that camera was. quality with the video as well.
Alrighty. Unfortunately, we're going to have to put a little bit of pressure on Neil Peterson now because he does need to get a score on the board. And part of the issue here is, in the jump event itself, is that it is an aggregate between these two rounds. So if he doesn't get a score on this third jump, it makes it a little bit easier for Jamie Craig to beat him in the jump event. So long as Jamie lands a couple of jumps. So we're really hoping that Neil can get his landings together on this one. Know that he's done a good bit of jumping, so he knows what he's got to do. I'm pretty sure he knows. It's just a shame to have to put yourself under pressure. Looks okay off the top. Oh, landed on his feet. Stuck it. So that is a big relief for him. So he's going to have a score on the board. Doesn't even need to be massive. Just needs that score on the board. And then he can mop it up again tomorrow or the day after when he's having his last round of jump. Interested, what do we think that distance might be there? It didn't look too bad. Probably just right on the 20-metre marks, potentially.
Yeah, I think so. He definitely eased up a little bit, didn't he, to make sure of it.
20.8 is the official distance on that one. So well done, Neil, to pull that out under pressure on your last jump. So now that puts us back to Jamie Craig and the overall race for the over 45s. What's Jamie's answer going to be to that?
Well, Jamie's got...
You've got some scores from him, previous scores?
I've got his trick results. So if we're looking at an overall, he was 110 points behind. So someone would have to tell me, to make up 110 points, what does that mean in 0.1 of a metre, 0.2 of a metre?
So Neil jumped 20.8, did he?
20.8.
20.8. You'd probably be looking at Jamie needing to go do 22, 23, maybe to reel that gap in.
Yeah, way over my pay grade with those overall scoring. Especially since the over 35 Oceania team lost their overall score by 8 points. And the Kiwis knew to the 10th of what they had to jump to beat Australia.
And they did it.
And they did it.
The Kiwis got us.
Kiwis.
Were they excited about that?
Well,
they've had a fun day.
They haven't got much else to look forward to.
All right, I haven't seen Jamie jump, I don't think I would have seen him jump at nationals, but when he's come,
bring his bio in.
when he's oh, that's right, he did. He brought us a bio, didn't he? What have we got? And it'll tell us what he's got. 28.2.
Whoa.
That is his PB from New South Wales. Hometown is Berry.
He's got a
It's the Shoalhaven River. Oh, we're going to have a 3/4 cut right off the bat here. No
Looks like-
sling.
whoa.
Oh, I reckon he's overshot the ramp. I
pulled
was
out.
going to say, I hope he doesn't go over on that one because he was a mile in front of the boat, slack line trying to turn in. And if he had have taken that, he was going up the curtain for sure. So maybe Jamie didn't get a chance to have a Vermillion jump because
Back
his
it off.
timing was out
There
of
he goes.
fairway
Just
then.
like, ski just rolled on.
Yeah, he's trying to turn in and he's got no line.
And Bushka.
Yeah.
Good call.
So he's probably a little bit similar to Neil.
He looks
just,
like
just in a different aspect. He's similar in the fact the first jump didn't turn out. Same as Neil.
he's definitely wasn't holding back.
So same scenario though. If he doesn't get a score on the board for this round one, that will be a problem. But hopefully it's going to be okay.
Looks a bit show ski, doesn't it? Like the helmet and the jumping around and just doing a gainer off the top or something.
He looks proficient. I think what does that is he looks proficient, but he hasn't got a sling on. So your arms can move around a little bit more without that sling. And it gives you a little bit of that look. Alrighty, so we've got Jamie Craig from New South Wales, second attempt. We're intrigued a little bit by the head-to-head battle with Neil Peterson from Queensland for the overall title. Jamie going to a double cut here, so it's not even 3/4. He's come from the other side of the wake. He's not super high on the boat, so he's gone a little bit easier this time, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go over the ramp this time. Oh, nice looking ramp work, actually. Tidy off the top. He's got himself up. I think that is going to do the job for him. I think right off the cuff,
I reckon that's
he's probably 24, 25 metres.
Yep.
What was Neil's jump? 20.8.
Yeah, I think he definitely got that covered. That's pretty close up to
Yeah,
30
but
there.
Neil's probably got a little left in the tank because he might have backed right off on that third jump so he could just get a score on the board. I don't know what Neil's PB is. .1, so I think that has thrown him into the lead. We're going to keep an eye on that battle, because jump meters definitely pushes it out there. So I'm positive
That's a percentage, so that's a pretty high percentage of the front, isn't it?
that'll push him overall points. That'll push him right up. But I know Neil's a pretty solid slalom specialist. I'm not sure.
Right,
I'm pretty
here
sure
we go.
Jamie can definitely get into 12, but Neil might just have the wood on him a little there. Who knows? We'll know tomorrow morning, and we'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, we've got Jamie coming in for his third and final jump. Timing looks a little bit better. I think he's a little later.
A little out the back, that one. Definitely not as far.
Yeah, maybe not. Probably didn't get all that he needed off that one.
23, I'm thinking.
But that second one was 28. Yeah, that pushes him out there for sure. Alrighty, and that's all she wrote for the over 45 men's slalom jump skiers. 28. Yeah, very close to his PB on that second
he's
jump.
going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, 28.2. Well, actually, here's his slalom score as well, 4.12.
Yep.
4.12's PB and 1100. Actually, I think Neil might have gone in a little early on his tricks today too, to tell you the truth, with that score. I reckon he's got a little more in the tank. He did because he fell on his toe weight back, so which was early in his toe run. So I think he's got more there in tricks. And if Jamie's PB is 1100, I think Neil, but obviously Jamie's 6 or 7 metres ahead in jump. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
Well, just waiting for some. Righto, so. Okay, there was just a bit of a chat between the judging tower and the boat with times. 0 off against the shore path times, but made a decision.
It's all resolved. All good as gold, and we're moving forward.
I think Jamie would be pretty happy anyway.
Yeah.
0.1 off of
Yeah,
PB.
that's right. It's right on PB time there. PB territory. Who is our last skier of the day?
Ken.
Oh, Ken Ito. God, it's a shame. I need to get back in the game. Somebody's got to take Ken Ito on for the overall title for the over 55 men's.
So you just need to.
Who we got? Who we got?
jump
Who we got the
and trick
trickers?
as well.
Yeah, that's right. I just need to ski 3 events and I can have a go. But
one in over 55 jump.
Let's see if Ken's got a bio so we can see what his PBs are.
Let's have a look at the trick. Didn't we have Ken out at nearly 3,000, 2,000 something? Tricking?
Yeah, actually, I'd be interested to know that because that's going to let us know whether we're in the park or not. I think Ken's close to 3-ish.
Right, we'll have a look at
Jumping at 51k, we definitely heard that this time.
our results.
Ken Ito.
Right.
Ken or Kenny from Queensland over 55 Gold Coast Waterski Club.
Right,
Hometown and Surfers Paradise.
Let's have a look at trick score. Yeah, 2-4. 2-4.
And
PB
PB
32. Ooh.
No, PB's, well, 32 metres is
Yeah.
his PB in jump. And his trick PB is 26.70, so wasn't far off there. 3 at 16, probably a little down in slalom.
What was his result today for slalom?
As far as that being a PB for him pushing the boundaries, but he hasn't got any competition up against him. So, but that jump of 32.5, if that's his ballpark,
Oh, he's way behind in slalom today.
if he's going to be jumping at 32 metres, that gives you a lot of overall points. So let's see what Ken has got in store for us. Looks like he's going to run with a 3/4 cut. Water conditions are beautiful, lovely and glassy. He's out pretty wide. Let's see how he goes. Heading towards the ramp. Oh, a little back. A little back, and the skis came up. Didn't quite drive through the ramp, but still, obviously plenty of experience on the ramp. Pulled that together, rode it away quite comfortably, and I think that's still potentially you. What are you thinking? 22, 23 metres there. Distance of 26.2 metres. That's a fair old bit of meterage to fly through the air on. 26.2 metres. And that certainly puts him right at the top of the pops in over 55 men's jump. And it certainly puts him on the top of the pops for over 55 men overall as well. No other competitors hitting Kenny up this year for that overall title.
Right, two more jumps to go, and that will be it for the day.
All right, Kenny Ito from Queensland. Personal best of 32.5. Jump-wise, on his second attempt. What have we got here for us on your second attempt? Oh, thought he was... Oh, wow, right over the top of his skis that time. Thought he might have been a smidge early there, but he just... And wasn't cutting quite as hard, but he cut right through and stayed on his toes. Came right off the top, over the top of his skis. And I think... may have
just
float a little further on that one.
Yeah, probably 25.
Well, his first one was 26, so yep, so
Well.
needs to be a little further than that. So I'm calling 27, 28. What do we see on a little display?
29.9.
29.9, so just 100 mil off 30 metres. So right on the money for 30 metres. That is a pretty good jump. And that scares a lot of over 55 people away from going into overall, because are we going to be able to get anywhere near Kenny at 30 metres? So we can probably put a pair of skis on and go and jump 20 metres, but that 10 metres short of there is a lot of overall points. So Kenny's going to kick our ass, and good on him for doing so. All right, third and final jump for Kenny from Queensland with a score of 29.9 on the board. Can he go further than that? Let's see how he goes, cutting the ramp hard. Oh, yes.
Nice.
Pulled right up over his skis there, so drove right through the ramp. Not sure there's any more legs in it or not. What do you think, Craig? Maybe.
No, I think
Maybe there is. Similar spot. Hopefully just over the 30 metres, but that is the last skier of the day, the last jump of the day. We'll let you know that distance. Before we sign off for the day, what do we got?
yeah, flash up. 31.5. Oh, how good's my eyesight?
31.5. Not his jumping, your eyesight.
31.5.
31.5 metres to finish the day. That is just 1 metre off Kenny's personal best, so he is guaranteed of the overall title, but I'm not sure there'd be too many people playing the game with him if they even did strap a set of jump skis on, so good on Kenny Ito from Queensland for skiing up to that level. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of information we need to divulge here, Craig. Is there anything that anybody needs to know? We are starting again at 7 o'clock in the morning. It is going to be over 35 men's slalom, first off the dock.
7 o'clock, and I think the bar's open.
And there's there's some big guns in that division, so I wouldn't want to miss any of that slalom skiing first thing in the morning. Right now, I think the beverages are cold, and we're going to go down there and join people and have a beverage or two, and we will hook up with you again tomorrow morning. Thanks very much for joining us.